You've gained the ability to freely travel between your convenience store in the modern world and an apocalyptic one. At first, you thought you'd be torn to shreds by countless zombies, but the convenience store has an absolute defense property. So, you start selling instant noodles, bottled water, and sausages, things that are worthless in your world, for exorbitant prices in the dangerous apocalyptic wasteland. You are about to build a business empire of your own. Right now, you're holding your still warm phone, listening to the cold final words from your girlfriend. Let's break up. Turns out, in the 3 years since graduation, not only did you work 3 different jobs, but you couldn't even manage to save a single penny. Your girlfriend couldn't stand your poverty any longer and left you for some rich kid right after hanging up the phone. You slump into your chair, defeated. Over the past few years, to pay for your parents' medical treatments, you took on a debt of $350,000. But they still passed away in the end. You couldn't pay back the money, and all you were left with was this barely surviving convenience store. But just then, as the background music shifts, a wave of dizziness hits you. You realize you've arrived in the apocalypse. Looking through the window, you see a horde of zombies, and they've also been drawn in by the sudden appearance of your store. Their attention is fixed on you, and in the next second, they charge at you frantically. You think to yourself, this is it, I'm done for. But the expected sound of shattering glass never comes. The glass panes, which should have been fragile, are now unbreakable. A notification appears before your eyes. Apocalyptic world. Current store status. Absolutely safe. You can travel back after 12 hours. In other words, you just have to stay here for 12 hours, and you can return to your own world. You glance at the monsters outside and scratch your head in frustration. The small shop is less than 20 square meters. It's packed with all sorts of goods. Beef-flavored instant noodles, bottled water, sausages, cookies, all of which are barely worth anything in your old world. But what if they were here? An idea flashes through your mind. The most valuable things in the apocalypse aren't gold or diamonds. It's food and clean water. You rush to the shelf and grab the most ordinary bottle of mineral water. In your world, this bottle sells for 2 yuan. But in this zombie-infested world, how much is it worth? You think about your 350,000 debt. You remember Zhang Qian's breakup words over the phone. You twist open the cap and take a huge gulp of water. What you need to do now is use these 12 hours to earn your first pot of gold. You even started calculating. 1 bottle of water for 100 grams of gold? That's too little. A single bottle has to be worth at least 1,000 grams of gold. A pack of instant noodles for 100 grams. You force yourself to calm down. First, you need customers. With a dozen zombies blocking the door, what survivor would dare to come near? But you'll be damned if you're going to just wait around for 12 hours. Your eyes land on a package of braised beef instant noodles. An idea sparks in your mind. In this world filled with the smell of rust and decay, what could be more lethal than the fragrant aroma of a bowl of instant noodles? You plug in the kettle and press the switch. It starts to gurgle. It turns out the convenience store still has electricity. It seems this space, bound by the system, is completely independent from the outside world, a realm of its own. The water quickly boils, and a rich, overpowering aroma instantly fills the store. Even you can't help but swallow your own saliva. The question is, how do you get this deadly scent outside? You definitely can't open the door. You walk around the shop, your eyes finally locking onto a range hood. The rich aroma travels through that small pipe and out into the dead space outside. Time ticks by, minute by minute. Outside, it's still dead silent. Just as your patience is about to run out, a burst of flame instantly incinerates the dozen or so zombies. You cautiously look out the window. It's a girl. Her eyes scan the shop, which looks completely out of place amidst the surrounding rubble. Interesting. In a hellhole like this, someone still dares to open a shop. She tries to walk straight in, but in the next second, she slams into an invisible glass wall. Are you an awakened one too? Is this your ability? After a moment of silence, she says, "My name is Ye Ying. How much for that thing?" You reply, "Gold." What era is this? Who still uses that useless stuff? I only accept gold here. Seeing your firm attitude, Ye Ying raises her hand and shoots a fireball straight at your face. However, the fireball completely vanishes the moment it touches the barrier. Now, can we talk business? The girl grits her teeth. Shopkeeper, how much for this bowl of noodles? Not much. 100 grams of gold. 100 grams? Are you kidding me? You might as well just rob me. Even though gold is as worthless as scrap metal now, it doesn't mean it's just lying around on the streets. You don't have to buy it. After saying that, you ignore her. You start eating the noodles you just made yourself. The slurping sound is particularly piercing. Ye Ying's throat bobs involuntarily. She can't remember the last time she had a hot meal. She usually survives on whatever canned food and energy bars she can find. Those things are only enough to keep her alive. They don't offer any sense of satisfaction. Just then, her stomach lets out a soft gurgle. Though the sound is faint, in this environment, it's as loud as thunder. Ye Ying's cheeks immediately flush red. You pretend not to hear it. You continue to enjoy your delicious bowl of noodles. I don't have that much gold right now. Can I get it on credit? This shop doesn't do credit. You're not here to run a charity. Besides, you're heading back in less than 12 hours. Who knows if Ye Ying can even bring the gold back in time. You finally finish the last bite of noodles and let out a satisfied burp. You casually grab a sausage from the shelf and, with a flick of your wrist, send it flying through the air in a perfect parabola. It's as casual as if you were feeding a stray cat. Ye Ying's body freezes. This is blatant contempt. But her rational mind tells her to pick up the sausage and eat it immediately. Time seems to stand still. Finally, after 2.5 seconds, hunger won out over pride. In just 3 bites, the sausage was completely gone. This is a sign of my good faith. 100 grams of gold for a bowl of noodles. It's a deal. Wait for me. She leaves you with those 2 words, then turns and walks away. With her abilities, as long as she can find a settlement, for some survivor or a pre-disaster bank vault, getting 100 grams of gold isn't that hard. But you call her back. Wait. You casually take out a can of Coke, a legendary Coca-Cola, a drink you could find everywhere before the apocalypse. Nowadays, it's more luxurious than any fine wine. This one is 50 grams of gold per can. Before Ye Ying could even respond, you tear open a pack of spicy strips. This is cheaper, 30 grams of gold a pack. Iced Coke, fragrant spicy strips, and hot instant noodles before the apocalypse. This was the cheapest combo imaginable. But now, it was packed with extreme temptation. Ye Ying's fists clenched. Shopkeeper, you'd better have enough stock ready. Then, her figure vanished. She had to get the gold right now. Immediately. At this point, there were 10.5 hours of transmigration time left, so you started to check your inventory. 10 cases of Master Kang noodles, 15 cases of Nongfu spring water, and plenty of spicy strips and sausages. You even dug up 5 chicken eggs from a corner. An idea popped into your head. A little over an hour later, a loud noise came from outside. It was Ye Ying. She was back. She looked a bit disheveled, holding a black bag in her hand. 200 grams of gold, not a gram less. You silently thought, authorize. The black bag was lifted by an invisible hand, then gently dropped at your feet. Ye Ying's pupils constricted once again. This man was far more mysterious than she had imagined. After receiving the goods, you took out the braised beef noodles, the iced Coke, and the spicy strips, then boiled a kettle of water right in front of Ye Ying. Finally, you carried the steaming bowl of noodles to the door. Just as Ye Ying thought you were about to hand it over, you suddenly stopped, pulled a chicken egg from your pocket, and looked at her. Hey beautiful, want to add an egg? How much? 50 grams of gold for one. An egg for 50 grams of gold. Why don't you just rob people? You can choose not to take it. My shop's eggs are only sold to those with fate. With that, you made a move to put the egg back in your pocket. Wait, Ye Ying was a powerful fire type awakened, always the one others submitted to. But today, she kept getting the short end of the stick. The words "I don't need it anymore" were stuck in her throat, unable to come out. She reached into a small leather pouch at her waist and searched, and a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg lay quietly in her palm. I don't have any more gold on me right now. I'll trade this for your egg. You frowned, wondering what the hell this was. Just as you were about to refuse, a screen of light appeared. High energy item detected. Low-level zombie core. Strongly recommend completing this transaction. I was wrong, so wrong. It turned out you had misunderstood how the convenience store operated. You were always calculating how to pay off that 350,000 debt. In reality, the store's purpose was these cores. In an instant, you understood everything, but your expression still showed a hint of disdain. What is this ugly rock? It's disgusting. This is a core from a zombie's brain, an essential item for an awakened to cultivate. Gold isn't even worthy of being compared to it. So, these cores are the cultivation resources of this world. I'm just a convenience store owner. What good is this to me? Ye Ying was trembling with anger. Not only was this man unreasonable, but he was also gloating after getting a good deal. Seeing her about to explode expression, you let out a sigh. All right. Seeing as you're so sincere, I'll make an exception just this once. After saying that, you silently thought, collect! The core instantly vanished from Ye Ying's palm. Without even a second glance, you casually stuffed the core into your pocket, then handed over the Supreme Edition bowl of noodles, with the added egg, along with the Coke and spicy strips, to Ye Ying. She took the fork and devoured it, not even sparing the green onions at the bottom of the bowl. Then, she opened the Coke and chugged it down in one go, and finally tore open the spicy strips, eating them one by one. The whole time, you just watched quietly. I'll be back. Ye Ying left with those words and turned to melt into the darkness of the street corner. After Ye Ying left, you took out the core. A low-level zombie core can break the genetic locks of the human body. After use, there is a chance of becoming an awakened. Absorb it. but failure will result in on-the-spot disintegration into basic particles. The success rate is less than 1%. Your hand trembled, and you almost threw the core away. What the hell is this less than 1% success rate thing? This wasn't a lucky encounter, it was a one-way ticket to hell. However, the convenience store displayed a notification. Within the store's premises, the host is immune to all forms of damage, including but not limited to physical damage, energy impacts, mental contamination, and genetic collapse. Looking at the core in your hand again, for you, this was a zero-risk, high-reward opportunity. How do I use it? Swallow it directly. This thing doesn't exactly look edible, but thinking about how Ye Ying summoned fire from thin air, you swallowed it whole. The next second, an intense pain swept through your body, and you curled up like a shrimp. Time passed minute by, agonizing minute, and the pain finally subsided, replaced by a feeling of your body overflowing with power. Could this be what it feels like to be an awakened? The power is terrifying. You mimicked Ye Ying's fire summoning pose, but there was absolutely nothing on your fingertips. Damn it, did the awakening fail? The more you thought about it, the angrier you got, and you punched the shelf next to you. Suddenly, the shelf and all the snacks on it vanished. Your consciousness was connected to another space. Inside that space was the shelf that had just disappeared. You tried reaching out your hand, and the vanished shelf returned to its original position. Just then, a notification came from the system. Awakened. Awakening effect. Spatial inventory. Can isolate spacetime. Current capacity is 1 cubic meter. By repeatedly taking the spicy strips in and out, you fell into deep thought. Gold could only solve problems in the real world, but the cores were the true source of power. 9 hours of transmigration time left. You had to accumulate as many cores as possible before leaving. The smell of 1 pack of noodles had attracted Ye Ying. What if I amplified this scent 10 or even 20 times? And so, you took out a large pot and cooked 20 packs of noodles at once. Then you turned the exhaust fan on to its highest setting. This was your apocalyptic bait. In an abandoned building 3 streets away, a young man was huddled in a corner. A scar-faced man was cleaning the barrel of his gun. A man with glasses said anxiously, "Brother Hu, little Liu's injuries are getting worse. If we can't find medicine, I'm afraid he might not make it." The man with the scar, known as Scarface, nodded. Food in this part of the city had been picked clean long ago, and medicine was an even more distant hope. But just then, a strong aroma hit Scarface's nose. Someone outside was cooking noodles. "Shut up," his reason screamed at him. This was definitely a trap. In the apocalypse, anyone who dared to cook so openly was either insane or a hunter with overwhelming power. But his body, long tormented by hunger, was screaming in protest. "We found it. Let's go eat," the man with glasses urged anxiously. "Scarface, we're running out of time. If we're late, there won't even be any broth left." Scarface knew better than anyone that if they kept this up, the 3 of them would starve to death sooner or later. Finally, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. They crossed the streets and spotted a grocery store. A huge electric pot sat at the entrance, filled with instant noodles and sausages, and leaning casually against the doorframe was him. A trap. It had to be a trap. The 3 men's throats bobbed, but none of them dared to take a single step forward. Just then, he noticed a man hiding behind an abandoned car across the street. The man saw Scarface's group too, and quickly made a hand gesture, signaling them to be careful. Scarface calmed himself and quickly spotted more people lying in wait. A faint shadow and a second-floor window to the left, a glint of metal from a pile of trash to the right. There were at least 4 other groups like them, all drawn in by the smell. Inside the shop, the young man was, of course, well aware of the crowd gathering outside. "You've all been watching for so long. Aren't you getting hungry?" His voice wasn't loud, but it carried to the ears of everyone in hiding. However, there was no reply. He fished a few sausages out of the pot and popped them into his mouth. "I'm open for business, and I prefer to keep things civil. I've got noodles here, and water, and sausages. Highest bidder gets them." A man behind the abandoned car finally couldn't take it anymore and called out, "What's the price? Gold or crystal cores?" Everyone hoarding their crystal cores made sense. That was the apocalypse's hard currency. But gold? In these times, it was worth less than a sheet of steel. Just then, an angry voice shouted from behind the trash pile, "Son of a bitch! Are you messing with us? This punk has no intention of selling. Everyone, let's rush him and kill him. We'll split whatever's in that pot." The moment he said it, the atmosphere grew even stranger. Everyone's mind started racing, but the young man didn't even look up as he continued to eat his noodles. "You can try," he said, "but I'm warning you now. Anyone who makes a move loses their right to trade. You'll have to stand there and watch everyone else eat their fill." The man behind the trash finally lost his patience. "Damn it. I don't believe this crap." He then pulled out a shotgun. 2 more men charged out from behind him, one with a machete and the other with a steel pipe. Everyone else was waiting for someone to make the first move, to test the waters. Without a moment's hesitation, the man pulled the trigger. However, when the bullet got about 2.5 meters from the grocery store, it slammed into an invisible wall. Through it all, the young man didn't even flinch. He just casually fished out another sausage and popped it into his mouth. The entire square fell into a strange, heavy silence. His two accomplices with the machete and steel pipe were stunned. Just then, the man behind the abandoned car seemed to realize something. If physical attacks don't work, what about non-physical ones? An invisible wave of energy, a psychic force, gathered in his palm. He fired a blast, invisible to the naked eye, straight at the young man. This was his special ability, psychic penetration. But the shockwave dissipated the moment it touched the grocery store, without so much as a ripple. This time, everyone understood. Inside this small shop, he was invincible. Scarface's back was drenched in a cold sweat. He felt incredibly lucky that he hadn't acted rashly. The young man finally finished the noodles in his mouth and looked at the man behind the trash. "I told you," he said. "Anyone who makes a move loses their right to trade. Now, does anyone else want to try?" The area fell into a dead silence once more. The tense stalemate was about to drive everyone mad. Then, the rhythmic click-clack of high heels echoed, growing closer. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. It was Ye Ying. Scarface recognized her. In fact, any survivor who'd been around for a while in these ruins had heard of Ye Ying's reputation. She was a top-tier awakened who wielded fire. "What was she doing here?" "You've caused quite a commotion," Ye Ying said. "There are always those who refuse to believe what's right in front of them. I advise you all to get rid of any foolish ideas. Never mind those pieces of scrap metal you're holding. Even I can't put a single scratch on this shop." The entire square fell silent once again. Scarface took a deep breath and slowly stepped out from his hiding spot. He held his hands out, showing he meant no harm. The others hiding in the corners revealed themselves one by one. Ye Ying paid them no mind. She took a few items out of her bag, 3 solid gold bars, each one gleaming. "I want biscuits, canned goods, and water, anything that's easy to carry and store. For top hunters who are always on the move, ready-to-eat processed foods are the more logical choice. I like doing business with smart people." The young man quickly brought out compressed biscuits, canned meat, and bottled water. The trade was completed smoothly, right out in the open. Ye Ying took the food, turned, and vanished into the shadows. All eyes fell upon the young man once more. This time, there was no suspicion or murderous intent in their gazes, only pure, raw hunger. "Now it's your turn. You all heard the rules, right? Gold or crystal cores in exchange for food. Of course, except for them. The man who had attacked earlier couldn't take it anymore and came crawling and scrambling before the young man. "Shopkeeper, I was wrong. I was so wrong. Please, sir, just give me a bite to eat. Even a sip of broth will do." His 2 accomplices behind him also dropped to their knees, begging. The other survivors felt no sympathy, only relief that they hadn't been so reckless. "I already told you," the shopkeeper said. "Anyone who makes a move is disqualified." With that, he ignored the man and scanned the crowd. "Anyone else want to trade?" Scarface took out a crystal core and held it out to him. With a mere thought, the crystal core flew into his pocket. He said nothing more, simply turning to grab 3 large bowls and filling them with noodles and sausages. Scarface held the bowl, feeling a warmth he hadn't felt in a long time. The 3 of them immediately dug in, devouring the food like starving animals. Now that someone had broken the ice, the others could no longer hold back. "Shopkeeper, I'll trade. I'll trade too. I have a crystal core." The man who had launched the psychic attack earlier also came forward. Quietly, he took out 2 crystal cores, not daring to look you in the face. You accepted them emotionlessly and handed him a bowl. Once the floodgates were open, they couldn't be closed. Some took out gold jewelry, others produced crystal cores of various sizes. Soon enough, more than a dozen crystal cores were piled up on your stall. The large pot of noodles was also running low, but just then, the 3 men from before decided to turn into complete thugs. "If I can't eat, then none of you can either." He immediately rushed towards a frail survivor, sending noodles and soup splashing everywhere. The other survivors who were eating all stopped, staring with cold, furious eyes at the madman who was breaking the rules. You also paused, scooping noodles to watch the show. Suddenly, a flash of fire shot out. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before his entire body turned to ash. Both of his accomplices quickly followed in his footsteps. In less than 3 seconds, all 3 men had completely vanished from the world. Ye Ying slowly walked out from the shadows. "I hate people who break the rules." You grabbed a can of Coke from the fridge and tossed it to Ye Ying. Without a word, you continued stirring the noodles in the pot. The trading resumed in perfect harmony. Brother Hu's group of 3 had finished their noodles, slurping up every last drop of soup. More and more people began to emerge from every corner of the ruins. The shelves in the grocery store were emptying at an astonishing rate. No one complained about the prices, and no one caused any trouble. Eventually, you sold out of every single item in the store. Ye Ying tossed away her Coke can, walked up to you and said, "You've made a fortune. When are you coming back?" "I don't know." Ye Ying gave you a deep look, then turned and disappeared into the shadows of a street corner. After everyone had left, the entire square fell completely silent again. You mentally initiated a check of your resource inventory. The amount of gold exceeded 100 kilograms, and there were 33 crystal cores. Although swallowing the crystal cores would bring excruciating pain, you didn't hesitate, swallowing them all in one go. This time, it wasn't just intense pain, but an unimaginable explosion of energy. If you weren't inside the grocery store, you guessed this power would have instantly torn you to shreds. Amidst the extreme pain, you absorbed the final sliver of energy. Opening your eyes again, you saw insects flying near the ceiling. You noticed their wing beats had become incredibly slow. You could hear the gurgling growls of the zombies outside the door and smell the various scents of blood and mud. Your senses had been enhanced to an unbelievable degree. You faced a nearby shelf and made a grasping motion with your hand. With a soft hum, the shelf slowly began to levitate. This wasn't the power of your spatial storage, but psychokinesis. You immediately called up the system screen. Awakened. Awakening effects. 1. Spatial storage. Current capacity. 1. Cubic meter. 2. Awakened ability. Psychokinesis. Able to control objects within a 50-meter range. You had actually awakened a second ability. For the remaining time, you waited calmly for the countdown to end. As a twisting sensation washed over you, you returned once again to your original world. The smell of rust and decay vanished, replaced by fresh air mixed with the scent of soil and green grass. Transmigration complete. Current world. Earth. Time until next transmigration. 12 hours. It was still dark, so you went back to your folding bed to sleep for a few hours. At 9 a.m., you went to an antique shop in a trading market. "Boss, are you buying gold?" The shop owner asked. "What kind? And where's it from?" You said nothing and took out 2 gold bars. The heavy thud of them hitting the counter made the owner immediately sit up straight. The owner inspected them thoroughly for over 10 minutes before speaking. "Good stuff. Final price, 580,000. 700,000. Young man. That price is too high. I have to take on risk, and there are arrangements to be made. 700,000. The owner was silent for a full 30 seconds. Then, "Your account received a transfer of 700,000. Stepping out of the market, you immediately dialed the debt collector's number. "Hello, who is this?" "Su Chen." "So you finally decided to call back, huh? What's up? You got the money?" "I do. The abandoned number 3 cement factory on the west side of the city. 3 p.m. Bring the IOU. And come alone." At 3 p.m. at the cement factory, Bill had brought 7 or 8 of his lackeys. Seeing you dared to come alone, he spat out the cigarette in his mouth. "Where's the money? Where's the IOU?" Bill grinned slyly. "You know, the cost of living has gone up recently. My boys gotta eat too." He then held up 5 fingers. 500,000. And I'll burn the IOU right in front of you. I hate people who break the rules. I was going to pay you 350,000, but now I'm only paying 200,000. Your voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard you clearly. The thugs looked at each other, unable to believe what they'd just heard. "You said how much? 200,000? Not a penny more. You son of a beat." One of the goons swung a steel pipe straight down at you. However, the expected scene of blood and gore didn't happen. The pipe stopped just 10 centimeters from your head. Caught effortlessly in your hand, 2 cracking sounds echoed as if they'd been hit by a truck. The agonizing screams of the 2 lackeys echoed throughout the cement factory. Bill finally snapped out of his shock. "Get him! Kill him!" However, no matter how many of them there were, they couldn't withstand a few of your punches. Soon, all the thugs were lying on the ground. Bill was trembling uncontrollably, not from anger, but from fear. You stay away from me!" Bill frantically pulled out the IOU and held it in front of you. "Transfer the 200,000. It should have been 350,000, but now it's only worth 200,000. After that, you tore the IOU to shreds and turned to leave. With that matter settled, you had more important things to do. You went to a used car lot and bought a small truck, then headed to the largest wholesale food market in the city. Walking into the wholesale supermarket before an employee could even speak, you said, "Hello, I need 200 cases of instant noodles, 100 cases of sausages, and 200 cases of compressed biscuits, 100 cases of canned beef, and 500 cases of mineral water." Although astonished by the size of the order, the employee quickly prepared the goods for you. Why ask questions? Whoever pays is the boss. It took you an entire day to move all the goods. 2 hours remained until the next transmigration. The reason there was so much gold in yesterday's first transaction was that people had temporarily gathered it from the ruins, wanting to maximize their profit. I had to aim for large quantities and cooperate with the outposts, having them gather gold for me. Feeling the power in your body made you feel a sense of unfamiliarity with your past self. With the remaining 2 hours, you decided to have a great meal to bid farewell to your old self. So, you drove to the most luxurious restaurant in the city. Compared to the fancy cars at the entrance, your small truck looked completely out of place. Even the valet thought you were just trying to use the parking lot. Sir, parking is for patrons. But you just pulled out a small, pea-sized gold nugget and handed it over. Park it properly. If you mess it up, I'll break your legs. The heavy weight of the gold nugget left the valet stunned. Without looking back, you walked straight into the restaurant. The soft lighting and well-dressed diners. Everything seemed so elegant and calm, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic world you'd left behind. Just as you were looking at the menu, a woman's shrill voice came from a distance. The source of that voice was none other than your ex-girlfriend, Zhang Qian. The man beside her was the rich second-generation brat, Wang Hao. Wang Hao was startled at first, then wrapped his arm around Zhang Qian's waist and walked over. Isn't this Su Chen? What's the matter? Did your convenience store close down? You here looking for a dishwashing job? A steak here costs 3,800 yuan. A month of your salary could probably only buy a bite of the fat. He kept blabbering on, but you treated him like he was thin air. Wang Hao felt like he was punching cotton. This feeling of being completely ignored infuriated him, so his voice rose another 8 octaves. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you, but your expression remained completely blank. Suddenly, Zhang Qian found the person in front of her to be a total stranger. The restaurant manager heard the commotion and quickly rushed over. Sir, please calm down. Don't disturb the other guests. Seeing the manager arrive, Wang Hao became even more arrogant. Manager Chu, you came just in time. Is your restaurant letting in any kind of riffraff these days? Why is this kind of person sitting here? It really lowers the class of your establishment. Manager Chu, of course, knew who Wang Hao was, the son of some real estate developer in the city. But he noticed how incredibly calm you were, so he spoke without a hint of arrogance or humility. Mr. Wang, our restaurant treats all guests equally. Then, Manager Chu immediately bowed to you at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Su, I am so sorry. Our service has been inadequate, and it has ruined your dining experience. He immediately had a server lead you to a premium private room. From beginning to end, you didn't even spare Wang Hao a single glance. Wang Hao wanted to say something else, but Manager Chu cut him off. Mr. Wang, please stop causing a scene immediately, or I'll have to ask security to escort you and this lady out. In the private room, exquisite dishes were brought out. Before, you wouldn't have even had the right to eat here, but tasting it now, it was just all right. After the meal, you returned to the convenience store. At this point, there were only 150 seconds left until the next traversal. When the time was up, the city's noise quickly vanished, replaced by the deathly silence of the apocalypse. The 12-hour travel time had also become 11 hours. You guessed that as the number of traversals increased, you'd eventually be able to move freely between the apocalypse and the modern world. You could feel many eyes from the surroundings focused on this place. The survivors, from last time, had spread the news of the mysterious convenience store far and wide. Now, the ones coming weren't starving stragglers, but scouts from various organizations. About 10 minutes later, a man walked towards the convenience store with a wooden rifle slung over his back. He stopped in front of the store. My name is Yanzi. I represent the Rock Outpost, and I want to talk to you. About what? Our outpost needs a large amount of supplies, food, water, medicine, weapons, ammunition. We need it all. I don't sell weapons here. Yanzi showed no disappointment, as if he had already expected that. He took a gold bar out of his bag and placed it on the table. This is a deposit. We want to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you and hope for a preferential price. The price I offer is the same for everyone. A few slight movements stirred in the darkness behind him. Yanzi raised a hand to reassure them. We are very sincere. You said nothing and just glanced toward the canned meat. On the shelf, you casually made a grabbing motion with your hand, and a can of meat slowly levitated to the counter. Yanzi's pupils contracted. Telekinesis. Before coming, Yanzi thought your only advantage was that impenetrable defense, but he never expected you yourself to be a powerful awakened. 1 case of canned food for 1 gold bar. We need an exact quantity. We need to know just how much stock you have. This was also one of his objectives for this trip. You gave a faint smile and snapped your fingers. A mountain of bottled mineral water suddenly appeared on the ground. The sight made Yanzi's brain freeze for a full 2.5 seconds. Is this enough? If it's not enough, you snapped your fingers again. Another mountain, this time of compressed biscuits, appeared. Yanzi swallowed hard. The man before him not only possessed telekinesis, but also a spatial ability. How is the price calculated? I already told you. 1 gold bar for 1 case of canned food. We'll take it all, but we need time to prepare the gold. Gold can be exchanged for goods, plus some miscellaneous items. To get goods in bulk, you'll need to pay a different price. Crystal cores? They can't be used for trade. That's the source of an awakened's power, the very foundation of an outpost's existence. That's your problem, not mine. As you finished speaking, the two small mountains vanished on the spot. The power in this transaction was in your hands from the very beginning. If Yanzi didn't agree to the trade, other outposts would. Sooner or later, the rock outpost would fail to hold on and collapse completely. We need a specific exchange rate. 100 gold bars plus 10 crystal cores can be exchanged for water. The price for biscuits is double that. Yanzi's fists clenched. This wasn't just a rip-off anymore. This was blatant extortion. Yanzi took a deep breath to calm himself. I need to report back to my leader. Consider this gold bar our fee for the inquiry. You nodded and pocketed the gold bar. Yanzi said nothing more and silently retreated into the darkness. You returned to the counter, casually wiping the already spotless surface. About 10 minutes later, 3 figures emerged. It was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. 2 soldiers followed behind him. Greetings, shopkeeper. People call me G, from the Dung Ta stronghold. You say nothing, quietly observing him. From an economic standpoint, your current model isn't sustainable long-term. Once a stronghold loses a large number of crystal cores, it will surely collapse. When that happens, who will you sell your goods to? Then what's left will be even more valuable. The smile on G's face completely froze. You fundamentally don't care about the system or the future, because the power to set prices is entirely in your hands. Just then, Ye Ying stepped out from the shadows. A single crystal core landed on your counter. Without any nonsense, you took out a self-heating meal box, a can of beef, and 2 bottles of mineral water. Ye Ying took the items and left immediately. The entire process happened in silence, making that so-called rational analysis a complete joke. 100 gold bars plus 10 crystal cores, we'll trade them for water. However, your nonsense just now wasted 3 minutes of my time. So now, it's 15 crystal cores. The man before him might not be the strongest, awakened in this wasteland, but his general store was a bottomless pit. G took a military-grade radio from his bag. Bring 100 gold bars and 15 crystal cores over here. About 20 minutes later, the roar of an engine could be heard in the distance. 2 metal containers were placed in front of you. One was filled with gold bars. The other held 15 crystal cores. You, in turn, tossed out barrels of water beyond the boundary. After the transaction was complete, several figures emerged from the darkness. Yanzi had returned, and behind him was a squad of 20 men. Both sides instinctively aimed their guns at each other. We've brought the items you needed. Several containers were opened, revealing not only gold bars, but also 20 crystal cores, 10 more than you had asked for. Yanzi was demonstrating his sincerity in the most direct way possible. G's expression turned uglier than a corpse's. His deal had just been snatched, right from under his nose. With a wave of your hand, you pulled out a pile of compressed biscuits and several crates of canned beef from your resource inventory. A gift for you all. Yanzi's breathing quickened for a moment. He understood he had made the right bet. He immediately gave you a deep bow, then looked towards G. We from Panshi came to trade, not to cause trouble. But if Dung Ta wants to start something here, we're ready to see it through to the end. As he finished speaking, Yanzi's subordinates behind him cocked their guns in unison. The man from Dung Ta grit his teeth and spat out a few words. We're leaving. You watched all of this unfold silently. On one side was Dung Ta, founded on technology and knowledge. On the other was Panshi, surviving through force and discipline. After Dung Ta left, Yanzi bowed to you once more and then quickly withdrew. From these 2 transactions, you gained another 100 kilograms of gold. The quiet didn't last long, as 3 convoys now approached from different directions. The roars of zombies echoed from all directions. The 3 factions almost simultaneously gave the order to prepare for battle. On one side, heavy machine guns and assault rifles fired, while on the other, the awakened unleashed fireballs and ice cones. After the last zombie's head was blown apart, the square returned to tranquility. Shopkeeper. We're from Jianfu. We'd like a word. We from Fangzhou are also here with great sincerity. Line up over there. Jianfu is one of the ruling powers in this eastern district. When have we ever had to line up? Shopkeeper. What is the meaning of this? We came with sincerity. I said, line up. If the people of Jianfu don't follow the rules, I won't sell you a single thing. Our Jianfu faction has some clout in this area. It wouldn't hurt you to make friends with us. I don't care if I have one more friend, or one less. Either follow the rules, or get out. Go, line up. Where is Jianfu supposed to put its face? The bald man roared as if he'd made up his mind, then waved to his subordinates behind him. Bring the goods over here. I'm going to be the first one to buy today. 2 Jianfu members carried a heavy metal container forward. Someone has broken the rules. The transaction is over. With that said, You waved your hand, retrieving all the supplies into your spatial inventory. The entire general store became empty in an instant. The other two factions stared at the bald man with murderous eyes. I brought you gold and crystal cores out of respect, so don't you push your luck. When we, Jianfu, speak in this district, no one dares to disobey. Who the hell do you think you are? I hate being threatened. Open fire! Shoot this damn shack to pieces for me. A dense barrage of bullets immediately flew towards the general store, but they were all stopped by an invisible wall. Not only will I no longer sell to Jianfu, but I will also use 100 crates of canned beef to buy your life. All the members of Jianfu were stunned. With just a wave of your hand, 100 crates of canned beef appeared on the ground. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted to the bald man. Are you all planning to rebel? I am the third in command of Jianfu. We at Fengzhou accept this bounty. We at Fengchao also accept. You people, you want to rebel too? The Jianfu members looked at each other, but no one dared to intervene. In the apocalypse, loyalty is the cheapest commodity. Suddenly, a blade plunged into the bald man's chest. The one who attacked was his own second in command. Why? Why? The subordinate's face was expressionless. Third in command, the brothers need to eat too. Then, he turned to the general store. Shopkeeper, we've killed the man. This meat belongs to us, Jianfu, right? I will not sell any supplies to Jianfu. They had killed their own third in command, only to get nothing in return. If these people are no longer members of Jianfu, I only said I wouldn't trade with Jianfu. Others, however, are not included in that restriction. My name is Bai Lu, the supplies manager for the Fengzhou stronghold. I now formally invite you all to join Fengzhou. We are willing to join Fengzhou. The second in command reacted quickly, and the dozen or so men behind him all lowered their weapons to show their submission. You leaned against the counter and casually waved your hand. 100 crates of canned beef stacked into a solid mountain in front of the second in command. On the other side, the second in command knew what to do. He walked up to Bai Lu and said, Manager Bai Lu, in thanks for Fengzhou's protection, we would like to offer these canned goods to you. Consider it a welcoming gift. The people from Fengchao watched with envy, but they didn't dare to have any other ideas. This time, no one dared to object again. Bai Lu stood at the counter, while the man from the hive known as Bloody Hand quietly lined up behind her. What do you want? Compressed biscuits, water, and instant noodles. As she finished speaking, 2 crates opened up, revealing 50 gold bars and 20 essence cores inside. The transaction was complete, but she didn't leave right away. Shopkeeper, do you take pre-orders? I do. What do you need? Antibiotics, cold medicine, as much as you can get. Make a list and bring a deposit. I'll have the items for you next time. Then, it was Bloody Hand from the hive's turn. Just like Bai Lu, besides pre-ordering medicine, he also wanted cigarettes and alcohol. After his transaction ended, a few other individuals started to trade. Some took out gold jewelry, while others offered up small essence cores. But then, someone brought out something new to trade with you. It was a car battery. The energy density and cycle life of this world's battery were nearly double that of your own world's. You suddenly realized that all this time, you'd been treating this world as just an ATM for gold and essence cores, completely overlooking the advanced science and technology that existed here before the apocalypse. You turned and took out 2 loaves of bread, a bottle of mineral water, and 2 sausages. The surrounding survivors stared in disbelief. He's giving that much? From now on, I'm buying these batteries too. Behind the crowd, a few lone wolves stealthily formed an enclosing circle. The man clutched the heavy load of food to his chest, his body trembling. This food wasn't a beacon of hope, it was a death sentence. I have some questions for him. Anyone makes a move, and I won't hesitate to spend a few more crates of canned goods to have their head. This statement made the lone wolves freeze in their tracks. After all, the third master of the Battle Axe gang was still lying right over there. What's your name? Zhou Yuan. Where did you get this battery? The Skyframe Tech Park. I used to be an electrical engineer at the Skyframe Technology Company. This Thor Model 7 was our company's flagship product right when the disaster struck. We had just finished manufacturing a new batch. There are at least tens of thousands of finished batteries in the company warehouse, but the thousands of employees in the industrial park have all turned into zombies. You nodded. If you could use the gold on hand to restore a production line based on the Thor Model 7 specs, it would surely spark an energy revolution back in your old world. Assuming the production line is destroyed, can you get the technical documents for the entire battery, including all material formulas and processing procedures? The complete documents are on the company's main server. As long as I can get to the server, I can retrieve the data. Your view of him completely changed. This wasn't some down-on-his-luck engineer. He was a walking treasure key. This task would definitely require the power of the major strongholds. Thinking this, you looked at Zhou Yuan. From now on, you work for me. Your job is to help me evaluate all the tech products I acquire. In return, I'll provide you with food and water. An uncontrollable surge of joy welled up inside Zhou Yuan. This was what it felt like to hit the jackpot. However, some quick-witted survivors caught on. If Zhou Yuan could change his fate with a single battery, why couldn't they? In an instant, among the survivors, a tech-scavenging frenzy ignited. A piece of a military drone's circuit board, a sealed biological sample, even half of a charred academic journal. You refused nothing, handing everything over to Zhou Yuan for appraisal. The scavenging craze lasted until morning. Just then, two brilliant headlights tore through the darkness, followed by the roar of a powerful engine. Bai Lu and Bloody Hand got out of their vehicles almost simultaneously. Several chests of gold and essence cores lay on the ground. This is the deposit from the Ark and the Hive. Deposit received. I'll have your goods ready for the next trade. Bai Lu and Bloody Hand bowed at the same time, their attitudes extremely humble. Though the transaction was over, neither of them showed any intention of leaving, their eyes glued to Zhou Yuan and the pile of junk on the ground. Your gaze was calm and unwavering. In the northern district lies the Skyframe Tech Park. Inside are tens of thousands of finished Thor Model 7 batteries, but there are also over 5,000 zombies. That number is enough to swallow all of you whole. Shopkeeper, what are you getting at? I'm offering you a chance to strike it rich. I'll provide the capital, and you'll provide the manpower to clear out the tech park and bring back the servers and machine components intact. The minds of Bai Lu and Bloody Hand were racing. The risk was hell level, but the reward was heaven sent. More importantly, it was a chance to forge a deep connection with this mysterious shopkeeper. The Hive accepts. Our Hive strike teams have the strongest individual combat capabilities in the entire wasteland. We guarantee mission completion. Bloody Hand, don't oversell it. The Ark has the top technical team in the wasteland. Only we can handle the disassembly and transport flawlessly. Bedrock accepts the Skyframe Tech Park mission. We have the most awakened and can guarantee the server's safe return. Hilarious. 5,000 zombies. How many can Bedrocks? Awakened kill before they're exhausted? You'd just be throwing your lives away. Yanzi, this isn't something that can be solved with brute force alone. Without our technical staff, you wouldn't even get through the front gate of the tech park. Skyframe's chief electrical engineer, Wang Chongming, is at our lighthouse stronghold. No one knows that place better than him. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on Bai Lu, Bloody Hand, and Yanzi's faces all changed. To think the lighthouse held such a trump card. Enough. I don't care if it's the Ark, Bedrock, or anyone else. I only care about results. If anything happens to that server, if I don't get what I want, then none of you will ever trade so much as a crumb of bread from me again. Your words were so direct and merciless that the faces of the four factions' representatives immediately turned grim. We agreed to cooperate. With the first faction's agreement, the other three quickly followed suit. The four top powers in the wasteland had formed an unprecedented alliance. A joint army of nearly 100 awakened and hundreds of elite soldiers was born. Zhou Yuan will go with you. You are to bring him back safely, without a single hair on his head out of place. Don't worry, boss. We guarantee Mr. Zhou Yuan's safety. However, this operation carries a potential risk. The third in command of War Axe died here. Lei Bao is the vengeful type. He definitely won't let this go. The War Axe's strength might not match yours, but if they're determined to sabotage us, any disturbance while you're in a fierce battle with thousands of zombies could lead to irreversible consequences. Everyone's eyes once again focused on Su Chen. A regular member of War Axe is worth 10 cans of beef. A low-level leader is worth 100 cans. As for the big boss, Lei Bao, I'll trade 1,000 cans for him. Whether it's you or any wanderer in these ruins, whoever brings me his head, the canned meat will be theirs. The four factions gasped. The so-called risk that Bai Lu mentioned was no longer a risk at all in front of this man. The square fell into a deathly silence. The representatives of the four factions no longer dared to harbor any petty thoughts. Today, it could be War Axe. Tomorrow, it could be any one of them. Once the bounty was issued, there was no room for negotiation. Bai Lu, Bloody Hand, Yueciji, these four figures, whose mere stomp could shake this land, didn't waste another moment with nonsense. They divided up the tasks with the utmost speed, then each led their subordinates, quickly got into their vehicles, and departed. Before leaving, Bai Lu made a special point of approaching Zhou Yuan. Mr. Zhou Yuan, please come with us. On the way, we'll need you to provide more details about the tech park. Zhou Yuan instinctively looked towards the general store, and only after receiving a nod from Su Chen did he get into the vehicle with the people from the Ark. After closing the door, Su Chen didn't rush back to the other world. He turned off the lights and took out all the essence cores he had obtained from the 3-day transaction. Without a hint of hesitation, he grabbed a handful and shoved them into his mouth. The familiar, intense pain washed over him again. When the final wave of energy absorption ended, he groggily opened his eyes. An awakened one. Su Chen. Awakened Ability 1. Spatial Warehouse. Current capacity 3,000 cubic meters. Awakened Ability 2. Psychokinesis Control. Can control objects within a 200 kilogram range, and can shape and accelerate objects. It was no longer a simple matter of fetching things from a distance. His gaze fell upon the iron shelf in the corner. He wasn't weak this time. Without needing to lift a hand, with just a single look, the iron shelf was instantly crushed into a high-density metal block. Remaining traversal time, 12 minutes. It was time to go back. The appearance of the 7th-generation Thor battery was like a seed planted in his heart, a forest of ambition. He was no longer satisfied with being just a simple instant noodle merchant. He wanted to build a business empire of his own. In this safe, modern world, those several hundred tons of gold had to be quickly converted into liquid capital. But with such a large amount of gold, selling it through normal channels was absolutely impossible. A name popped into his head. Liu Ge. That loan shark gangster. Since he was connected to the city's underbelly, using him as an intermediary was the most effective way. Then, once the capital was ready, he would gloriously restock on supplies, fill up the 3,000 cubic meter spatial warehouse and the general store, then register a tech company, setting up the framework first, to prepare for receiving the technical data from the Sky Dome Tech Park. Su Chen's thinking was crystal clear. Every step was aimed at that colossal goal. The traversal was now ready. With a thought, the familiar sensation enveloped his entire body. Traversal complete. Current world, Earth. Cooldown time for the next traversal is 11 hours. Outside the window were the city's neon lights and the bustling traffic. Compared to the deadly ruins from 7 seconds ago, it was like two different universes. This stark contrast made him even more determined to firmly grasp this power. Back in reality, he didn't leave the general store right away, but lay down on the bed. His soaring mental strength had significantly reduced his need for sleep, but a few hours of rest could help his body recover to its peak condition. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 11 in the morning. After a quick bite for lunch, he called Brother Bill. "Hello, who is this?" "Brother Bill, it's Brother Guo. Are you busy?" "It's you, Brother Guo. What are your orders, sir?" "I have a shipment I want to sell." "Brother Guo, forgive me for asking, but is this stuff clean?" "There's a little risk, but not much." "Same cement factory as last time. You come alone." "Got it. Got it. I'll definitely be there on time." Soon, it was 3 in the afternoon. It was the same cement factory, but this time, the one sitting on the sofa was Su Chen. Brother Bill arrived on time, not daring to breathe too loudly in his presence. "Brother Guo, the goods you want to sell are?" He casually pulled a gold bar from the sack. Brother Bill's pupils constricted slightly. A 500-gram gold bar. Though valuable, any big jewelry store could handle it. Just as he was thinking that, he pulled open the sack, and a bag full of gold bars left Brother Bill stunned on the spot. It wasn't one bar but a whole pile, a total of 20 bars, each weighing 500 grams. Brother Bill's body trembled uncontrollably. 2,500-gram bars. That was 10 kilograms. Did he rob a treasury? Or did he hijack an entire armored truck? Thinking back to how he said on the phone that the risk wasn't much. You call this not much risk? Just touching this stuff is like express shipping yourself to the executioner's block. A case this huge. He wouldn't dare to dream of it. "Brother Guo, are you trying to get me killed? Can you handle it?" Brother Bill fell silent. He desperately wanted to say he couldn't, that he wasn't worthy. He didn't dare to look him in the eye. He had already labeled him as an extremely ruthless person. "You can't even handle this little bit of gold? With guts like these? You call yourself a loan shark? You can't even do this one little thing? Brother Guo, a case this big. I really don't dare to touch it. Relax. This gold is very clean. It's not tied to any case. I'm just too lazy to sell them one by one myself. You get me? Brother Guo, can I make a call to ask my contacts in the underworld?" He waved his hand dismissively. As if granted amnesty, Brother Bill didn't dare to step away, making the call right there, and even putting it on speakerphone. "Hello? Brother Bill? What's up? Hey, have there been any gold-related cases on our turf lately?" The person on the other end seemed a bit confused but answered honestly. "What cases? There are cameras everywhere these days. Who would dare touch that stuff? Sounds like you've struck it rich, kid. Looking to buy some gold?" After getting his answer, Bill hung up the phone as if he'd just taken a tranquilizer. The way he looked at him had completely changed. "Mr. Guo, there's no way I can handle all this merchandise by myself, but I know someone who can." The man waved his hand dismissively. Trembling, Bill dialed another number. "What is it?" "Su-1, it's me, Bill. I have a big-shot client here who wants to sell a large batch of gold." "Yes, ma'am. It's not a small amount." "Yes, 10 kilograms. And there's more after this." This time, the other end of the line was silent for much longer. "Half an hour, same old place. I'll inspect the goods myself." Half an hour later, they arrived at a private club. Su-wan, a woman in a cheongsam, made a welcoming gesture towards him. He didn't stand on ceremony and strode over to a seat. Then, he tossed the sack onto the table. The woman called Su-wan didn't stop preparing the tea until she had pushed a cup in front of him. Only then did she speak leisurely. "What do your friends call you?" "Mr. Guo. Can I see the merchandise?" He nodded. After she opened the bag, 20 gold bars lay there quietly. Su-wan's technique was extremely professional. She examined them and muttered to herself, 999 pure gold. The weight is also standard, large bars. Finally, she looked up at him. "Mr. Guo, a shipment this large. What's its origin?" He picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Mr. Guo, it's not that I don't trust you, but this business has its own rules. 10 kilograms is not a small sum. I have to ask clearly." She said this while observing his expression, but he remained silent, merely glancing at Bill. Bill immediately understood and quickly excused himself. Then, he took out a gold bar from the bag. In front of Su-wan, he squeezed it lightly, and the gold bar bent in his hand as if it were a piece of modeling clay. A person with this kind of power would have no need to get their hands on a batch of dirty gold. She took a deep breath. She gave her price. 700 a gram. 10 kilograms is 7 million yuan. He neither agreed nor refused. "What's the maximum amount of product you can take?" A flicker of emotion crossed Su-wan's face. He was testing the capacity of her entire distribution channel. "Mr. Guo, if all the goods are this clean, I can help you move 50 kilograms a month. In other words, 35 million yuan per month." Too slow. He held up one finger. 1 ton. The composure on Su-wan's face finally cracked. "Mr. Guo, are you joking with me? A ton of gold at current market prices, that's a cash flow of nearly 1 billion yuan. My operation can't handle that. No single private channel can move a ton of gold within a month. This isn't just about money anymore. It's a challenge to the entire modern financial monitoring system. Besides, a cash flow of several hundred million will definitely attract unwanted attention and trouble from above." He had, of course, considered this problem and said, "What if I don't need it all converted to cash?" "You mean an asset swap? I need an industrial park or a battery manufacturer." This unexpected answer left Su-wan completely stunned. She never imagined he was selling gold not for a life of luxury, but to start a legitimate business. A terrifying being who could crush a gold bar with his bare hands, who could produce a ton of gold a month, actually wanted to be an entrepreneur. This was no longer a simple transaction. This was a massive-scale capital operation. So large it was unimaginable. "Mr. Guo, this matter is completely beyond my authority. I need to report to my superiors." He remained silent. She made a call to her boss. "Boss, it's me, Su-wan. I've got a huge deal. The goods are gold, very clean. The quantity." At this point, she glanced at him. "I only have 10 kilograms for now, but the other party can supply 1 ton per month. He currently has over 300 kilograms of stock on hand." After the call ended, Su-wan had gone from being the one in charge of the deal to a mere messenger. "Mr. Guo, my boss wants to meet you in person. Tomorrow at 7 p.m., same place." He nodded and pointed at the gold. "Sell this first as a show of good faith. We can pay 800 a gram for this batch." In less than 5 minutes, his account received 8 million yuan. After the transaction was complete, Su-wan personally saw him out. She watched until he drove his small truck away. After he left, Bill sidled up to Su-wan with a grin. "So, what about that big shot? From now on, anything related to Mr. Guo, you are not to ask a single thing. You do whatever he tells you to do. If a problem arises, no one can protect you." Bill shuddered and nodded his head frantically before leaving. Instead of going back to the grocery store, he went to a wholesale center. The salesperson from last time saw him coming and immediately greeted him. "Boss Guo, you're back? What can I get for you this time?" "Everything on this list. 10 times the quantity of everything." The employee glanced at the list, his hands trembling slightly. "I'll make sure it's all arranged perfectly." After paying the 2 million for the goods, he made several trips to and from the industrial park until his storage space was more than half full. He had more important things to do. A simple box of antibiotics in that collapsed world was worth far more than gold. He drove to the city's pharmaceutical wholesale street. He didn't choose the big, flashy stores, but went into a small shop in an alley. Inside the shop, a middle-aged man glanced at him and said, "Prescription, or a purchase order from a hospital? You don't have one? Then I can't sell to you." However, he simply took out his phone and opened his bank account balance. A long string of zeros hit the man's eyes. Amoxicillin, hemostatic drugs, gauze, antiseptic, saline solution. "I'll take as much as you've got." The man's breathing stopped completely. "What are you buying so much for? You just need to tell me if you're selling or not." Finally, the man lowered his voice and took a breath. "The warehouse is in the back. Follow me." Half an hour later, his truck was packed with all sorts of medicine, costing him millions of yuan. Next stop was the hardware district. Diesel generators. I'll take 20 of this model. The solar charging panels and their accompanying storage batteries. I'll take them all. Wrenches. Pliers. Electric welding machines. Yes, don't unbox them, just bring the whole case. The final stop was the gas station. He couldn't buy much through official channels, but luckily, Bill had given him an address. He went to a private oil depot hidden on the outskirts of the city. When the owner found out he wanted several hundred barrels of gasoline and diesel, the man was ready to call him Dad on the spot. He spent several million yuan this time, a cost that would be repaid 1,000, even 10,000 times over in the other world. At this point, his world travel ability was on a 30-minute cooldown, but he decided to take his time anyway. After all, it was nighttime in the other world. He planned to adjust the timing a bit, since it was best to travel there during the day. When the time came, he opened his eyes at dawn, exactly at 6 a.m. The familiar sensation instantly washed over him. The world travel was complete. The next cooldown was 10 hours. As soon as he opened the door, a group of people was already waiting. "Boss, I have this battery. Take a look." In the man's hand was a 7th-generation Thunder God battery. The next second, the battery vanished, replaced by bread and mineral water. In the moments that followed, the other survivors swarmed forward. This continued until 7 a.m., when, with a slight tremor, the representatives of the 4 major factions of the wasteland got out of their vehicles in unison. "Boss, we're ready. All technical personnel and equipment are in position. The Hive's vanguard has already departed to clear any obstacles on the road. Engineer Wang Chongming has confirmed the server's exact location. We can leave at any time. Has everyone eaten breakfast?" The sudden question left Sparrow's group stunned. Before they could answer, he waved his hand, and a huge amount of instant noodles, self-heating meals, and canned goods materialized into a mountain of supplies. The 4 leaders couldn't help but gulp. Even for them, getting a full meal was a luxury, let alone eating well, which was just a distant dream. "What are you all staring at? It's from the boss, go on." That shout seemed to light a fire. The next second, everyone was lining up in an orderly fashion to get their food. The soldiers, their eyes red with emotion, devoured their food in huge bites. If a simple breakfast before deployment was this lavish, what would happen if they actually completed the mission? What would their reward be? Could they eat meat every meal? Just as everyone was savoring the most luxurious meal of the apocalypse, he made another move. Several large crates dropped to the ground. This time, it wasn't food, but cigarettes. In the apocalypse, cigarettes were a precious commodity, second only to energy cores. Distribute them. 2 packs for each regular soldier, and for the awakened, a whole carton each. This wasn't just a regular supply, it was a luxury for the soul. His action was more effective than any pre-battle pep talk. It didn't just fill their stomachs, it soothed their frayed nerves. Just when everyone thought that was all, he raised his hand once more. This time, several black boxes with sophisticated logos appeared. G rushed forward and opened one. Inside were reconnaissance drones. The other boxes contained anti-jamming walkie-talkies with extremely long battery life. Incredible. With these, we can avoid 90% of the danger. Sparrow, Bailu, and Bloody Hand gathered around, their breathing growing heavy. Before, they could only rely on their senses, risking their lives to scout the path ahead, and communicating mostly by shouting. This was a whole different level of warfare. Well-fed and fully equipped, the combat morale of all personnel was at its absolute peak. "Move out." The roar of engines merged into a river of steel, so powerful the ground itself trembled. The 4 major factions advanced toward the Sky Dome Tech Park. Bedrock's heavy trucks led the way, using their plows to easily toss aside wrecked vehicles blocking the road. The Ark's convoy provided support from the middle. Inside her vehicle, Bailu used the drones to monitor the surroundings, calmly coordinating the unit's routes. The Hive's motorcycle squad, led by Bloody Hand, flanked the convoy. The Lighthouse's transport vehicles calmly followed at the rear, protecting G, the technical team, and the perimeter. Just then, a voice from the Hive came over the radio. Small zombie pack detected 500 meters ahead. Approximately 30 of them, no special variants. Hearing this, Bailu immediately gave the order, "Ark's Squad 2. Clean them up." As she spoke, several off-road vehicles broke from the main formation, the machine guns on their roofs, unleashing a storm of bullets. The dense barrage of bullets instantly tore the zombie pack to shreds. The entire process was smooth and efficient. Meanwhile, back in the grocery store, he was leaning back on a folding cot, watching a screen in front of him. It clearly displayed the live feed from the drones. At that moment, the steel convoy had stopped 1 kilometer outside the Sky Dome Tech Park. The park was like a small city, surrounded by 5-meter-high alloy walls that stretched as far as the eye could see, with watchtowers flashing red lights every 100 meters. The combat troops quickly dispersed and set up defensive positions. Sparrow, Bailu, Bloody Hand, and G gathered together, staring at a screen with grave expressions. Bailu zoomed in on the main gate structure and said, "The main gate system is completely locked down. We'll need high explosives to breach it." After hearing this, Sparrow's gaze turned sharp. "Good. We can use the blast to lure all the monsters inside out here and annihilate them at once. Saves us the trouble of hunting them down one by one inside." Everyone agreed. Bailu immediately began planning, establishing a fan-shaped defensive formation with the main gate as the central point. "We'll hold the entrance and wipe out the entire zombie horde as it pours out. Lighthouse is in charge of demolitions. Hive will handle perimeter security and cleanup. Bedrock's forces will hold the front line. Move out." With that command, the four major factions moved in unison, the entire allied force, operating like a sophisticated war machine. At the Bedrock position, warriors constructed the first line of defense in front of the main gate, setting up heavy machine guns facing the gate. ARC personnel quickly laid directional mines. An earth element awakened, placed his hands on the ground, and a deep rumbling sound immediately followed. Next, the ground began to ripple like waves as trenches and ditches formed, creating complex terrain. Before long, a crude but sturdy defensive structure had taken shape. The demolitions expert was seen placing high explosives on the alloy gate, before quickly retreating. A moment later, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. In an instant, a massive hole was blown through the alloy gate. Just then, the entire area fell silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, countless roars erupted from the breach as a dense horde of zombies poured out, charging straight for the defensive line. On Bailu's command to open fire, the heavy machine guns immediately unleashed streams of burning tracers, and the riflemen behind them began to concentrate their fire. The dense barrage of bullets tore the zombie horde to shreds. However, their numbers were overwhelming. For every zombie that fell, 10 more surged forward to take its place. In the blink of an eye, they reached the trench in front of the position. In just a dozen short seconds, the trench was completely filled with bodies. More and more zombies trampled over the corpses of their own kind, charging forward. Just then, the directional mines were triggered. A huge explosion instantly cleared out a large area, but it was immediately filled again by a new black wave. Yanzi roared, "Hold the line." Then, he personally grabbed a light machine gun and unleashed a frantic spray of bullets into the horde. The Panshi warriors behind him also fired from the defensive line. On the screen, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. But everything was under control. He watched all of this unfold emotionlessly, operating a drone to get a bird's-eye view of the entire tech park. He could see the zombie horde inside was gradually thinning out. Just then, the figure of Ye Ying appeared on a street corner, followed by a group of the awakened. Everyone stared at the fully stocked shelves in the shop, their eyes filled with greed and desire. Yi Ying, however, was perfectly calm. She looked directly at him and got straight to the point. "I heard you're taking over the Tiancheng Tech Park. My group and I can lend a hand." His gaze swept over her group, and then the corner of his mouth curved into a perfect smirk. "Lend a hand? Bailu and Yanzi are more than enough." Hearing this, Ye Ying's expression turned a bit strange. She took a deep breath. "Anything they can do, we can do, and maybe even better." He was immediately intrigued. So, he pointed at the monitor in front of him and said, "See that breach? The zombies pouring out of it will be your down payment. Each of you can go to Bailu and collect 1 can of beef first. After that, show me if you're even qualified to sit at the negotiating table." Hearing this, the group of awakened became both ashamed and angry. "He wants us to risk our lives for 1 can of beef. Does he take us for beggars?" The sound of hushed, angry whispers filled the air, but Ye Ying acted as if she didn't hear a thing. She stared him down, then snapped at her group. "All of you, shut up. Anyone who wants to leave can get lost right now. Those who are staying, follow me to get your cans and get to work." After speaking, she strode toward the tech park, leaving the group of awakened to look at each other. A moment later, a scar-faced man gritted his teeth and followed her. Seeing this, the rest hesitantly followed suit. Inside the grocery store, he took it all in, a cold smirk playing on his lips. What he wanted wasn't a group of mercenaries, who only cared about money, but a force completely loyal to him. Before long, Yi Ying appeared with a dozen or so awakened. Seeing them, Bailu raised an eyebrow slightly. Ye Ying didn't mince words. "Orders from Boss Su. From now on, that breach is ours." Hearing this, Bailu didn't ask any further questions. She simply handed each of them a can of beef. Yi Ying's group took them expressionlessly, then advanced toward the zombie horde without hesitation. Bailu watched this scene with a complicated look in her eyes. She didn't understand why he would send this ragtag group to the front lines. Nevertheless, she suppressed her doubts and gave an order. "Everyone, conserve your ammunition. Redirect covering fire to the flanks." In an instant, the gunfire lessened, creating a fatal gap in the defensive line. Countless zombies frantically rushed toward the opening, The scar-faced man let out a beastly roar as he transformed into a giant over 2 meters tall and charged into the horde. A dozen zombies were instantly sent flying. Seeing this, the others also sprang into action, and in an instant, all sorts of awakened abilities blossomed across the battlefield. But a problem quickly became apparent. The awakened fought independently, with no coordination whatsoever. Their attacks were ferocious and potent, but their defense was full of holes. Occasionally, zombies would slip through their lines, forcing the soldiers to quickly shoot them down to plug the gaps. Yi Ying stood at the back of the group the entire time, observing coldly. It wasn't until the formation started to show signs of breaking that she finally made her move. She was seen slowly raising her right hand. A golden lotus swayed in her palm, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. "Fall back," she commanded. Hearing this, the awakened frantically retreated. The next second, Ye Ying stepped forward. At the same time, she gently pushed the fire lotus from her hand. The fire lotus left her palm and floated gently into the center of the zombie horde, transforming into a firestorm the moment it touched the ground. It completely engulfed an area dozens of meters wide, incinerating hundreds of zombies into ash in the intense heat. A moment later, the flames died down, leaving everyone standing there, stunned. At that moment, he smiled at the screen. "This Ye Ying is pretty interesting. She's strong enough, and has a clear head. A world of difference compared to the others." As he was thinking, he noticed that the zombies, pouring from the breach, had become sparse, and the ones inside were almost cleared out. Bai Lu and the others also noticed this, and morale on the battlefield instantly soared. The zombie horde was completely stopped in its tracks. Bai Lu's voice echoed across the battlefield. "All units, advance, maintain a perimeter formation and move in to secure the central plaza." The roar of engines sounded once again as the steel torrent quickly entered the tech park. Inside the industrial park, paved roads spread out in all directions, lined with buildings that had a distinct high-tech feel. Before long, G successfully connected to the area's local network. He projected a 3-dimensional map into the air. Bai Lu quickly divided the map into 4 separate operational zones for maximum efficiency. Pan Shi is responsible for clearing the industrial area, and check if the production lines are still intact with Zhou Yuan. Feng Chao will be responsible for sweeping the outer perimeter and the rooftops of all buildings. Fang Zhou is in charge of the administration building and the data center to the west. Deng Ta will escort Ji and Wang Chongming into the research and development building to find the main server. The orders were given, and in an instant, the Allied forces quickly split into 4 groups, advancing swiftly toward their respective target areas. However, Ye Ying's group was left isolated on the spot, each of them watching with complicated expressions as the 4 major forces departed. Just then, Bai Lu returned. "Boss Su has a message. He said for you all to go clear out the 6 dormitory buildings to the north. Is there a problem?" Yi Ying nodded slightly after hearing this, then strode toward the dormitory area. Seeing this, everyone behind her followed. At this moment, the Dengta team had arrived in front of the research and development building. Ji immediately had his men clear the way before proceeding with Wang Chongming. Wang Chongming took the elevator down to the 3rd basement level. A moment later, the elevator doors opened silently. At the end of the 3rd basement hallway was a blast-proof door. Wang Chongming couldn't help but step forward and enter a long password into the control panel next to the door. With a distinct click, the heavy mechanical lock began to turn. Then, the blast-proof door slowly opened, and a gust of cold air immediately rushed out. Inside the room were countless black servers lined up in neat rows. Countless indicator lights flickered in the darkness. Seeing this, the group quickly entered the room to search for the server. Soon, Wang Chongming said excitedly, "Found it." Hearing this, Ji rushed over, while several technicians immediately fanned out, connecting storage devices to the server ports to begin copying the data. On the computer screen, a blue progress bar slowly filled up. Ji picked up his walkie-talkie and called, "Boss Su, Deng Ta has reached the target location. We estimate the data copy will take 40 minutes. At the same time, in the massive production workshop in the eastern sector, the zombies had been completely cleared out by the combat team. Zhou Yuan was standing in front of a giant piece of production equipment, his fingers moving rapidly across the control panel. Soon, the indicator light on top of the machine turned from red to green. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan shouted excitedly, "This is great. The main structure of the production line is still intact. We just need to replace a few perishable components. Then we can connect a power source and restart it." After hearing this, Yanzi asked doubtfully, "Where are the batteries Boss Su wants?" Hearing that, Zhou Yuan pointed toward a closed warehouse door deep inside the workshop. A Panchi warrior then stepped forward. He used a crowbar to pry the door open. Inside the warehouse were countless shelves stretching into the darkness. Everyone stood there, stunned, because neatly stacked on the shelves were brand new cardboard boxes, each printed with the clear logo of a 7th-generation thunder god. At that moment, a warrior stepped forward and sliced open a box with a knife. The next second, a new battery rolled out, and the Panchi warriors erupted in excitement. Zhou Yuan excitedly ran back and forth between the shelves, quickly scanning inventory codes with a tablet. There are at least 30,000 batteries in this warehouse, and they're in excellent condition, with a failure rate of no more than 5%. Yanzi was overjoyed when he heard this. Take them all back. Boss Su's reward will probably be as big as a mountain. Just then, Zhou Yuan's shout was heard again. There isn't just one production line here, there are 2 complete ones. As soon as he finished, Yanzi's booming laughter echoed through the workshop. He grabbed his walkie-talkie to report, Boss Su, we've found 30,000 intact batteries in the warehouse. There are also 2 complete production lines. Back at the general store, he was still leaning against his folding bed as the walkie-talkie continuously reported their victories. Feng Chao has secured all high ground, no large-scale enemy activity detected. The northern dormitory area has been cleared. However, his expression didn't change at all. He just used his telekinesis to grab a can of Coke from the shelf and drank it leisurely. Soon, the data copy was complete. All the batteries were also packed up. Then, the 4 teams gathered again in front of the main gate. At this point, Yanzi began to feel anxious. He didn't know if he would agree to a victory celebration or if he'd even get angry about it. The thought sent a chill down Yanzi's spine. Not long after, the large force returned to the general store. A strange silence fell over the area. All eyes were fixed on the closed rolling door. A moment later, the door slowly rolled up, and he stepped out, looking calmly at Yanzi. Yanzi, you said you wanted to throw a victory party, didn't you? Hearing this, Yanzi's heart tightened, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. I was being presumptuous. Boss Su, please calm down. However, he suddenly cut him off. It's not a bad idea. Then, he raised his hand and waved it gently in the blink of an eye. A mountain of meat appeared in the middle of the square. Pork, beef, chicken, duck, nothing was missing. Next, countless fresh vegetables materialized out of thin air, and there were even several hundred crates of chilled beer. In an instant, the sound of people swallowing filled the square. Then his voice rang out again. What are you all standing there for? Tonight, you can eat all the meat you want. As he finished speaking, a brief silence fell over the crowd, followed by cheers that shook the heavens. The soldiers couldn't hold back any longer. They all rushed toward the mountain of meat. A moment later, the Panchi warriors were setting up grills and lighting charcoal, while the people from Fengzhou started washing vegetables. The Feng Chao soldiers stood guard around the perimeter for the feast. A dozen or so minutes later, the fragrant aroma of grilled meat wafted across the entire square. Everyone ate grilled meat and drank beer, and it was as if everything had returned to how it was before the apocalypse. Ye Ying, however, stood on the edge of the crowd, looking at him as he calmly observed it all. At that moment, she suddenly understood that what he had given them wasn't an insult or a handout, but a choice. They could continue to be lone wolves, fighting for scraps, or they could submit to the Lion King and enjoy the life he offered. As he leaned against the doorframe drinking his Coke, a red-faced Yanzi suddenly ran up. He bowed respectfully. Boss Su, from now on, Panchi will be your most loyal friend. My life, Yanzi's life, also belongs to you. He said nothing, just crushed the empty Coke can in his hand, then tossed it into a trash can 10 meters away, and said casually, from now on, if you listen to me, you'll have meat at every meal. This sentence was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone present, and his presence completely dominated the square. The party continued. Bai Lu, Bloody Hand, and Ji sat together around a simple table. They understood clearly that from this day forward, the rules of this wasteland had changed. A long while later, the embers began to die down, and the mountain of meat had been completely devoured. At that moment, the rolling door silently went up. He stepped out again, and everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. He just waved his hand over the square. Instantly, a mountain of supplies appeared, containing not only compressed biscuits and boxed rice, but also countless neatly stacked cans of beef and cartons of cigarettes. There are 2 portions of supplies here. One is the agreed-upon payment for the 4 major factions, and the rest will be divided among everyone who participated in the battle. Bai Lu will be in charge of distribution, with Yanzi assisting. After saying that, he turned and went back into the general store. The square once again erupted with thunderous cheers. Bai Lu was seen taking a step forward. Distribution began according to the record of contributions. The entire process was orderly. Everyone now knew this journey was over. From now on, these ruins would only have one rule: Su Chen's rule. Soon, the supplies were fully distributed. The convoys started their engines and left the square one by one. Before long, the square was left with nothing but a mess of bones and empty wine bottles. Ye Ying and the other awakeners were left standing alone in the middle of the square. At this moment, they understood in their hearts that he was now their sole authority. Seeing this, he casually waved his hand, and dozens of crates of instant noodles and canned goods materialized out of thin air. This is your payment. You can leave now. As he finished speaking, the scar-faced man suddenly roared. Do you think you can just use us and toss us aside like a dirty rag? You think you can get rid of us with a single meal? The crowd behind him immediately erupted in an uproar, but Ye Ying didn't move. She took 2 steps forward, raised her head, and looked him straight in the eye. We want to stay and work for you, sir. The tech park is deserted now. It won't be long before scavengers take notice. Without anyone to guard it, all that equipment and those supplies will be cleared out within a day. The 4 major factions have retreated to rest and won't be back anytime soon. We are the only ones who can go to the industrial park right now. Hearing this, the awakeners behind Ye Ying fell silent. A slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth as he said nonchalantly, If that's the case, you will no longer be free, awakeners. Instead, you'll become my first direct action team. Its name will be The Blade, with Ye Ying as the captain. His voice carried a finality that allowed no room for debate. Ye Ying nodded slightly. Seeing this, he raised his hand again. The next second, a brand new diesel generator dropped to the ground, with several barrels of diesel fuel placed beside it. Next came a small reconnaissance drone with its control panel, and finally, a dozen brand new military-grade walkie-talkies. This is your equipment. Now, take your payment and your equipment, and head to the tech park immediately. Turn the dormitory area into a temporary base of operations. Report to me if so much as a single mouse gets in. Everyone's eyes lit up as they saw the equipment. Even Ye Ying couldn't hide a flicker of excitement. She suddenly turned to her comrades and shouted, Everyone, take inventory of the supplies. Prepare to move out. In response, they roared in unison, Yes, Captain. Then, everyone began to load the supplies, driving off towards the tech park. Su Chen retracted his gaze. He slowly pulled down the rolling shutter, and the inside of the general store returned to silence. He stared intently at the complete and complex industrial blueprint on his computer screen. The 7th generation Thunder God battery production line, and the basic industrial process documents. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He would then return to the real world, use the gold in his warehouse as startup capital, and leverage the high-energy batteries to build an empire. A commercial empire that truly belonged to him. News of this expedition spread quickly, and more people flocked to the square, soon forming a massive, dark crowd. At that moment, his figure appeared at the door, but he didn't offer any food, only speaking in a cold voice. I'll state my rule once more. Use the valuable things you find to trade for the right to receive goods. He finished speaking. He appointed a man as a temporary manager, and from then on, an efficient trading market began to operate. The survivors lined up one by one to exchange their items. Su Chen sat inside the general store, collecting the junk of the old world into his spatial warehouse. Time ticked by, and his ability to travel between worlds had finished its cooldown. He looked up at the square and saw the queue getting longer and longer, already stretching for several hundred meters. Seeing this, he spoke to the temporary manager. Trading ends at 5 o'clock. We won't wait for anyone who's late. The manager's body trembled upon hearing this, and then he roared at the crowd with all his might. The boss has spoken. Trading ends at 5 o'clock sharp. Anyone who doesn't get a turn today can come back early tomorrow. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. This temporary manager wasn't bad. He had potential. He then picked up a walkie-talkie and called Ye Ying. Send 2 people over here. After the trading is over, bring the manager to the tech park and arrange a place for him to stay. When he finished, the manager was so moved he trembled all over. He immediately turned around and kowtowed 3 times towards the general store. Su Chen turned his focus back to the computer, securely saving the documents. The trading ended, and the 2 members Ye Ying had sent arrived. The survivors left one after another. No one dared to cause trouble. Soon, the square was quiet again. Su Chen then simply focused his thoughts. The air around him began to twist, and a faint vortex appeared before his eyes. In an instant, he was back in the real world. He now had 2 hours before his meeting with the boss behind Su Wan. He immediately went to the most high-end shopping mall and walked straight into a top-tier men's fashion store. Half an hour later, he walked out in a custom-tailored, dark gray suit. He was no longer a humble general store owner, but a true CEO. 7 p.m. A white box truck pulled up in front of the club. He stepped out of the driver's seat. Su Wan was personally waiting at the main gate to welcome him, but he paid her no mind and walked to the back of the truck. He pulled 2 metal cases from the cargo bed. The corners of the cases were slightly deformed, unable to bear the weight. Seeing this, Su Wan's pupils contracted. 300 kilograms of gold, split into 2 cases, each weighing 150 kilograms. Yet he carried one in each hand, as if they were weightless. She took a deep breath. She tried to suppress the shock in her heart, then bowed slightly and gestured. The boss is waiting for you, sir. She then led him through the door. He could feel several cold presences lurking in the shadows, like a pack of venomous snakes lying in wait. Soon, Su Wan led him to a study deep inside the main building. Inside, the study was a mahogany desk and shelves packed with books. An old man was sitting behind the desk. He was holding an ancient, thread-bound book, completely engrossed. Seeing this, Su Wan bowed deeply. Elder Tong, he's here. Hearing her, Elder Tong closed the book and then looked up at him. Su Chen calmly met his gaze, then slammed the 2 cases down on the mahogany desk. The tabletop let out a loud thud. 300 kilograms of gold. Go ahead and inspect it. At this, Elder Tang's eyebrows shot up. He didn't touch the 2 chests, but slowly picked up the phone on the desk. Soon after, there was a knock on the door, and a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked into the study, holding a sophisticated testing instrument. The man then opened the lids of the chests. Inside, gold bars were neatly arranged. The man then began taking out each bar to weigh and inspect it. The inspection finished quickly, and the middle-aged man spoke up. Elder Tang, 600 gold bars, totaling 300 kilograms. The purity is up to standard. Hearing this, Elder Tang gave a dismissive wave of his hand. Seeing this, the middle-aged man and Su Wan both left the room. Elder Tang laced his fingers together, looked at him, and said, I can offer you 246 million yuan for this batch of gold. I heard from Su Wan that you're looking for a battery company. After speaking, Elder Tang pushed a tablet in front of him. On the screen was information for several companies. He didn't even bother to look, and said directly, I want Yuan Hung. Immediately, Elder Tang's pupils constricted. Yuan Hung Technologies, aside from its dilapidated factory and production lines, had no other value. It was even located in the suburbs. It was clear that all he needed was a legal shell company. Elder Tang said nothing more, and directly called the legal department to prepare the entire share transfer agreement. For Yuan Hung Technologies, the finance department was to immediately form a project team to process this batch of gold through the cleanest possible channels. After the call, the departments operated at high speed. In less than an hour, the contract documents were delivered. He picked up a pen and signed his name. Elder Tong was stunned by this. He hadn't expected him to sign the contract without even carefully reading the terms. However, he looked at Elder Tang with a calm gaze and said, I am the boss of this company now. I want a complete list of all Yuan Hung Technologies employees, along with their positions, salaries, and all records of commendations and disciplinary actions. Also, immediately freeze all company accounts and seal all physical assets. Without my order, nothing is to be removed from the company. Finally, notify everyone that there will be a General Assembly meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow at the suburban factory. Anyone who is late or absent will be considered to have voluntarily resigned. I will arrange for my people to carry out your instructions. The acquisition price for Yuan Hung Technologies is 180 million yuan. What do you plan to do with the remaining gold? At this, he said, I need 5 million in cash. As for the rest, I'll have to trouble Elder Tang to hold on to it for me for the time being. I'll transfer it to the company account after I've handled the internal affairs. Elder Tang looked at him and smiled cryptically. He found him to be even more unfathomably shrewd. A moment later, Su Wan pushed a small cart into the study. On the cart were 2 black cases. Mr. Guo, here is the 5 million in cash you requested. He nodded, then stood up, gave a nod to Elder Tang, and left the study with the cases in hand. A moment later, upon reaching the gate, he tossed the 2 cases onto the passenger seat, then started the truck and gradually drove away. Back in the study, Su Wan spoke to Elder Tong. Are we really going to pursue a deep cooperation with Mr. Guo? His background is too mysterious, and his methods are ruthless and overbearing. The documents show his background is ordinary, with nothing noteworthy. Yet in just a few days, he has suddenly displayed unimaginable power. After listening, Elder Tang slowly turned around. He said calmly, destroy all the documents we found. Leave no trace. Furthermore, from now on, I forbid our people from investigating Mr. Guo in any way. Anyone who violates this will be dealt with according to the family's rules. Also, any request Mr. Guo has must be met, at all costs. Hearing this, Su Wan's expression turned serious. I understand. The next morning, at 8:45, at the Yuan Hung Technologies production plant, several hundred employees were gathered. Everyone was buzzing with discussion, their faces filled with anxiety and speculation. Just then, the roar of an engine grew closer from a distance. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned in unison toward the factory entrance. He walked straight into the middle of the crowd, holding a folder. Under his sweeping gaze, the chatter died down. Then he opened the folder in his hand and called out the name of Yuan Hung Technologies director. You have 10 minutes to pack your personal belongings. Get out. As he finished speaking, the entire factory seemed to freeze. The director's face immediately flushed red. This is insane. Who the hell do you think you are to tell me to get out? Just then, the chief engineer stepped forward to plead their case. Although we haven't achieved commercialization yet, we've made breakthrough progress in materials and design. Just give us a little more time and funding. Unexpectedly, he cut him off abruptly. Your project has dragged on for 3 years, draining the company's entire research and development budget. and government subsidies, totaling 78 million yuan. The battery sample you produced isn't even half as good as the market standard. It has an extremely low safety rating and a serious risk of fire and explosion. Your technology isn't worth a single penny. Hearing this, the chief engineer was so furious he could barely stand. You don't understand anything. You're destroying Yuan Heng. However, he spoke coldly. Yuan Heng was being destroyed in your hands. I, on the other hand, will bring Yuan Heng back to life. I will completely revolutionize the battery industry. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other, and a sense of doubt and unease began to spread. Seeing this, he continued to call out the names of several senior managers, and he listed the evidence of their embezzlement one by one. Only then did everyone understand. He hadn't come to negotiate at all. He was here to conduct a purge. After he read the last name, the senior management team lost all their arrogance. The threat of prison time hung heavily over each of their heads. Eventually, even the director's face was completely drained of color. But it wasn't over. He opened his mouth and continued to call out names. His voice was like the cold swing of the Grim Reaper's scythe. From the production line to the warehouse, and even the logistics department, every single person whose name was called was guilty of laziness or deceit. Leading the pack was a man named Juan. At this moment, faced with the clear records, the group couldn't even utter a single word of defense. They could only leave in disgrace under the contemptuous gazes of those who remained. A dozen or so minutes later, the number of people in the factory had decreased by nearly a fifth. Those who remained were dead silent, the air thick with an unprecedented tension. At this point, he closed the folder. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he retrieved a suitcase from his vehicle. He threw the suitcase into the middle of the factory floor, then opened it before the crowd. Inside were countless, neatly arranged stacks of red bills, 5 million in cash, laid out in the open for all to see. He spoke calmly. This money is for you. The amount of money those people just embezzled is far greater than this. Starting today, everyone who stays will receive a 50% pay raise. The wages the director owed you will be paid in full before production restarts. Now, everyone form a line. Each of you will receive a 10,000 yuan bonus. As soon as I finished speaking, the factory floor fell silent for a moment, followed by thunderous, enthusiastic cheers erupting like a volcano. At that moment, all their previous anxieties and doubts completely vanished. Soon, a spontaneous line formed in front of the suitcase of money, and each person gave me a deep bow after receiving their payment. However, a dissonant voice suddenly cut through the noise. Sun Lei, an assistant engineer from the Research and Development Department, spoke up calmly. Boss Su, my name is Sun Lei. I used to work on material testing under Chief Engineer Chen. Now, the company's entire upper management has been practically wiped out, and even Chief Engineer Chen was fired. What are we going to produce next? As soon as he said that, the entire room fell silent, because a company without a product to manufacture can't operate, and everyone would have to face unemployment. At this thought, the crowd's eyes were all locked onto me. I didn't waste time on a long speech. I just took out a 7th-generation Thunder God battery. This is the answer. From today onward, Voyager Technologies will only produce this one product. Its name is Voyager 1. The next second, Sun Lei and a few other technicians gathered around, their eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Is this the prototype? May I ask, Boss Su, what are its key specs? An energy density of 400 watt-hours per kilogram, and a full load cycle life of 5,500 cycles. The moment I said this, the air seemed to freeze. Every technician present sucked in a sharp breath. Sun Lei practically screamed, "That's absolutely impossible. Those numbers violate the laws of physics. Compared to the world's top experimental models, this is pure fantasy." At that moment, facing this rising tide of doubt, this was exactly the reaction I wanted. Do you have testing equipment in the workshop? Use your most professional equipment and your strictest standards to verify whether what I'm saying is true or not. Sun Lei was completely stunned. He never expected me to be so confident. Immediately, Sun Lei shouted, "All technical staff, assemble and follow me." Then he strode forward and carefully lifted the battery from my hand as if it were made of glass. I led the way, heading straight for the laboratory on the second floor. Half an hour later, the quality inspection was complete. Sun Lei rushed down like a madman, trembling as he held the test report in his hands. The test results are in. Energy density is 401.7 watt-hours per kilogram, and under high-intensity charge-discharge tests, capacity degradation was only 0.3%, and it passed all safety tests. The crowd stood frozen in place. At that moment, the piece of metal before them seemed to have transformed into a mountain of gold. After Sun Lei finished his announcement, he could no longer contain his astonishment. He walked up to me and gave a deep bow. "From this day on, sir, if you tell us to go east, we will absolutely not dare to go west." I then instructed the employee by the suitcase to make sure to register everyone clearly after distributing the money. All employees are to be here at 9 a.m. tomorrow, on time. With that said, I turned and left. Under the burning gazes of hundreds of people, I drove the truck away. In the truck, I picked up my phone and called Suwon. I need you to handle a few things. Take the technical documents I sent you and, as quickly as possible, file for patent protection under the name of Voyager Technologies. All technical details are to be listed under the highest level of top-secret classification. Also, hire a top-tier professional manager to run the company, then poach a team of the country's leading battery industry experts. Finally, organize a press conference for me. Set the time for 3 days from now. On the other end of the line, Suwon's expression grew serious. She was shaken by my swift and decisive work style. Understood. I'll get on it immediately. With that, I hung up. In the study, Suwon relayed my requests word for word to Elder Tang. After hearing everything, Elder Tang's face showed clear astonishment. Just do as he says. Mobilize all of our connections and resources, and cooperate with him at all costs. Let's see what kind of surprise he brings us in 3 days. Very quickly, the forces under Elder Tang began to move with great momentum. Within half an hour, a top patent law firm received the encrypted technical documents. 3 leading headhunting firms received the same commission request, and at the same time, a flurry of articles began to dominate the headlines of tech news sites, pushing Voyager Technologies into the spotlight. Meanwhile, I restocked my supplies as usual, and then set off for the apocalyptic world. I had already contacted factions like the Rock and Ark, telling them to bring essence cores and gold for a trade, and also sent people to the Sky Dome Technology Park to transport the batteries and dismantle the entire production line. After that, I called Ye Ying over. I first gave her some new supplies and then told her to go meet with the people from the 4 major factions. I understood very well that Ye Ying's people alone couldn't secure the entire Sky Dome Technology Park. So, I instructed Ye Ying to start recruiting the Awakened. The plan was to increase the number of Awakened to 100. My transmigration cooldown, just as I'd predicted, was now 9 hours, moving ever closer to unlimited travel. And I stayed there for well over 10 hours, bringing a great deal of supplies to the survivors living amongst the ruins. The trades were completed, and I received a total of over 200 kilograms of gold and 30 essence cores. I stored the gold in my spatial storage and absorbed the essence cores directly. A moment later, my abilities were strengthened once again. My spatial storage capacity increased to 4,000 cubic meters, and my telekinesis was enhanced, allowing me to control objects weighing up to 300 kilograms and to further compress and accelerate metal. After taking care of everything, I returned to the modern world and got a good night's sleep, not heading to Voyager Technologies until the following day. By now, the factory was bustling with unprecedented energy, with uncontainable smiles on all the employees' faces. Every so often, gasps of astonishment would come from the laboratory, all of them praising the battery's incredible performance. As for me, I was sitting in the office. I was in my office, having just hung up with Suwon. She was bringing the talent I needed. An hour later, there was a knock on my office door, and a woman with short hair walked in. The newcomer was Jiang Yi, with Suwon following behind her. Before I could even speak, she asked, "Time is precious. Let's not beat around the bush. The headhunting firm said you're about to release a game-changing product based solely on this company that's on the verge of bankruptcy, based on the fact that I can get my hands on things that others can't. A single prototype that's enough to shut down every battery factory in the world." Hearing this, Jiang Yi scoffed and said, "I've been in this business for 10 years, and I've met far too many young people like you with dreams of changing the world. Without exception, they all became the laughingstock of the industry. I only came here to confirm one thing. Are you any different from them?" As soon as she said that, I suddenly laughed, then stood up and walked toward the door. "Follow me." Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. Then she quickly followed, with Suwon hurrying to keep up. Soon, they arrived at the testing lab on the 2nd floor. I told Sunlei to bring out the test report. Jiang Yi took the report and glanced over it, her eyes filled with disdain. "Let me tell you, fudging data is a technical skill in itself, and the data in this report is full of holes." Hearing this, Sunlei's face turned red as he hurriedly defended himself. Every single piece of data was measured by us personally, but Jiang Yi just glanced around at the equipment in the lab, and a scornful smirk appeared on her face. Using these 20-year-old antiques? Throughout all this, my expression remained unchanged. "How do you want to test it?" "Very simple," Jiang Yi said as she took a USB drive from her pocket. "This is a set of the highest standard battery testing protocols I developed a while back. The standards are more than 5 times stricter than the national ones. Your battery needs to be run through it again, and all tests during the process will be handled by my people, and it has to be verified by an internationally recognized third-party testing agency." "All right. Suwon, help me get in touch with them. I want to borrow the lab at the Zhongke Testing Center right now." As soon as I said that, Jiang Yi froze on the spot. She never expected me to agree so decisively, and to immediately request a top-tier lab, no less. Su Wan quickly took out her phone to make the call. In less than 10 minutes, Su Wan hurried to my side. "Boss Su, it's all arranged. The lab will be open for us for the next 24 hours. Hearing that, I picked up the Voyager 1 battery from the table and led the group out. Before long, they arrived at the Zhongke testing center. Jiang Yi led her team directly into the core laboratory. She plugged the USB into the computer, then placed the Voyager 1 battery into the testing apparatus. A moment later, on Jiang Yi's command, the test officially began. One item after another. You could say it was a series of grueling, extreme trials. In an instant, the only sound in the lab was the whirring of machinery. There wasn't another sound. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the test to be completed. Time ticked by, minute by minute. Jiang Yi and her team grew more and more shocked. The Voyager 1 performed flawlessly under every single test. When the final test was completed, a steel nail piercing through the battery, the data on the screen remained as stable as ever. The entire lab fell into a dead silence. Jiang Yi stared at the test report, which could only be described as perfect, and after a long moment, uttered 3 words, "A new era." Then, Jiang Yi slowly turned to look at me. "I'm in, but I still have one question. Can a product like this really be mass-produced? And what about the cost?" This was her final shred of professional rationality. As a professional manager, I didn't answer. I just took another USB from my pocket and handed it to her. "This contains the entire production process for the Voyager 1, as well as the plans for retrofitting the production line. Your mission is to do it as fast as possible. Retrofit the production line so it's capable of mass production. As for the cost, it's only 10% higher than current figures." The moment I said that, Jiang Yi's mind went blank. She took the USB with trembling hands, knowing that what it held was not just electronic data. It was a secret sufficient to overturn the industrial landscape of the entire world. In that moment, Jiang Yi's gaze instantly became fervent. "I understand. From now on, Sun Lei is the new chief technical officer. Everyone, follow me back to the company immediately. Within 2 days, I want every one of you to have these blueprints memorized." But just then, Jiang Yi seemed to think of something. She looked at me, her brow slightly raised. "Boss Su, the materials needed to retrofit the production line will take a month to arrive. What are we going to show the media at the press conference the day after tomorrow? I'll handle the core components. Just send me a list of the corresponding parts. I'll bring the supplies by tomorrow at the latest. What you need to do is get the production line running before the press conference and produce the first finished product." After saying that, I walked straight out of the lab. Hearing this, the others quickly sprang into action. Half an hour later, in the office of Voyager Technology, Sun Lei handed me a list of materials. I took the list, glanced over it, and stuffed it into my pocket. "Wait for my news." I left them with only that sentence and departed. Shortly after, I returned to the general store and immediately initiated a jump back to the apocalyptic world. I took out the walkie-talkie and started calling for people. In less than 20 minutes, 3 off-road vehicles pulled up in front of the store. Bai Lu got out of the car with Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming. "Boss Su, I've brought the men." I nodded to Bai Lu and handed her the list. "Head to the tech district and bring these things back. Don't miss a single item on this list, even if you have to dismantle an entire production line for me." Hearing that, Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming's hearts tightened, but neither dared to object. "We guarantee we'll complete the mission." A moment later, the convoy set off, speeding toward the tech district. I then switched the walkie-talkie to the public channel. "This is Su Chen. It's time to trade. Bring your gold and crystal cores to exchange for supplies." As soon as I finished speaking, responses from various factions came in one after another. "Panxi Stronghold, copy. Fengchao, copy. Dengta, copy. Fangzhou, copy." At that moment, I switched back to the encrypted channel. "Ye Ying, how's the recruitment of new members going? We've already screened 30 people. Following your instructions, we're now conducting the second round of loyalty tests." "Very good. I don't feed useless mouths or traitors. As long as they're willing to work, they can have as many supplies as they want." "Understood. Within 3 days, the full roster for the Blade will be in your hands." Hearing this, I put down the walkie-talkie and began to wait. Less than an hour later, the roar of engines echoed from all 4 directions of the ruins. The vehicles of the 4 major factions pulled up in front of the general store. Yanzi led the way, setting down 2 heavy metal chests. "Boss Su, this is the entire stockpile from our Panchi faction for this period." Close behind him was Bloody Hand, followed by the Fangzhou and Deng Ta factions. Soon, the containers were opened, and the gold bars and crystal cores were clearly inventoried. I casually collected them into my spatial storage, while the 4 major factions obediently lined up to receive the various supplies they had pre-ordered. Crate after crate of supplies was carried away by the 4 factions: cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, rice, meat, and all sorts of medicine. They even got walkie-talkies and drones. With my supply provision, the quality of life for the 4 major factions and the awakened ones gradually improved. The transaction went incredible. I acquired a total of nearly 300 kilograms of gold and 42 crystal cores. Soon, the square returned to silence. I immediately absorbed all the crystal cores. As a cool stream of energy flowed into my body, I could clearly feel my spiritual field being constantly refined. My control over the speed and intensity of my psychic power was increasing exponentially. At that moment, my psychic power limit easily broke through to 400 kilograms. The space inside my spatial storage also expanded to 5,000 cubic meters. Just then, the sound of an engine came from outside, and Bai Lu and Zhou Yuan pulled up with their team in front of the general store. The back of their vehicle was loaded with all sorts of sophisticated components. Bai Lu walked to the door and said, "Boss Su, not a single one of the core components and materials on the list is missing." I stood up. Very good. At that moment, the factory complex of Yuan Hung Technology was brightly lit. Inside, the workshop was bustling with activity, with the constant sound of metal being cut. Jiang Yi stood on a second-floor platform, looking down at the fervent scene below. Her eyes were bloodshot, but she still gave clear and decisive instructions. The entire technical team was operating on overdrive under her high-intensity pressure, like tightly wound springs. Just then, the deep roar of an engine sounded. I drove the truck to a stop at the workshop entrance. Instantly, countless eyes focused on me. I stepped out of the driver's seat and walked to the back of the truck. I pulled open the heavy cargo door. The next second, the truck bed, filled to the brim with components, was revealed. Seeing this, Sun Lei immediately scrambled over. The surrounding technicians also rushed forward, moving the components at top speed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi walked up to me without saying a word. She just gave me a deep look, then abruptly turned and shouted to the technical team, "Lei, take your people and start installing the core drive shaft. Team 2, begin pre-calibrating the high-resolution path sensor array. Team 3, place all alloy components into the dissolution chambers in the correct order. Before dawn, I want to see this production line moving." The next second, a tidal wave of responses echoed back, so powerful that the entire workshop hummed with the vibration. Immediately, the staff threw themselves into their work. The production line, which had been just a bare frame moments ago, was now being filled with sophisticated components at a visible pace. Time flew by amidst the roar of machinery. As the first sliver of dawn appeared in the east, Sun Lei personally tightened the last high-strength screw. With that, the entire production line was complete. Jiang Yi walked over to the main control panel of the production line. She pressed the start button. Immediately, the low hum of electric current spread through the workshop. The entire production line was like an awakened steel beast. Hundreds of indicator lights lit up one by one, capturing everyone's attention. With the coordination of various new, efficient machines, the entire process ran smoothly. Just as it reached the final step, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. "Warning, abnormal internal pressure, safety threshold exceeded." Hearing this, Jiang Yi's expression changed, and she strode quickly to the control panel. "What's happening?" Sun Lei also stepped up, his hands flying across the controls. He said with a tremor in his voice, "It's the instantaneous reaction peak from creating the passive film. The material for the Yuanheng #1 is too overpowering. The instantaneous energy release is too high. We probably failed." Hearing that, everyone's hearts sank, thinking failure was inevitable. But unexpectedly, at that moment, the pressure curve rapidly dropped, stabilizing within the safe zone. The piercing alarm also abruptly stopped. Sun Lei stared blankly at the screen. The Yuanheng #1. It's using its own structure to shoulder the energy pressure. The core shell's deformation rate is 0. Instantly, he snapped his head around to look toward the production line. "It's a success." As soon as he spoke, at the end of the production line, a Yuanheng #1 battery slowly emerged. The next second, a tidal wave of cheers erupted. "We did it. We actually made it," a few of the old technicians who had been up all night shouted in excitement. Even Jiang Yi couldn't help but tremble. She walked over, lifted the battery in her palm, then raised it high for everyone to see. "We did it." As for me, I was leaning against the car door in the distance. A faint smile appeared on my face. A moment later, the noise subsided, and Jiang Yi's gaze turned sharp again. "The press conference is in less than 27 hours. I will draw up a complete procedure for the press conference and a draft for the speech. Everyone is dismissed to get some rest immediately. At 4 p.m., everyone assemble for the final pep talk before the conference." After speaking, Jiang Yi handed the battery to me. I took it and gave it directly to Su Wan. I instructed her to keep it safe. Soon, the entire factory fell quiet again, and Jiang Yi began to explain the layout for the press conference. "I suggest we divide the press conference into 3 parts. First, we'll present the data using the report from the Zhongke Inspection Center. Second, we'll conduct a live test with the product. At the third partner's site, Just as they were announcing their future production plans and preliminary partnership intentions, Su Wan's phone suddenly rang. She took one look at it, her face immediately filling with shock. "Director Jiang, Boss Su, everyone, you need to see this." After speaking, Su Wan handed her phone over. On the screen was a financial news alert. The CEO of Skywalk Energy, Zhou Zhen, was giving an interview with the air of an industry leader. He was attacking Voyager technology, claiming its production line was obsolete and that it wasn't even qualified to manufacture the most basic batteries. He went on to call for a boycott of this market-disrupting behavior, and at the end of the article was a photo of a dilapidated, rusted-out production line. Seeing this, the atmosphere in the workshop instantly dropped to a freezing point, but Jiang Yi suddenly laughed. She stood up and walked over to the production line. "Boss Su, I propose we change the plan for the press conference. Tomorrow, we won't be doing any kind of product introduction at all. We're going to set up cameras all over this workshop and live stream the entire production of a brand new Voyager 1 battery for the whole world to see. And then, right in front of everyone, we'll immediately conduct the ultimate stress test. We'll take it apart so the entire world can see for themselves that the Voyager 1 is not just an empty shell. Can the media and streaming platforms be arranged? They can." Jiang Yi's voice was incredibly firm. Hearing this, I nodded. I then took my phone out of my pocket and had an invitation sent to Skywalk Energy's headquarters, letting them know that the front row center seat at the press conference was reserved just for him. Not long after, in the chairman's office at Skywalk Energy, Zhou Zhen had just finished a meeting with investment firms. He had successfully turned Voyager technology into a synonym for a capitalist scam. That in-depth interview was plastered all over the headlines of major financial media. As far as he was concerned, the war was already over. However, just then, his chief assistant walked into the office. "Chairman Zhou, they've invited you to their product launch tomorrow." Hearing this, Zhou Zhen took the invitation and opened it. Reading my defiant words, a fire of rage ignited deep within Zhou Zhen. "Very well, a clown who doesn't know his place. Tell them I accept this invitation. I want to see with my own eyes how they're going to crash and burn." The assistant nodded and quickly left the office. That afternoon, public opinion on the internet completely shifted. First, Skywalk Energy's official account announced with great fanfare that Chairman Zhou Zhen had accepted an invitation to Voyager Technologies' press conference in order to expose the industry's biggest scam and protect market order. Immediately after, Voyager Technologies' official account released a poster with just a few bold lines of text. "We're just doing one public demonstration, from components to battery, from production to disassembly. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Global live stream. We'll be waiting." This poster was a bombshell that detonated public opinion, quickly turning the press conference into a national spectacle. Meanwhile, at the Voyager Technology factory, I was leading a few technicians through the final checks on the production line when Jiang Yi walked up to me. "Boss Su, I'm afraid the way you look now won't be enough to command the stage tomorrow." Hearing that, I looked down at my clothes. "You're right." Shortly after, Jiang Yi and I went to the city's most luxurious shopping mall. Soon, my truck pulled up in front of the mall, and Jiang Yi and I walked into a high-end suit shop. The moment she entered, Jiang Yi spoke up. "We need a suit that can be worn tomorrow. The fabric needs to make a statement, but it can't be too flashy." Hearing this, the old tailor's eyes scanned over me, taking only a few seconds to size me up. He turned and pulled out a few fabric swatches. "These are high-quality Italian wools." Jiang Yi took one and felt it. "This is the one." Next came the tedious process of measurements and fittings. Just then, a sarcastic voice rang out. "Well, if it isn't the great Boss Su, is the money you make from that little grocery store even enough to buy a button in here?" The words had barely faded when Wang Hao and Zhang Qian walked in through the door. Seeing me, Zhang Qian's face twisted with contempt. "Oh, Wang Hao, don't say that. The clothes here aren't cheap, you know. For all we know, Boss Su here might not have even paid off his 350,000 yuan debt yet." The me of today had long since put the past behind me. So I said nothing from start to finish, just calmly continued with my measurements. However, my dismissiveness made Zhang Qian feel both awkward and angry. At that moment, Jiang Yi immediately understood our history. She stepped forward, her gaze landing on Wang Hao, the chairman of Hengda Construction, a subsidiary of Skywalk Energy. "That's your father, isn't it?" "That's right. You've got a sharp eye." Wang Hao assumed Jiang Yi was trying to flatter him, but he never expected Jiang Yi's tone to remain so calm. "Your company's capital chain has ruptured on that real estate project in the south side of the city. To fill the gap, your father embezzled 300 million from a dedicated bank loan. By current estimates, Hengda's working capital is no more than 20 million. But the repayment deadline is the 15th of next month, isn't it?" The moment she finished speaking, Wang Hao's face was a mask of horror. He was frozen to the spot. He couldn't understand how Jiang Yi knew these internal secrets. In that instant, The very foundation of Wang Hao's arrogance was torn to shreds. But Jiang Yi couldn't even be bothered to look at him again. She turned to the old tailor and said, "Based on these measurements, pair this with 2 high-end dress shirts and 3 ties, and have the entire set with the suit sent to this address before 9 a.m. tomorrow." With that, she took a business card from her purse and placed it on the counter. On the card, the words Voyager Technology burned into Wang Hao's eyes. In an instant, all the recent news reports clicked into place in his mind. The next second, Wang Hao let out an almost maniacal laugh. "The president of a scam company. What right do you have to investigate my family's business?" Zhang Qian also remembered the news trending online and sneered along with him. "I thought you'd latched onto some rich sugar mama. Turns out you just found yourself a female con artist. You two really are a match made in heaven." At this, Jiang Yi just looked at them calmly. Wang Hao stormed up to her, practically trying to shove his finger in her face. "Get on your knees and apologize to me right now. Otherwise, with just one phone call, I can have that pathetic company of yours shut down for good." Hearing this, I took a step sideways, moving to stand in front of Jiang Yi. Faced with my ice-cold gaze, Wang Hao suddenly grew a little flustered. But I didn't make a move. I just spoke calmly. 10 a.m. tomorrow at the Visionary Technology Factory. I welcome you to bring your media friends along. After saying that, I didn't spare him another glance, simply tilting my head to gesture for Jiang Yi to leave. Then, we both departed. At that moment, a wave of humiliation washed over Wang Hao. My words echoed in his ears, a display of power from the strong to the weak, not an explanation, but a mere act of charity. A vicious glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. "Fine, I want everyone to see what kind of a joke you really are." At 9 the next morning, the once desolate Eastern Industrial Zone had become the focal point of the entire city, and even the whole country. The gates of the Visionary Technology Factory were swarmed to the point of being impassable. Interview vans from major media outlets nearly blocked the road, and there were even numerous internet celebrities holding their phones, live streaming. Just then, a commotion stirred the crowd as a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove up and stopped at the factory entrance. Escorted by bodyguards, Chu Zhen stepped out. He wore a gentle and confident smile. Immediately, camera flashes lit up the scene, and reporters swarmed him for interviews. "Excuse me, do you have evidence of Visionary Technology's fraud? Sir, what are your thoughts on this suicidal livestream stunt?" Hearing this, Chu Zhen paused and smiled at the cameras. "I didn't come here today to attack anyone. I'm simply here as a veteran who has dedicated half his life to the battery industry, to witness firsthand the rise of this so-called newcomer. As for the truth, I believe the facts will provide the best answer." After speaking, Chu Zhen walked into the hall. At that moment, a red Ferrari pulled up to the entrance. Wang Hao and Zhang Qian arrogantly stepped out, followed by his entourage of media friends. A moment later, Wang Hao led Zhang Qian into the hall, surrounded by the crowd. Inside the factory, the audience seating was simply divided into a few sections, all facing the production line. Next to the production line, a dozen high-definition cameras were set up, capable of capturing every detail of the manufacturing process. The entire hall was eerily silent. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Time ticked by, and at exactly 10 a.m., all the lights in the hall suddenly went out. The eyes of the world were focused on this spot. In the darkness, a spotlight shot down from the ceiling, illuminating the futuristic-looking production line. At the same time, the livestream cameras followed, broadcasting the image onto electronic screens, for everyone to see. The hall was now buzzing with discussion, while Chu Zhen, sitting in a dedicated seat in the front row, furrowed his brows. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. Looking at the production line, which was far beyond his comprehension, a sense of unease quietly grew within him. Just then, Jiang Yi walked out steadily. She walked straight to the front of the production line and stopped. "Esteemed guests, friends from the media, good morning everyone. I am Jiang Yi, the president of Visionary Technology. Today, we will demonstrate the manufacturing process of a Visionary 1 battery, starting from the most basic raw materials. Next, please welcome our chairman, Mr. Su Chen." As soon as she finished, my figure appeared before everyone. I was wearing a custom-tailored suit, my gaze as calm as still water. I then casually walked over to the production line's control panel and leaned against it lightly. "Welcome, everyone, to this press conference. As Jiang Yi said, today we are only doing one thing: on-site production." With that, I pressed a button on the control panel. In the next second, the entire dormant production line awakened, and hundreds of indicator lights lit up one by one. Robotic arms slowly rose, entering a state of readiness. At the same time, the electronic screens lit up, divided into several sections. The main image was a close-up of the first stage of the production line. Under the camera's lens, numerous basic raw materials were on display. Then, Jiang Yi began to introduce each material one by one, from silicon dioxide to graphite powder. Seeing this, Chu Zhen sneered. All smoke and mirrors. Are they trying to stall for time? Wang Hao, on the other hand, was laughing hysterically. Is this a lesson for middle schoolers? The livestream chat was also flooded with sarcastic comments. However, at that moment, the production line suddenly started. A robotic arm picked up a specific amount of raw material and placed it into a fully enclosed furnace. On the screen, the temperature data inside the device instantly skyrocketed. At the same time, Jiang Yi calmly explained, "Through our proprietary plasma technology, we can break down the materials into an atomic state, removing all impurities to obtain pure silicon and carbon elements. We then restructure the silicon atoms, forming a unique three-dimensional, multiporous silicon-carbon framework. This is the key to achieving ultra-high energy density." The smile on Chu Zhen's face froze completely. He had only vaguely heard of those technical terms in top technology journals, or perhaps only seen them in science fiction novels. At this moment, Chu Zhen suddenly sat up straight, staring at the rapidly changing data. Every single number on the screen perfectly matched the process. After a moment, Chu Zhen lowered his voice and ordered his chief technical officer, "Check for me where all of this is coming from." However, the chief technical officer was sweating bullets. "Chairman Chu, I've already checked. Globally, there are no more than 5 labs that can perform this technology, and the samples they produce are measured in milligrams." Hearing this, Chu Zhen's heart slowly sank. Just then, the production process moved to the next stage. At the same time, Jiang Yi continued her explanation. One after another, new terms and concepts were introduced. Suddenly, Chu Zhen's head snapped up, a ruthless glint in his eyes. "I've found the flaw in this scam. This has to be a pre-recorded video. As long as I make a request they can't fulfill, this whole charade will be exposed on the spot." Thinking this, Chu Zhen no longer hesitated. He abruptly stood up from his seat, interrupting Jiang Yi's explanation. "Director Jiang, please wait a moment. The technologies you are demonstrating are truly astonishing, but how can I be sure that this isn't just an elaborately produced video?" The moment he said this, the crowd instantly erupted. People began to voice their doubts. Just then, the cold smirk on Zhou Zhen's face widened. "I demand you stop playing this video immediately. Let any member of the media here, chosen at random, use our camera to film the production line in real time and broadcast the feed onto the big screen. If you can do that, I will apologize to you on behalf of the entire world." After he spoke, the entire factory fell deathly silent. All eyes were on me and Jiang Yi. Hearing this, Wang Hao trembled with excitement. "They'd never dare. I told you they were a bunch of frauds." Time ticked by, minute by minute. Finally, I slowly stood up and strode towards the front of the stage. My answer was like a clap of thunder, exploding in everyone's minds. Even the smile on Zhou Zhen's face froze instantly, but he still tried to suppress the shock in his heart. Boss Su has guts. If that's the case, then let's begin. With that, Zhou Zhen sent out his company's lead cameraman. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, tilted her head and signaled to our staff. Quickly, a staff member came on stage with a data cable. Then, Jiang Yi spoke up. "This is a backup port. It can connect directly to the main screen. Chairman Zhou, if you please." Hearing this, Zhou Zhen gritted his teeth. He personally walked over to the cameraman to connect the data cable. Then he ordered the cameraman to point the lens at the ultrasonic fusion device. Zhou Zhen shouted, "I want you to repeat this process right now. I want to film the entire process inside this device." This demand was much stricter than before. However, my reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations. "No problem. But I'm afraid it won't be very clear from the audience. Why don't I invite you and your cameraman to come on stage personally? You can verify every step of the operation from the closest possible distance." My words sent a shockwave through the entire hall. Zhou Zhen's mind suddenly went blank. Go on stage? That would mean he'd become the challenger, verifying all of this under the world's watchful eyes. If all of this was real, he would become the biggest laughingstock of the century. But not going up would be the same as admitting he was scared. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhen took a deep breath. Then, he strode onto the stage, with his cameraman right behind him. Seeing this, I wasted no more words and simply turned to walk to the control panel. I pressed the button. The next second, the production line started up, beginning the material fusion process. The cameraman quickly pressed his camera against the device, and the large screen began to show the real-time feed. The feed from the camera showed 2 streams of red powder being fed in. Immediately, they began to spin at high speed, like a nebula. They were stretched by an invisible force, torn apart into 2 dense mists, and then, guided by a strange force field, they merged together flawlessly. The entire process had a surreal beauty, like something out of a sci-fi movie. At the same time, the real-time data showed every parameter at perfect levels. Soon, the process was complete. At that moment, Zhou Zhen was trembling all over, his face etched with terror. This can't be real. This must be an illusion. Just then, I spoke nonchalantly. Chairman Zhou, did you see that clearly? Do you need us to do it again? So you can offer your face up to be slapped one more time? Hearing this, Zhou Zhen's vision went dark. He nearly fainted on the spot. Down in the audience, the senior management team of Tianqing Energy was in total chaos. They knew that from this day forward, Tianqing Energy would be completely finished. On the big screen, the camera feed switched, and the battery production process was still ongoing. Many devices, with futuristic designs operated one after another. Every single step continued to shock the world. Just then, a financial reporter held up his phone and shouted, "Tianqing Energy's stock plummeted just 3 minutes after the market opened. All related stocks are crashing as well." As soon as he said that, no one cared about the production line anymore. Everyone quickly took out their phones to check the stock market. Wang Hao just sat there, stunned, his phone ringing off the hook. When he finally answered, his father's furious voice came through. "What the hell did you do? The stock has crashed, the company is ruined. Why did you have to provoke Boss Su?" Before he could even finish, the phone in Wang Hao's hand dropped limply to his side. Amid the chaos, Jiang Yi's voice rang out again. From a single grain of sand to a complete Voyager 1 battery, the entire process took 15 minutes and 23 seconds. Today's live broadcast ends here. After speaking, she gave a slight bow to the audience, then turned and walked towards me. Seeing this, I stood up straight, not even glancing at anyone in the audience. Under everyone's watchful eyes, I walked backstage with Jiang Yi. The metal door closed, leaving the crowd with their emotions swirling inside the factory. The moment the backstage door closed, it was as if it separated two different worlds. Outside the door was a tidal wave of chaos and frenzy. Inside, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Jiang Yi let out a sigh of relief. "It's over. It's not over. This is just the beginning." Hearing this, Jiang Yi shook her head with a wry smile. Before she could speak, the next second, her phone started vibrating wildly. Jiang Yi picked it up and saw the screen flooded with missed calls and messages from countless internationally renowned electronics brands, all scrambling to request a partnership. Seeing this, Jiang Yi tried to contain her excitement and said, "Boss Su, we did it. The whole world wants our batteries. We should expand production immediately and conquer every sector that needs energy." However, my expression remained as calm as still water. A single production line, in one day. How many batteries can it produce? Compared to the billion-dollar order demands from those giants, our output is like a single grain of sand. Once we fail to meet the market's expectations, that same force will eventually tear us apart. Jiang Yi's expression turned serious. Then what should we do? At that moment, I walked up to her and raised one finger. For now, we concentrate all our strength and strike at a single point. New energy vehicles. With the same output, the profit from car batteries can be 10 times higher. Make the announcement. We have to make everyone understand that. Only top-tier cars are worthy of using the Horizon 1. Jiang Yi immediately understood my strategy, but a sense of helplessness grew inside her. Building a new production line will take a year at the very least. We can't wait that long. Who said I was going to build it myself? Isn't there a path right in front of us? I want you to acquire the manufacturing plant of Celestial Energy. At that moment, Jiang Yi's mind went blank. She instinctively retorted, "Celestial Energy. Even though their stock has been suspended, they haven't officially declared bankruptcy yet. And even if they do go bankrupt, they have to go through a lengthy liquidation process. That process will take at least 6 months to a year to complete. We can't afford to wait. Celestial Energy is backed by enormous bank loans. Now that he's collapsed, the ones who are most scared are the banks that lent him the money. So, whoever takes this celestial mess off their hands will be more than welcome." Hearing this, Jiang Yi's breathing quickened. "I'll contact the bank with the largest loan to Celestial Energy right away." With that, Jiang Yi no longer hesitated. She walked over to her desk and began to look up the relevant documents. Meanwhile, the chairman's office at Celestial Energy was a complete mess, with countless shredded documents scattered on the floor, and Zhou Zhen was sitting slumped on the sofa, looking dazed. He still couldn't figure out where that production equipment had come from. Suddenly, the encrypted phone on his desk let out a piercing ring. This was a dedicated line for communicating with senior bank executives. When Zhou Zhen heard the sound, his body suddenly trembled. He struggled to his feet to answer the call. A cold male voice came from the other end. "Chairman Zhou, the unusual fluctuations in your company's stock price have triggered the forced liquidation and asset seizure clause. We now require you to immediately repay the total loan debt of 7.2 billion. Celestial Energy is worthless now." Hearing this, a chill ran down Zhou Zhen's spine. He knew the other party was telling the truth. However, the person on the other end fell silent for a few seconds before speaking again. "However, half an hour ago, Horizon Technologies called. They are willing to acquire all of your assets in the southern industrial park of the city, including the factory, equipment, and land use rights." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhen's vision went dark. A feeling of humiliation and rage overwhelmed his senses. He screamed, In your dreams. I'd rather burn this whole factory down than hand it over to them. His crazed roar echoed through the office. But a cold reply came from the other end. The Southern Industrial Park is the core collateral. The bank has the right to unilaterally dispose of the collateral. We are merely informing you of this. Otherwise, you will be left with nothing, with no chance of ever making a comeback. As soon as he finished speaking, the line went dead, leaving Zhou Zhen standing there in a daze. Meanwhile, in the Horizon Technologies office, Jiang Yi had just ended her call with the bank. She looked at me and said, "The bank has agreed to our acquisition offer. They will immediately put pressure on Zhou Zhen." Without turning around, I replied casually, "Leave the rest for you to handle. From now on, you can make the decisions on small matters like this yourself." Hearing this, Jiang Yi was stunned. She was incredibly surprised but suppressed the turmoil in her heart. "Understood. I'll handle all the details properly." I nodded and then headed to the factory. At this moment, the atmosphere in the workshop was electric. All the employees were engaged in lively discussion. I slowly walked to the front of the crowd. A moment later, everyone turned to look at me in unison. I scanned the room and then spoke. "Everyone, you've worked hard these past few days. Today's press conference was a great success. I won't let anyone who believes in me be shortchanged. Starting this month, all employee salaries will be increased by 100%. As soon as I finished, the entire factory fell silent. The silence lasted for a few seconds, and was then broken by thunderous cheers. I paid no mind to the staff's excitement and just waved Sun Lei over, then turned and walked into the separate control room, next door. Seeing this, Sun Lei quickly followed. Inside the control room, I began, "Celestial Energy's Southern Industrial Park will soon be ours. I need you and your team to immediately form a special task force to leverage our technology and integrate it with the production line at Celestial to come up with the fastest, lowest cost retrofitting plan." Hearing this, Sun Lei's breath caught in his throat. He never expected that I was about to acquire Celestial Energy's assets, but he quickly composed himself and thought, "Celestial's production line is fundamentally incapable of producing the Horizon 1, and retrofitting it would take a very long time." But I shook my head, proactively abandoned some of our existing technology, and used their existing equipment to produce a simplified version of the battery, the Horizon Light. That will be enough to completely dominate all lithium batteries on the market. At the same time, the workload will be reduced exponentially. "I understand, boss. We can offer two product lines, our in-house produced line, for high-end automobiles and aviation, and the line produced at Celestial will be used to capture the mid-range market. I will definitely complete a preliminary proposal report." With that, Sun Lei immediately turned and left. A short while later, Jiang Yi pushed open the door to the main control room and walked in. She came up to me and said, "The bank has approved our acquisition request, and has initiated asset preservation procedures for Celestial Energy. They've accepted practically all of our conditions. However, I just brushed it off. Like I said, you have full authority over these matters. I just discussed the plan with Sun Lei, so I need you to follow up on it. I'm leaving things here to you. I have to go. Just text me if anything comes up." After saying that, I stood up and left. Now I had to go purchase supplies and then return to the apocalyptic world to continue my work. Half an hour later, I arrived at the Global Warehouse Wholesale Market. This was one of the largest supply distribution centers in the city. I took a quick look around and walked straight into the market manager's office. "Hello, I need to purchase a large batch of supplies." With that, I placed a list on his desk. The manager casually picked it up. He glanced at the first page, and in the next second, his expression froze. "Rice and flour, 500 tons of each. Frozen pork, beef, and lamb, 100 tons of each." "Sir, are you sure you didn't write this down wrong?" I didn't say a word. I just showed him my bank card with the account balance. After seeing it, the manager's face instantly changed to a sycophantic smile. "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll get everything coordinated right away. I'll make sure to prepare your order with the utmost speed." For the next few hours, the entire wholesale market buzzed with activity, as countless forklifts and workers were mobilized. Sack after sack of rice and crate after crate of frozen meat were moved out of the warehouses and then loaded onto a dozen massive container trucks. During this time, I supervised the quality of the goods and rented a temporary transfer warehouse behind the market. Soon, truck after truck, filled with goods, drove into the warehouse, and the items on my list quickly piled up like mountains. Before long, everything had been delivered. I promptly paid and left, which made the manager even more enthusiastic, telling me to look for him next time and promising the best deals possible. Soon after, I had everyone leave. Then, standing before the mountain of rice sacks, I gave a light wave of my hand. The next second, the mountain of supplies vanished on the spot. It reappeared, perfectly intact, in my spatial warehouse. The entire process was silent and efficient. In addition to these items, I also purchased tons of cooking oil, salt, and sugar. along with walls of canned goods. I also got compressed biscuits, instant noodles, as well as countless medicines, beverages, and mechanical equipment. On top of that, I ordered hundreds of barrels of gasoline and diesel fuel. Seeing that my spatial warehouse was still about 1/10 empty, I immediately drove to the largest hardware and building materials market. He purchased all sorts of industrial materials and even a few sets of basic engineering books. Only when the spatial warehouse was completely full did he load up various machine tools and 3D printing equipment. He then drove the truck back to his grocery store. The familiar feeling of weightlessness returned, and the world before his eyes began to twist and fold. The next second, he had arrived in the apocalyptic world. He quietly adjusted to the sensory shock of interdimensional travel. A moment later, he picked up the walkie-talkie. Ye Ying, how is the situation at the industrial park? Everything is going smoothly. As per your instructions, we've repaired the industrial park's surveillance and alarm systems. We've established 3 defensive lines centered around the dormitory area. No small disturbance can escape our notice. Over the past few days, more than 300 scavengers have tried to sneak into the industrial park. We've captured a portion of them. Currently, the Blade has 43 official members. You've done very well, far exceeding my expectations. Now, send some people to the square. I've brought something back for you all. Understood, boss. Ye Ying's reply was short and decisive. After ending the call, he switched to the public channel. Trading is back on, same as always. The short sentence landed like a bombshell. The next second, responses flooded the walkie-talkie. Boulder, copy. Sharpwind, copy. Lighthouse, copy. The Ark, copy. Because of the press conference, he hadn't shown up for 2 days, which had made the 4 major factions feel uneasy. After having tasted the delicious flavor of beef and the refreshing hit of a cigarette, no one wanted to go back to their old lives. There were even rumors that he was dissatisfied with the trade. Some even said he had met with some misfortune. Now that he was back, the 4 major factions immediately breathed a collective sigh of relief. In less than 20 minutes, the convoy sent by Ye Ying arrived at the square. The one in the lead was Scarface. His face no longer held its usual defiant arrogance. Instead, it was filled with respect and warmth. Hello, boss. Seeing this, he gave a slight wave of his hand. The next second, a pile of supplies appeared, including canned goods, seafood, lamb racks, and even beverages. There was beer, peanuts, and even several brand new portable generators. This is a reward and an extra supply drop for you all. Tell Ye Ying to be bold and just do what needs to be done. We are not short on supplies. Seeing all this, Scarface's eyes turned red. Thank you, boss. I'll be sure to pass the message on to the captain. After the convoy left, the trading teams from the 4 major factions arrived one by one. This time, they brought even more gold and crystal cores. The entire trading process went off without a hitch. In front of him, the 4 major factions were as obedient as well-behaved elementary school students. Very quickly, everyone left, and the square returned to its usual silence. He tallied up his earnings, over 500 kilograms of gold, and 63 crystal cores. Without a moment's hesitation, he absorbed all the crystal cores. Instantly, a massive surge of energy exploded within his body, and his psionic power easily broke through the 500-kilogram level. At the same time, his spatial warehouse expanded to 6,000 cubic meters and unlocked a new ability, spatial teleportation. He could now expend mental energy to teleport anywhere within a 20-meter radius. Before his mental energy was depleted, he could use the instant teleportation at least 30 times. Next, he began to experiment, concentrating his psionic power into a coin and flicking it. In the blink of an eye, the coin's speed reached supersonic levels. Feeling the surging power coursing through his body, he let out a laugh. This was the most fundamental rule of the apocalyptic world. After that, he contacted the Ark through the walkie-talkie, telling Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming to meet him at the square. I'll arrange it immediately. Bai Lu's reply was unhesitant. Soon, the Ark's convoy arrived at the square. A few fully armed soldiers escorted Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming. The 2 of them walked briskly forward. A moment later, he arrived at the grocery store. I need more components. Where else can I find them? Hearing this, Wang Chongming took a deep breath. There are 3 production bases, but the situations there are not very optimistic. The first is the heavy industrial zone in the north of the city, which is one of the most densely populated zombie areas. The second is the logistics transfer port in the western suburbs. The population density there was extremely high, and it has now become a city of the dead. The third one is very far away. With the current traffic conditions, it would be very difficult to get there. Besides the 7th generation Thunder God battery, does SkyCorp have any other technology? At this, Wang Chongming and Zhou Yuan exchanged a look. Then, Wang Chongming spoke up. The 8th generation Thunder God. Its energy density is 3 times that of the 7th generation, and it has an instantaneous overload output capability. It was specially developed for some unique equipment, but its core materials are very rare, and the manufacturing process is extremely complex. This led to excessively high costs, so the company only maintained a single production line at the Western Logistics port base. He fell silent upon hearing this, and the atmosphere grew a bit heavy. Just then, Zhou Yuan suddenly spoke with emotion. Skyski Company wasn't just a battery supplier before the disaster. The company spent a fortune to launch the Explorer 1 project, with the goal of clearing mines and mining. It's about 6 meters tall, fully electric, and can be equipped with up to 6 8th-generation Thunder God batteries when fully charged. It can operate at high intensity continuously for 72 hours. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. Even if this thing wasn't designed for combat, with a few modifications, it could become a true weapon of war. At this thought, he immediately asked for more details about the Explorer's core research base. It's located in Haizhou City, 200 kilometers away. The base has 3 complete Explorers, as well as 10 sets of components for assembly and a production line. But the journey was long and incredibly dangerous, and his heart couldn't help but beat faster. The impact of the Explorer was 100 times more powerful than the 7th-generation Thunder God batteries. He had to get his hands on the Explorers. He quickly calmed himself. "You two can go now." Then, he turned and walked into the general store, slowly pulling down the rolling gate, shutting everything off from the outside world. A moment later, the sound of an armored vehicle's engine echoed across the square, then gradually faded into the distance. Inside the general store, he sat on a chair and began to think. Going there alone was too risky, and the Blade team was too small. As for the major factions, their personnel were complicated and poorly equipped, making a long-distance march impossible. Right now, even attacking the Western Logistics port was proving difficult. He needed tens of thousands of people, an elite army with unwavering resolve, and behind them, a massive amount of supplies, as well as a solid rear base. He had to use the general store as the core, carrying out large-scale construction to create a complete defensive stronghold. Then, he would gradually expand outward, digging up everything of value from the ruins of the apocalypse. After forming a preliminary idea, he immediately picked up the radio to contact Ye Ying. "I have a new plan. We're going to use the general store's square as the center to build a stronghold. We need manpower. Anyone who has worked in construction or industrial-related professions will do. Your mission is to find these people." Hearing this, Ye Ying's breathing quickened. Suppressing the shock in her heart, she replied, "Understood. I'll get on it right away." After ending the call, he switched to the public channel. "This is Su Chen. I'm going to build a permanent trading post and safe zone in the central square. Large-scale construction will begin tomorrow. During construction, I need security. The pay will be double what it was for the attack on the Skyski Tech Park, with supplies paid out daily." This announcement struck like a hammer blow to the hearts of the leaders of the 4 major factions. They were both shocked and awed, but they had no other choice, because he had an endless supply of resources to back him up. He wasn't worried about the 4 major factions rebelling. He had more important things to do. He flipped over a piece of paper and quickly sketched on the back with a pen. The general store would be the origin point, with the entire central square as the core area. The first step was the wall, a wall strong enough to withstand a zombie horde, on a massive scale, one that could even endure the impact of heavy-class mutants. A preliminary estimate put the minimum height at 10 meters and the thickness at no less than 3 meters. The wall had to be poured with reinforced concrete, with steel plates buried inside, as a high-strength core skeleton. This was undoubtedly a massive project, and the materials required would be an astronomical figure. However, none of this was a problem in his eyes. He just needed a large enough warehouse and a long enough shopping list. Just as dawn was breaking, the area outside the rolling gate was filled with expectant scavengers. He stepped out of the general store and got straight to the point. "I'm hiring workers. The pay is all-you-can-eat box lunches." As soon as these words were spoken, the survivors immediately erupted. He didn't explain, just raised his hand and gave a slight wave. The next second, small cans of beef appeared out of thin air. Then, he said nonchalantly, "Spread the word. The square is recruiting workers to build a stronghold. Anyone who wants to join can sign up with the manager. These cans are your reward for spreading the news. 1 can per person. In 8 hours, construction will officially begin." Just then, a man from the crowd rushed out, grabbed a can, and turned to run towards the ruins, shouting, "I have to tell my family this good news." Seeing this, the rest of the people reacted instantly. They frantically rushed into every corner of the city, quickly spreading the news. Once all the scavengers had left the square, he contacted Ye Ying on the radio. "Gather all your people. In 8 hours, assemble at the square to receive the first batch of construction workers and supplies." Then, he switched to the public channel. "In 8 hours, the Central Square project will begin on time. I need the defense forces in position before construction starts. After 8 hours, I will pay out the first day's wages." With that, he turned off the radio, not even waiting for a response. He pulled down the rolling gate and teleported. The familiar feeling of weightlessness passed, and he returned to the real world. Countless supplies were waiting for him to purchase, so he immediately thought of Elder Tang. He then took out his phone and called Su Wan. "I have a shipment of 800 kilograms here. I need to report to them immediately." Su Wan's voice was trembling with astonishment. Very quickly, Elder Tang answered the phone. "Mr. Guo, is the price the same as last time?" "Yes, but besides cash, I also need a few things. Cement, steel, the more, the better. Also, excavators, bulldozers, and other types of construction equipment, as long as they're usable." After he finished speaking, Elder Tang fell into a long silence. After a moment, he finally spoke. "The amount of things you need is not small. It will take some time to gather everything at once." His voice carried a hint of pressure. "For others, this would be a problem, but I believe it's not a problem for Elder Tang. I want to see results within 6 hours." With that, he hung up. At that moment, in the study, Elder Tang was deep in thought with his eyes closed. Seeing this, Su Wan grew worried. "This has gone beyond the scope of our business. It's impossible to gather enough through normal channels in such a short time. Besides, these things will attract too much unwanted attention." However, Tang Lao slowly opened his eyes. When Mr. Guo unveiled the Wayfarer No. 1, it had already drawn attention. The higher-ups have had their eyes on him for a while. "Our little activities are nothing compared to what he's doing. He needs to gather everything he needs within 6 hours. The price can go up, but the goods must be available immediately. I'll get on it right away." She knew that Elder Tang had made his decision. This was a huge gamble, and the stakes were the rise or fall of the Tang family for the next several decades. Meanwhile, he headed to the global wholesale warehouse market. When the manager saw him, a sycophantic smile immediately bloomed on his face. "Boss Su, sir." He said nothing and simply handed over a list. The manager took the list with both hands, and in the next second, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The amount of food was more than 3 times the previous order, and on top of that, there were tents, helmets, and other construction equipment, 5,000 sets of each. The manager's hands trembled as he held the list, but Su's voice remained completely steady. "Just prepare the goods. Money isn't an issue." "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll get on it right away." After speaking, the manager didn't dare ask another question. He clutched the list and dashed straight for the warehouse area. The entire wholesale market was thrown into a state of frenzied operation, while he rented the same transit warehouse as before. Standing at the entrance, he watched as truck after truck of supplies was brought in. A moment after the last item was absorbed into his spatial storage, Su Wan sent a message. "The goods are all in position. They're parked at the abandoned industrial park in the east of the city, ready for handover at any time." Just then, Jiang Yi also called. "A department head from the Ministry of Energy, a Mr. Zhang, has specifically requested to meet you. He's very interested in our batteries and our future production plans. At 10 a.m. tomorrow, he'll personally lead a team to Voyager Tech. Just receive them as usual. I'll handle everything else." The acquisition of Tianheng Industrial Park requires the first installment transfer, totaling 300 million. "No problem, I'll take care of it." With that, he hung up. He then drove to a private club, where Su Wan, having been notified, was already waiting at the door to greet him. He opened the trunk, pointed to several cases, and said, "The goods are all in here. Have your people make the exchange quickly." Hearing this, Su Wan immediately began to make arrangements, then led him to the lounge. In the lounge, Elder Tang wore a warm expression. "Sir, you truly live up to expectations. I've gathered everything you need." Seeing this, he also smiled. "I've troubled you, Elder Tang. It's what I ought to do. The total value of the gold is 656 million yuan. The items you needed cost 180 million yuan at their original price. As for the acquisition funds for Tianheng, I also had Su Wan prepare those. I will transfer the remaining amount, along with the previous funds, into your account. Also, to celebrate the successful conclusion of your press conference, sir, I would like to personally gift you 5 million yuan. I hope you won't refuse." At this moment, Elder Tang didn't seem like he was just conducting business. Elder Tang then chuckled. "From the moment you introduced the Voyager 1, I knew you were destined for great things. I may be old, but the Tang family must carry on. Therefore, I've decided to bet on you. Whatever you need, as long as it's within my power, I will do it without a second thought." Additionally, the higher-ups approached me for a talk recently. As long as you show a cooperative attitude and present a production plan that satisfies them, they will clear many obstacles for you. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Tang. I will have Su Wan gradually participate in our future business dealings. I hope you will look after her, sir. He didn't say much, only nodding before turning to leave the study. Su Wan followed quickly behind him, while Elder Tang stood alone by the window. He knew that from this day forward, the Tang family and Su were completely bound together. A short while later, he and Su Wan arrived at the abandoned industrial park in the east. Before them were dozens of excavators and bulldozers. Beside them, cement and steel were piled up like small mountains, along with more than 10 heavy-duty diesel generators. You've worked hard. This is what we're supposed to do. If you have any issues, please feel free to contact me. I'll take my leave now. After she spoke, he nodded, and Su-wan quietly departed. He didn't delay any further, raising his hand to absorb the steel beasts one by one into his spatial storage, followed by the mountain-like piles of cement and steel. Afterward, he drove the truck back to the general store, pulled down the rolling shutter, and quickly traversed worlds. In an instant, he was back in the apocalyptic world. A dense crowd of people was gathered in the square. Ye Ying and the members of the Blade Unit formed a human barrier, separating the agitated survivors from the center of the square. At the same time, in the distance, the troops of the 4 major factions had also set up their positions. Makeshift machine gun nests formed a defensive perimeter. He casually walked out of the general store and glanced around. Clear the central area. At his word, the members of the Blade Unit immediately took action, quickly clearing a path to the middle. They then cleared out the largest open space in the center of the square. Next, he stood in front of the general store and gave a wave of his hand. Instantly, hundreds of bags of cement dropped and stacked neatly on the ground, followed by gleaming steel bars, mountainous piles of sand and gravel, and cases of tools. However, this was only the beginning. As everyone watched in stunned silence, piece after piece of heavy machinery thundered to the ground, and continuous gasps of amazement echoed through the square. He paid them no mind and simply said to Ye Ying, "Find the engineers and skilled workers, have them inspect the equipment, tell the electricians to start up the generators, set up the lighting equipment. I want this place as bright as day. The rest will be divided into groups to clear the foundations and prepare to lay the rebar." Upon hearing this, Ye Ying acted without a hint of hesitation. She picked up a megaphone, her voice echoing across the square. "Everyone with construction experience, step forward. Construction workers to the left, anyone who can operate heavy machinery to the right, and anyone who knows how to install a local power grid in the middle. Move it." At her command, the crowd quickly began to move, separating across the square. Soon, 3 long lines had formed. The rest of you will be grouped by physical strength, responsible for transporting materials and clearing the site. Everyone must follow orders and work hard. Anyone who slacks off or harbors ill intentions will face the consequences. After speaking, Ye Ying raised her hand and snapped her fingers. In the next second, a flame erupted, melting a nearby steel pipe into molten iron. Seeing this, every survivor's heart clenched, and they quickly got to work. A few electricians began checking the fuel lines and connecting power cables. A moment later, the diesel generators let out a deep roar. Then, the engines of the bulldozers and excavators started up one after another in an instant. Once again, the symphony of industrial civilization echoed across the wasteland. Bulldozers began to clear away the wrecked vehicles and debris. Survivors, wearing hard hats and gloves, used the most primitive tools to pry up the concrete ground and haul away the rubble. Thousands of people worked simultaneously in the courtyard, while at the edge of the construction site, several huge military pots had been set up. The aroma of meat stew wafted across the entire square. This became the most powerful motivation for everyone. At this moment, in the Ark's command room, the leader, the captain, and Bailu stood side by side. Listening to an electronic report, the captain spoke with a grave expression. "He isn't building a city, he's establishing a new order. The people inside the city create out of hope, while the soldiers outside fight to protect that hope." Soon, night fell, but the central square was as bright as day. Steel shot out sparks under cutting torches. Bulldozers pushed waste into deep trenches, and workers shouted slogans, laying foundation steel into the ditches. Everything seemed to have returned to the pre-apocalypse era. Just then, the awakened of the Blade Squad shouted, "Everyone, focus. The sooner we finish, the sooner we eat." Meanwhile, on the circular defensive perimeter outside the site, a commander was picking off zombies with a rifle. He roared, "Hold the line. Don't let a single zombie through, or I'll have your hides." As he finished speaking, Ye Ying appeared behind the defensive line. "Boss Su requests that you send representatives to settle today's payment." Hearing this, the 4 commanders' faces lit up with joy, and they followed Ye Ying toward the center of the square. He was standing in front of the general store. After seeing the 4 of them arrive, he casually waved his hand, and several small mountains of supplies materialized out of thin air. There were over 200 crates of canned beef, as well as compressed biscuits and purified water. Next came medical supplies, and even hard liquor and hundreds of cartons of cigarettes. The 4 commanders stood there, stunned. "This is the first day's payment, to be divided equally among your 4 factions. How you transport and distribute it is up to you." With that said, he turned and went back into the general store. The 4 representatives stood frozen on the spot for a long time before finally snapping out of it. They immediately got on their radios. "Get people over here to move supplies. Canned food, cigarettes, liquor. We've got everything." Excited cheers erupted from the soldiers on the front lines. Soon, trucks from the four factions came roaring over under the commander's direction, and they began frantically loading up the supplies. Just as the entire square was basking in the joy of their reward, a terrified scream suddenly blared over the public channel. East District 3 is under attack by a zombie horde. The numbers are countless. At that moment, the smiles on the soldiers' faces instantly froze. The survivors on the construction site also began to panic. However, Yanzi grabbed the radio and shouted, "Remember those cans of food you just got. Hold your guns tight and give 'em hell. Establish the first defensive line up front." As he finished, the other commanders quickly issued similar orders. The soldiers' morale soared to an unprecedented high. They quickly took their battle positions, aiming their guns toward the end of a street. Inside the construction site, however, chaos began to spread. The survivors dropped their tools, instinctively wanting to flee. Just then, Ye Ying's voice rang out. "Anyone who runs will be killed. Right now, Boss Su is watching from behind us. This construction site is the safest place to be. If you want to live, get back to work." Her words calmed the crowd slightly, but fear was still spreading. At this moment, the vibrations from the ground grew more and more distinct. A tide of zombies flooded out from the end of the street. The next second, on the defensive perimeter, dozens of machine guns simultaneously opened fire. The dense hail of bullets tore the zombie horde to shreds as the sound of explosions echoed through the night sky. The soldiers held the horde back at a distance of 200 meters. But the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and the battle slowly turned into a stalemate. Just then, a dull thud came from behind the horde. A giant mutated zombie emerged, its entire body covered in a hardened, horn-like carapace, completely ignoring the streams of bullets and charging toward the rock stronghold's defensive line. Suddenly, a streak of light shot from Ye Ying's hand, instantly piercing the mutated zombie's head. Carried by its own momentum, it crashed into the defensive fortifications, scattering the sandbags. But that monster would never get up again. At that moment, the other awakened also made their move. In an instant, all sorts of abilities exploded within the zombie horde. However, the street was simply too wide, making it impossible to quickly concentrate fire and wipe out the horde. Over the comms channel, screams and cries for help mingled together. The battle grew increasingly brutal, and even though the soldiers fought bravely, breaches inevitably appeared in the defensive line. Dozens of zombies broke through the hail of fire and pounced on the line, forcing the soldiers into close combat. As more and more zombies swarmed in, the entire defensive line was hanging by a thread. Seeing this, the survivors in the construction site cowered in a corner, shaking uncontrollably. Even Ye Ying's expression turned grave. Just then, he stepped out of the general store. A second later, his figure vanished, reappearing several dozen meters away. After a few successive blinks, he had reached a high vantage point, calmly looking down at the swarming zombie horde. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. In front of him, a wooden crate materialized and immediately shattered, releasing dozens of steel balls that floated in mid-air. Then, he gently flicked his hand toward the horde. A metal torrent of dozens of steel balls shot forward, the sound of them tearing through the air even drowning out the dense gunfire. In the blink of an eye, the zombies at the front of the line were pierced and torn to shreds. Then, a second wave of steel balls flew out, followed by a third, and a fourth. Wherever the metal stream went, it wiped everything clean. He was like a human Gatling gun, single-handedly clearing out the horde within a 50-meter radius in front of the defensive line. At that moment, an eerie silence fell over the entire square, leaving only the dull hum of the generators. The air was thick with the overpowering stench of blood. A moment later, he slowly descended from on high. All eyes were fixed on him, as if witnessing a deity's descent. As for him, he just spoke nonchalantly. "Continue. Continue with your work." Ye Ying was the first to snap out of it, her voice echoing across the entire grounds through a loudspeaker. "Get a move on, back to work. Boss Su doesn't feed the lazy around here." The next second, the crowd started to move, and the survivors quickly got back to their tasks. A deep sense of security settled into everyone's hearts at the bedrock stronghold. Yanzi watched the scene unfold, feeling a sense of wordless helplessness. After a long silence, he picked up his radio. "Relay my orders. From now on, everyone from Bedrock will unconditionally follow Mr. Su's arrangements." Meanwhile, at the lighthouse stronghold, the bookish scholar had already guessed that he possessed two types of abilities. He sent back his analysis report, but only received a single reply: ignore everything else and meet all of Mr. Guo's needs. At that moment, he was sitting on a chair inside the general store. He replayed his earlier actions in his mind. He knew that proactively leaving the general store was risky, but there was a reason he chose to intervene personally. If he had let a breach appear in the defensive line, there would have been casualties, and he could have used that opportunity to intimidate everyone. But most importantly, it was a message to the four major factions, letting them know he couldn't be confined to just his general store. The enthusiastic atmosphere at the construction site showed that his debut was a massive success. In the apocalypse, strength is the only rule. With that in mind, he sent a message to Ye Ying. Go clean up the battlefield and bring the crystal cores here. Upon hearing this, Ye Ying quickly assembled the Blade team and gave the order to collect the cores. The Blade team members moved swiftly. Seeing this, the 4 commanders also told their soldiers to help. As a result, the battlefield was cleared in less than half an hour. Ye Ying carried more than 10 buckets of energy cores to the general store's entrance. However, he just casually waved his hand at the pile of cores, and in an instant, half of them vanished. The other half was left in the buckets. He looked at Yanzi and the other 3 commanders. You 4 factions can split what's left. The 4 of them collectively held their breath. Mr. Guo, you were the one who primarily handled this battle. It's not right for us to take this much. Hearing this, he clapped his hands. Anyone who participates deserves a share. In that case, thank you, Mr. Guo. The other 3 also hurried to express their thanks, and then the 4 of them divided the cores. He looked towards the survivors, then raised his hand and shouted, "Time to eat." The next second, a roar of cheers erupted as the survivors dropped their tools. They rushed madly towards the field kitchens. Seeing this, members of the Blade team immediately stepped forward to maintain order. Get in line. Anyone who dares to cut in line won't be eating today. Once these words were spoken, the survivors became much more obedient and voluntarily formed long lines. Soon, the food was distributed. Countless people, after receiving their meal boxes, plopped right down on the ground and devoured their food. Some even burst into tears just from getting a piece of meat. The fragrant aroma of meat spread throughout the plaza. The soldiers also sat gathered around tables, each with 8 savory dishes, 1 soup, along with cigarettes and drinks. The soldiers took big bites of food while chatting loudly and without restraint. The earlier losses and exhaustion completely vanished. An hour later, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. At this point, the construction foreman stood up, patting his belly. All right, we're full. Now let's get back to work. No sleep tonight. Let's try to finish all the foundation work before sunrise. As he finished speaking, a responding roar came from thousands of people. The survivors didn't have a single word of complaint. They picked up their tools, their spirits high, and returned to their workstations. The roar of machinery once again filled the air. Meanwhile, the relief shift soldiers from the 4 major factions looked at the messy dining tables and smelled the lingering aroma in the air, feeling nothing but regret for not signing up for the first defense shift. However, Ye Ying and her subordinates arrived with several chests filled to the brim with brand new cigarettes. Boss Su sent these for the brothers on the night shift. 1 pack per person to stay sharp. When you're done, come get more. The words had barely left her mouth when a stir went through the defense line. We get cigarettes as soon as we arrive? Boss Su is so generous. After receiving the new cigarettes, the soldiers' regret and complaints instantly vanished, replaced by a wave of excitement. Countless plumes of smoke slowly rose into the air, and blissful expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Time passed until 3 in the morning, but the hustle and bustle at the construction site didn't die down at all. In fact, it grew even more intense. Giant concrete mixers roared to life. A moment later, a stream of gray concrete flowed out through a pipeline, pouring into the deep foundation pit. The foreman stood nearby, watching all of this with deep emotion. Just then, a member of the Blade team approached the foreman. Boss Su is looking for you. The foreman was startled for a moment, but quickly ran towards the general store. At that moment, he was sitting on a chair in front of the store. The foreman stopped at the entrance, full of reverence. Mr. Guo, you were looking for me? He nodded, not wasting any words, and handed over a blueprint. The foundation pour isn't bad, but the walls need some modifications. As soon as he finished speaking, the foreman hurriedly took the blueprint. The blueprint clearly showed the locations for 1,000,000 densely packed murder holes. Without waiting for the foreman to ask, he casually explained, leave space for firing ports and internal corridors inside the walls. Build watchtowers and observation decks on top, and include steel railings, enclosed pipelines, and placements for cameras and floodlights. I want this to be a wall that can not only block the zombie tide but also annihilate it. As for manpower and materials, you don't need to worry. Hearing this, the foreman's breathing grew heavy. He could tell with a single glance that these were standard military-grade defensive fortifications. At that moment, the foreman looked up, his eyes filled with a new sense of purpose. I will definitely complete this mission. After saying that, he took the blueprint and ran back to the construction site. Next, the foreman gathered all the key technicians. They went over every detail of the new blueprint. Soon, dawn was breaking, and all the survivors had bloodshot eyes. But their faces showed no signs of fatigue, only the excitement of completing their work. By now, the entire foundation had been poured, and a few engineers were gathered around the blueprint. They were using some strangely shaped molds they had just fabricated. These molds would be fixed within the wall's steel rebar skeleton. Then, they just had to wait for the concrete to be poured, and the wall would form with standard firing ports. The construction difficulty was now several levels higher, but not a single person felt discouraged. In their hearts, they all understood that this fortified wall would be everyone's hope for survival. Before long, a crane started up, lifting the first section of the wall. It placed it precisely onto the foundation, perfectly interlocking with the pre-laid steel. At that moment, the entire construction site erupted in thunderous cheers. The survivors brandished the tools in their hands, their bloodshot eyes welling up with tears. They looked emotionally at the fruits of their labor. Meanwhile, soldiers passing by during a shift change also stared in amazement. They saw the monumental changes at the construction site, and everyone praised the sturdiness of the new wall. Just then, the aroma of food began to spread, and Ye Ying's voice rang out, "Everyone, come get some breakfast." On several tables, a full spread of food was laid out. There was piping hot white congee and freshly steamed meat buns. Seeing this, the workers put down their tools and formed an orderly line. They ate at a leisurely pace, as if they had returned to the peaceful lives they once knew. Just then, he stepped out of the general store and called Ye Ying over to the doorway. "I need to leave for about 12 hours. While I'm gone, you're in charge of everything here. Don't let the construction progress stop. You'll also need to coordinate with the 4 major factions on defense. As for recruitment, don't worry about taking on too many people, as long as you can confirm they're not a problem. Let them in and put them to work." After listening, Ye Ying replied solemnly, "Understood, boss." With that said, he glanced at the bustling scene before him, then turned and went back into the general store. He then teleported back to the real world. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Yuanheng Technology Office building, where Jiang Yi was already waiting for him. Chairman, Director Zhang, and the others are in the reception room upstairs. He nodded, and together with Jiang Yi, they entered the building. Soon after, he reached the reception room and saw a middle-aged man sitting there. It was Director Zhang from the Ministry of Energy. A secretary stood behind him. Upon seeing him, Director Zhang stood up. "You must be the young prodigy himself." He also extended his hand, smiling as he greeted Director Zhang. Shortly after, both parties sat down, and the meeting began as scheduled. Jiang Yi presented the company's development plan. Director Zhang listened intently, while his secretary furiously scribbled notes in a notebook. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Yi's presentation concluded. Director Zhang was the first to speak. "I've already reviewed this technical report. It's revolutionary, to say the least. But I need to know, is the origin of this technology reliable? Are future upgrades guaranteed? And how quickly can you restore production capacity?" Jiang Yi grew worried, but he remained completely unfazed. "The origin of the technology is a trade secret. My apologies, but I cannot disclose it. We guarantee that this technology is entirely under my personal control, and there are absolutely no patent disputes. Future upgrades have already been planned out to the 5th generation, and we can restore full production capacity within 1 month. The only thing that could slow our progress would be certain administrative approval processes." At this, a knowing smirk appeared on Director Zhang's face. "You don't need to worry about the approval process. However, I have a proposal. I hope that the state can be the primary capital contributor in establishing a new joint venture. We would develop and produce the Yuanheng battery line together. In return, the state will provide you with comprehensive policy support." As soon as he finished speaking, the color drained from Jiang Yi's face. She understood what this meant. The state wanted to take over Yuanheng technology, and he would have to hand over his core secrets. The next second, he laughed. "That's not a bad proposal, but you seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not here today to ask for the state's help. I'm here to give the state an opportunity to take the lead in the energy revolution. As for our partnership, I can establish a new sales company to specifically handle the military-industrial sector and national strategic projects. But as for the shares in Yuanheng Technology itself, I will retain 90%. That is my bottom line." Instantly, the atmosphere in the room dropped to a freezing point. Director Zhang's expression darkened noticeably. "If the state doesn't give its approval, do you really think your batteries will ever make it out of this building?" Hearing this, he simply leaned back in his chair, looking relaxed. "Tell me, what do you think is more important, some approval process, or allowing the nation to completely break free from its reliance on foreign energy? The energy density of the 5th generation technology is 3 times that of the Yuanheng Mark I, and it has already entered the prototype testing phase. My technology can be based here in China, or it can be based in any other country." As soon as he said it, a chill ran down Director Zhang's spine. If this technology ended up in foreign hands, the responsibility would be more than he could bear. After a moment of thought, Director Zhang suddenly stood up. "Excuse me, I need to make a phone call." With that, Director Zhang took out his phone and stepped out of the room. 2 minutes later, he returned, took a deep breath, and spoke. "We agree to all of your conditions. Not only that, but the state will provide you with every form of unconditional support. The state will make it a top priority to provide you with anything you need, with no limits. The air in the room was thick with tension. Director Zhang's words were like a bombshell going off in Jiang Yi's mind. Complete agreement, unlimited support. The sudden reversal was so drastic that she couldn't comprehend it. Just moments ago, they were at a hostile standoff, looking like they were ready to devour Yuanhang Technology whole. Now, after a single phone call, it had turned into compromise and unconditional support. Who was on the other end of that call, and what did they say? Director Zhang looked at him, his expression no longer one of scrutiny and pressure, but was replaced by a complex emotion that even he didn't seem to understand. Mr. Su, I was short-sighted. He took the initiative to admit his mistake. His tone was incredibly humble. Your vision and your nerve are far greater than I imagined. My superiors have given clear instructions. Yuanhang Technology's project is now the nation's highest strategic priority. Our Ministry of Energy, as well as all other related departments, will be giving it the highest level of clearance and support. The two aides behind Director Zhang were completely stunned. They had followed the director for a long time and had never seen him use such a deferential, almost subservient, tone with anyone. Throughout all of this, his own expression hadn't changed at all. He settled back into his chair as if everything that had just happened was a trivial matter. It's good that Director Zhang has seen the light. This is a good thing for you, for the Department of Energy, and for this country. His voice was very calm, with none of a victor's boastfulness or a hint of smugness. He was simply stating a fact. This attitude, however, made Director Zhang even more convinced that he wasn't trying to extort the nation, but genuinely wanted to work without being disturbed. So, about our collaboration. As Director Zhang tentatively brought it up, he lifted his teacup. We'll establish a sales company. I'll take 90%, and you'll contribute your distribution channels and policies for your share. 10%. Any problem with that? Director Zhang immediately agreed, afraid he might change his mind. The entire approval process will be completed by the special task force within the day. You can begin renovating the industrial production park over there at any time. Just list any equipment and personnel you need, and we will coordinate it. It seems we've reached a consensus. His voice betrayed no fluctuation whatsoever. Director Zhang took a deep breath to compose himself. The expression on his face was complex, finally settling into one of solemn respect. Yes, Mr. Su. He extended his hand again. To a pleasant partnership. To a pleasant partnership. He shook the director's hand. After that, the atmosphere became a bit strange. A moment ago, it was a negotiation. Now, it was like he was taking instructions. Director Zhang proactively asked about all the potential difficulties far-reaching technology might face in taking over the Skywalk Industrial Park, from import licenses for renovation equipment to residency arrangements for technical workers, and even future land planning for expansion. He promised that the special task force would provide solutions to all problems within 24 hours. After seeing Director Zhang off, Jiang Yi closed the door to the reception room, feeling a bit dazed. Chairman Su, Jiang Yi was about to speak. For the subsequent contract, just follow the terms closely. Do as I said. We must have absolute control. Understood. Jiang Yi nodded instinctively. The daily operations of the company are still your responsibility. After saying this, he walked straight out. Where are you going? I have something to take care of. His figure vanished through the door, leaving Jiang Yi alone in the empty reception room, her mind still in a whirl. He walked out of the far-reaching technology building and got into that white box truck. He didn't start the engine right away, but took out his phone and dialed a number he had just saved. It was from a business card Director Zhang's assistant had given him before leaving the reception room. There was only one phone number on it, described as a 24-hour hotline that could solve any problem. He put the phone to his ear, and the call connected almost instantly. Mr. Su, Director Zhang's voice came through, tinged with a deliberate enthusiasm and caution. At that moment, he was in his official car on his way back to the department, still replaying every detail of their meeting in his mind. Director Zhang, I'll skip the pleasantries. His voice was very calm. Since this is top priority support, I'd like to make my first request. Here it comes. Director Zhang's spirits lifted, and he immediately sat up straight. He guessed his first request would likely be about dealing with Skywalk Energy's trillions in bad debt, or perhaps hoping the state would mediate relationships with foreign suppliers. Go ahead and tell me. We will certainly do everything in our power to cooperate. He leaned back in the driver's seat of the truck, looking out the window, and said casually, I want ammunition. The other end of the line fell into a long silence. Director Zhang even instinctively pulled the phone away from his ear and stared at the screen to confirm the call hadn't been disconnected. Mr. Su, he began tentatively, his voice full of uncertainty. What did you just say? The signal wasn't very good. I couldn't hear you clearly. I said, I want ammunition. 7.6 to 2 millimeter rifle rounds, 1 million of them. Heavy machine gun rounds, 12.7 millimeter, 500,000 of them. And throw in some grenades too. The phone went dead silent. Director Zhang could feel his palms drenched in cold sweat. He thought he would ask for money, for policies, for rare production materials. He never imagined the man would open his mouth and ask for weapons and ammunition, and in such massive quantities. This went far beyond simply breaking the rules. This was touching upon the nation's most sensitive red line. Mr. Su, this. Director Zhang's voice trembled uncontrollably. This is impossible. Firearms and ammunition are the nation's highest-level controlled items. No individual is permitted to possess them privately. It's a felony. Besides, the quantity you're asking for is enormous. I know. His voice remained completely steady. That's why I came to you. You just said you would provide me with any support I needed, with no upper limit. Right now, this is what I need. Director Zhang's mind was racing. He tried to understand his intentions. Ammunition? What the hell does someone in the new energy battery business need ammunition for? How could a request be this absurd? He even suspected this might be his way of testing the nation's sincerity, in a way he couldn't comprehend. Mr. Su, isn't this request a bit? Director Zhang struggled to find the right words. Inconvenient? His voice was devoid of any emotion. If finished products are too tightly controlled and inconvenient to provide, then supplying raw materials is also fine. I can process them myself. The silence on the other end of the line lasted for a full minute. He didn't rush him, just waited quietly. Finally, Director Zhang's voice came through again. I need to report this to my superiors. The call ended, but Director Zhang's hand remained frozen in the position of holding the phone to his ear, even as the screen went dark. The two young record keepers didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Was this something they were supposed to hear? 1 million rifle rounds, heavy machine gun rounds, 500,000 of them, and grenades too. This young man named Su wasn't joking, nor was he testing them. He genuinely wanted these things. Director Zhang felt a chill run down the back of his neck as a layer of cold sweat broke out. He had been in a high position for a long time, handling countless difficult matters, but none were more ridiculous or insane than the request from that phone call just now. You've got to be kidding me, right? He was with the Department of Energy, not the Department of Defense. Are all young people these days this wild? Stop the car. Director Zhang's voice was hoarse. The black sedan slowly pulled over to the side of the road, stopping at a deserted intersection. You two, get out of the car, Director Zhang said to the two young men in the back. The two looked as if they had just been granted a pardon. They immediately pushed open the car doors and got out, leaving only Director Zhang and the driver inside. The driver's lips trembled slightly. He wanted to get out, too. Director Zhang took out a black phone from the glove compartment, took a deep breath, and dialed a number not saved in his contacts. The phone rang 3 times before connecting. The other end of the line was completely silent, as if waiting for him to speak first. Director Zhang instinctively sat up straighter, his voice dropping to a near whisper filled with awe. Mr. Su has made his first request. The other end of the line remained silent. Director Zhang licked his chapped lips and struggled to relay the message. He needs a shipment of supplies, 7.62mm rifle rounds, 1 million rounds, 500,000 12.7mm heavy machine gun rounds, and some grenades. With every word he spoke, Director Zhang felt another layer of cold sweat form on his back. After he finished speaking, the car was once again plunged into a suffocating silence. Director Zhang could even hear his own heart hammering in his chest from the stress. He had no idea what the person on the other end was thinking, nor did he know whether he was about to face a thunderous rage or something else entirely. This request was no longer a simple breach of protocol. It was an outright criminal act and a serious felony at that. A full 30 seconds passed, and the other end finally spoke, the voice elderly, yet still full of vigor. I understand. I will have someone follow up on this matter. You are no longer needed for this. Director Zhang's mind went completely blank. They actually agreed? The higher-ups really agreed? He thought he must have misheard. Director Zhang instinctively argued back. Sir, this is against regulations. If anything goes wrong, there will be no turning back. You don't understand, the voice on the other end said calmly. With Vision Tech's technical specifications, a person like Su Chen would be welcomed in any country, as an honored guest. If he were to team up with the folks on Wall Street to short sell our market beforehand, he could make a massive profit and deal a devastating blow to our stock market. After all, before the press conference, we had absolutely no idea this product even existed. If he wanted to leave, nobody could have stopped him, but he didn't. Instead, he held a press conference right here. This proves that the young man is a patriot. We don't need to figure out exactly where he got his technology, or how he acquired it. We just need to be clear on one thing. We must not disappoint those who love their country. This phone call never happened. I will arrange for someone to handle things. Your mission is to help Vision Tech resolve any commercial and policy-related difficulties. Understood? With that, the elderly voice on the other end finished speaking, and hung up immediately. Director Zhang sat there, phone in hand, completely stunned. The sunlight streamed in through the car window, but he felt no warmth at all. You don't understand. We must not disappoint those who love their country. These two sentences replayed over and over in his mind. He truly didn't understand. But he understood his orders perfectly. The higher-ups valued this young man named Su Chen far more than he could have ever imagined. He thought he had come here to investigate and negotiate. But it turned out, after all this, that he was nothing more than a mouthpiece, a firewall, responsible for separating the mundane commercial and policy issues from the truly important matters, the backroom deals and the games of the major players. Inside a white box truck, Su Chen put his phone down. He started the truck but didn't leave right away, just quietly looking at the Vision Tech building. 5 minutes later, his phone rang again. It was an unknown number. Mr. Lin. The phone carried a deep, steady male voice, his age impossible to guess, his tone completely flat and devoid of any emotion. Your request has been approved by the higher-ups. We cannot provide finished products, only raw materials. Please provide a delivery address and a convenient time. There was no suspicion, no probing, only the most direct execution of the order, between 10 and 12 p.m. tonight. Su Chen gave an address. It was an abandoned logistics warehouse district on the outskirts of the city. He had already picked out the largest warehouse there. Understood, the person on the other end replied crisply. The nature of these raw materials is highly sensitive. We will handle all aspects of the transport. No trace will be left behind. Additionally, we will provide you with a new phone and a dedicated contact person, on standby 24/7. You can use that phone for any non-commercial issues. Now that we've fulfilled your request, we have a request of our own. I hope you'll listen, Mr. Lin. Go on. For the newly established trading company, we want to hold 49% of the shares. Vision Tech will hold 51%. And these shares cannot be transferred to any other company or individual, even if you want to transfer shares. We must be the ones to acquire them. As for Vision Tech itself, we won't interfere. However, if you, Mr. Lin, wish to transfer your shares, we ask that you give us the right of first refusal. I believe you understand my meaning, Mr. Lin. No problem. Regarding the new company, I'll inform Jiang Yi. You can sign the contract directly with him when the time comes. Although we trust that you will not act recklessly, Mr. Lin, we still wish to offer a word of caution. The items you've requested are highly unusual. Please be extremely careful. Don't worry, not a single piece of raw material will leak onto the market. We believe you. In that case, it's a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Lin. Pleasure doing business with you too. The line went dead. Su Chen tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. He closed his eyes and replayed the day's events in his mind, from the tense standoff at the beginning to the unconditional compromise that followed, and finally, to this last, decisive phone call. The way things had unfolded was both unexpected and, in a way, perfectly logical. The other party had raised their stake in the new company from 10% to 49%. On the surface, it seemed like a demand for more profit, but in reality, it was a way to tie him to them on a deeper level. As for agreeing to supply the raw materials for ammunition, that was a demonstration of their stance. It was an attitude that said, we know you have secrets, but as long as your roots are here, we can bend the rules for you. Su Chen silently approved. He liked working with smart people. In any case, his goal had been achieved. He wanted to build his own power base in the apocalypse. To hold down his own territory, ammunition was indispensable. With enough ammunition, the city could truly become a fortress. Only then could the city walls stand strong forever, and only then could Su Chen form an expedition team to bring back the things he wanted. Well then, next up was to buy some machine tools. The engine started, and the white box truck merged into the flow of traffic. Su Chen didn't head back to the general store. The ammunition materials weren't arriving until tonight. Before that, he needed to get the equipment ready to process these materials. He dialed Su Wan's number again, with the appearance of Tang Kaching and the pressure from Su Chen mounting. Mr. Lin, Su Wan's voice was as respectful as ever. I need a new batch of things. Su Chen cut straight to the chase. Let's meet at the old spot. I can bring the list over. Old Master Tang is at the tea house too. After hanging up, Su Chen turned the truck around and headed toward the Serene Heart tea house. Half an hour later, the familiar white truck pulled up in front of the tea house. Su Wan was already waiting, but today, someone else was standing beside her. She was a woman around 25 or 26 years old, dressed in a perfectly tailored pantsuit, her long hair tied neatly at the nape of her neck. Her features were delicate, but her expression was cold. As Su Chen got out of the truck, her scrutinizing gaze swept over him from head to toe. Mr. Lin, this is Tang Keching, Old Master Tang's eldest granddaughter, Su Wan introduced. Going forward, some of the Tang family's affairs will be handled by Miss Kaching. Tang Kaching proactively offered her hand, her voice as devoid of warmth as her expression. Mr. Lin, I've heard a great deal about you. Su Chen shook her hand briefly. It felt cold, and he released it almost immediately. Hello. The three of them walked into the tea house. The atmosphere was noticeably more serious than the last time Su Chen had visited. In the main room, old Master Tang was still sitting in his grand armchair, only today, he wasn't brewing tea. Instead, he was reviewing a file. Mr. Lin, you've arrived. Please, have a seat. Old Master Tang set the document down, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Su Chen sat down and pushed a new list across the table. Sorry to trouble you again, Old Master Tang. But Old Master Tang didn't look at the list. Instead, he gestured for Tang Keqing, who was standing beside him, to step forward and take it. After just a single glance, her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. A high-precision 5-axis machining center, a CNC lathe, a high-power laser cutter. Tang Keqing looked up, her cold gaze fixed on Su Chen. Mr. Lin, the items on this list are anything but simple. Her tone was slightly agitated. Could you tell us what they're generally used for? I have my own uses for them. Su Chen's reply was calm. What uses might those be? Tang Keqing pressed. Su Chen looked at her. Do I need to explain my business to you? Tang Keqing's expression stiffened. Just as she was about to retort, Old Master Tang cut in. Keqing. The old master finally spoke. The old man looked toward Su Chen, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. She's young and doesn't know any better, Mr. Lin. Please don't mind her. Su Chen said nothing, but his silence was an answer in itself. If the younger generation of the Tang family were all like this, he'd have to reconsider his choice of partners. Old Master Tang, of course, understood this as well. Turning to his granddaughter, the smile vanished from his face. Keqing, apologize to Mr. Lin. Have you forgotten my instructions? All of Mr. Lin's requests, the price, the supply channels, the risks, I don't need a report on any of it. I only want one result. Get Mr. Lin what he needs in the shortest possible time. Tang Keqing's body trembled slightly. She looked at her grandfather, a flicker of a complex emotion in her eyes, but she ultimately lowered her head. Yes, grandfather. She then turned back to Su Chen and said formally, my apologies, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, is this arrangement to your satisfaction? Old Master Tang asked, looking at Su Chen. It is, Su Chen nodded. Do you want cash or gold? There's no rush for the money, Old Master Tang said with a wave of his hand. Mr. Lin, I have a rather audacious request. Please, speak freely. I heard you're acquiring Tianxing's assets and plan to convert them to produce a low-performance version of the Yuanheng battery. The Tang family also has some connections for raw materials. We were hoping you might give us an opportunity, Mr. Lin. The old man's tone was earnest, and he humbled himself significantly. Su Chen looked at him, remaining silent for a moment. All right, that single word was worth its weight in gold. The wrinkles on Old Master Tang's face instantly relaxed, revealing a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Keqing will arrange for everything you need. Good. With their business concluded, Su Chen didn't linger and got up to take his leave. Keqing personally escorted him to the main gate. Mr. Lin. Just as Su Chen was about to get into his truck, Tang Keqing suddenly spoke up. What is it? I'll find a way to gather all the equipment on the list. It will take 3 days. Her voice was as cool as ever. I will arrange for a completely secure warehouse, and I'll notify you of the address and handover time in advance. Su Chen climbed into the driver's seat and said without even looking back. Too slow. I need to see the first shipment before dinner tonight. Send me the address in a bit. If you can't manage it, go find Old Master Tang. After that, he didn't care what Tang Keqing's reaction was. He simply started the truck and drove away. The white box truck disappeared down the road, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tang Keqing stood in front of the tea house. The early summer breeze ruffled her hair, but she didn't feel a trace of its warmth. Before dinner tonight, if you can't manage it, go find Old Master Tang. The man hadn't even bothered to look back at her, as if she were nothing more than a secretary, tasked with relaying messages. A feeling of being looked down upon and completely disregarded made her clench her fists. She, Tang Keqing, had been a prodigy since childhood, a graduate of a prestigious university. After taking over the family business, she used her sharp tactics and precise judgment to manage its assets flawlessly, silencing all the uncles and elders who had been waiting for her to fail. She was used to being in control of everything, accustomed to using data and logic to analyze risk and profit. But today, she had met Su Chen, a man against whom her skills were utterly useless. Her opponent, completely refusing to treat her as an equal in conversation. Miss Tang Keqing? Su Wan's voice beside her was laced with concern. Tang Keqing didn't answer, turning and walking quickly back to the reception room. Inside, Old Master Tang was leisurely using tea tongs to rinse a teacup. His movements were so focused, it was as if the conversation that had just decided the family's fate never even happened. Tang Keqing strode in quickly, stopping in front of her grandfather's desk. Her voice was tight with anger. Do you have any idea what the items on that list mean? Elder Tang didn't look up, continuing to pour hot water over the teacup. They mean risk. They mean risk. Tang Kaching's voice rose a few notches. The things he wants have absolutely nothing to do with battery production, especially the deep groove pinning machines and the specialized stamping presses. He might as well have weapons manufacturing written all over his face. And his attitude. He wants the first shipment before dinner. Who does he think he is? This isn't a partnership at all. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Grandfather, you're betting the Tang family's entire future on him far too carelessly. I think you need to reconsider. Elder Tang finally set down the tea tongs and looked up. His gaze was calm, completely unfazed by his granddaughter's questioning. Qiqing, you have a habit of handling things by looking at the risk before the reward, and shouldn't I? Tang Qiqing retorted. For ordinary people, yes. Elder Tang picked up the rinsed teacup, holding it under his nose to inhale its fragrance. But not for Mr. Lin. He set the cup down and looked at his granddaughter. You see risk, while I see an opportunity that could help the Tang family prosper for another 50 years. Tianqing Energy was a trillion-dollar enterprise, and it collapsed just like that. Do you think an ordinary person could do that? More importantly, if you review the entire process, you'll see that Mr. Lin never even considered Tianqing an opponent. It was entirely Zhou Zhen's own fault for getting too close, and he was utterly crushed for it. Tang Keching's lips parted, but she said nothing. It was true. Tianqing Energy didn't die from business competition, but from suicide. Therefore, the things Mr. Lin wants are not for us to question. Elder Tang's voice grew heavy. If he wants them, we give them to him. If he wants them urgently, then we find a way to gather them. This isn't proper procedure. Procedure? Elder Tang cut her off. Rules are made to bind the weak. Mr. Lin, is he weak? Tang Qiqing's body went rigid. I understand. It took a long moment for her to force those words out through gritted teeth. No, you don't. Elder Tang shook his head. You're still not convinced in your heart. He stood up, walked over to Tang Keqing, and reached out to straighten her slightly messy collar. His eyes were full of affection. Qiqing, you are the junior I value most. You're very capable, but you are too proud, and too bound by the rules. Remember this, against Mr. Lin, you have no bargaining chips, and neither does our Tang family. Your task is not to judge whether Mr. Lin's request is reasonable, nor is it to assess how great the risk of this venture is. You have only one task. Elder Tang looked her straight in the eye, emphasizing each word. Execute. Tang Kaching's fingertips trembled slightly. She lowered her eyes, hiding the defiance within them. Yes, grandfather. Seeing Tang Kaching's expression, Elder Tang knew she was certainly still holding a grudge. He let out a sigh, and said slowly, I received news that this morning, Director Zhang of the Ministry of Energy paid a visit to far-reaching technology. Tang Kaching's head snapped up, her eyes filled with disbelief. The Director of the Ministry of Energy? A figure of that level personally visited a newly established company? A director who manages the nation's energy lifeline, visiting in person. What do you think that was for? Elder Tang didn't wait for her to answer, continuing on his own. Far-reaching technology is enough to change the global energy landscape. The country can't just leave something like that in private hands. So, Director Zhang went there with only one purpose. Elder Tang held up one finger. Recruitment. Tang Kaching's heart skipped a beat. She of course understood what that meant. Either the state invests and becomes a shareholder, or they use various administrative tactics to force the other party to hand over their technology. That's the standard procedure. Elder Tang took 2 steps, then turned back to look at her. But what was the result? Mr. Lin walked out of that building completely unscathed, and immediately came to us demanding this sensitive equipment. What does that tell you? Tang Kaching's mind raced. A prediction that she found incredibly difficult to accept surfaced in her mind. Her mouth was dry as she spoke. It means Director Zhang was unsuccessful. Unsuccessful? Elder Tang smiled. That's putting it mildly. It was a complete and utter failure. Think about it. If negotiations had merely stalled, the most sensible thing for Mr. Lin to do right now would be to keep a low profile, not make a big show of coming to us to acquire these things. Elder Tang's voice dropped several tones, carrying a chilling, soul-piercing weight. Every single one of the high-precision machine tools he wants is strictly monitored. The Tang family, no matter how extensive our distribution channels are, could never acquire these things without the higher-ups knowing. Tang Qiqing's face lost its color, bit by bit. She finally understood. In the face of a true top-level power play, things like business logic and risk assessment were laughably naive. So, Tang Kaching's voice trembled. He's not afraid of being discovered at all. He wants these things, and the higher-ups are fully aware. It's more than just being aware. Elder Tang drove each word into her heart like a nail. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Lin's actions have the tacit approval of the higher-ups. That sentence was like a bomb going off in Tang Kaching's mind. Tacit approval? Tacit approval for a private individual to acquire equipment that can be used to manufacture military-grade components? How could this be? All the previous dissatisfaction, suspicion, and indignation instantly turned into a chilling shock. She finally understood what a terrifying foundation lay hidden beneath Su Chen's seemingly arrogant composure. And she also finally understood why her grandfather had bet the entire future of the family on this one man. This wasn't a gamble. It was securing the most powerful backer imaginable, boarding a colossal ship just as it was about to set sail. If they succeeded, the Tang family's status would be unshakable for the next several decades, and they would reach a whole new level. Old Master Tang saw the changing expression on his granddaughter's face and knew she had understood. Now, do you still think Mr. Lin's urgent demand is him making things difficult for us? Tang Keqing was silent, gripping her phone tightly. Her knuckles turned white from the force. He's not making things difficult for us. He's giving us a chance. Old Master Tang's voice grew distant. A chance to show him the value of the Tang family. If we don't seize this opportunity, this is as far as the Tang family will ever go. Tang Keqing took a deep breath. When she looked up again, all emotion had vanished from her eyes, leaving only composure and determination. Without another word to her grandfather, she turned and strode quickly out of the room. Su Wan, who was waiting outside, saw Tang Keqing emerge and approached her worriedly. "Miss Keqing, I'm fine." Tang Keqing waved her hand dismissively, stepped to the side, took out her phone, and dialed a number. The call connected. Tang Keqing's voice was devoid of any emotion, as flat as a taut steel wire. "Li, it's me, Tang Keqing. The DMG 50 model machine tool at the Hongye Precision Factory in the East District. I want it. I don't care what method you use. I want to see it loaded onto a transport vehicle within 2 hours." The person on the other end of the line seemed stunned by this demand, and said something. "Name any price. If he won't sell, just tell him that the Tang family will never do any business with him again." Tang Keqing gave the other party no room to negotiate, hanging up directly and dialing the next number. "Wang, it's Tang Keqing. That batch of high-power laser cutters you have, I'm taking all of them. Send people to your warehouse to load them up immediately. The money will be in your company's account within half an hour. Yes, right now." Call after call was made, each one brief and forceful. The Tang family's vast, intricate network within the city was now being mobilized by her without reservation. Su Wan stood beside her, looking at Tang Keqing's profile with growing concern in her heart. She had never seen Tang Keqing like this. Like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, its edge exposed, leaving no path for retreat. "Miss Keqing, this is causing too much of a stir." Su Wan couldn't help but warn her. "Several pieces of equipment on the list are priority items monitored by customs. Mobilizing them all at once will easily attract attention." Tang Keqing put down her phone, rubbing her temples. "I'm prepared." She looked at the bustling traffic outside the window. "Contact the legal department. Tell them to be on standby. Also, prepare a contingency fund. If any company's goods are inspected and seized, we'll compensate them double." She had already planned for the worst-case scenario. A commotion this big was bound to break some rules and attract government intervention. The Tang family would likely pay a hefty price for this, but her grandfather's words still echoed in her ears. This was an opportunity to show Su Chen and those above him the value of the Tang family. This opportunity had to be seized. However, the way events unfolded was completely beyond her expectations. The first callback came from Li of Hongye Precision, his voice filled with an inexplicable excitement and bewilderment. "Miss Tang, you truly have connections in high places. My DMG machine tool was just loaded onto the truck when the traffic command center called me, asking if I wanted to apply for temporary traffic control." Tang Keqing stood stunned, phone in hand. Traffic control? For transporting a single machine tool? What did they say? Tang Keqing's voice was a little dry. They said it was to ensure the transport of emergency supplies for a key enterprise, and that they could open a green channel for our convoy. "Miss Tang, your influence is just immense." Tang Keqing didn't reply and hung up directly. She stood by the window, watching the endless stream of cars below, her mind in turmoil. A coincidence? She didn't believe in coincidences. Very quickly, the second call came. It was Wang, the one in charge of the laser cutters. His tone was even more exaggerated than Li's. "Miss Tang. Oh my God, someone from customs just called me." Tang Keqing's heart skipped a beat. It's here. The thing she had worried about most had finally happened. In that batch of cutters, a few were imported from abroad, and the paperwork was still being processed, not fully completed yet. They were prime targets for monitoring. "Do they want to seize the goods?" she asked, trying to keep her voice calm. "Seize them? No, no, no." Wang's voice was so excited it was about to crack. "They called to ask me why the application for expedited customs clearance for that shipment hadn't been submitted yet, and they even gave me an internal registration code, saying that if I just enter this code, The entire process will be completed within 15 minutes. They also said that next time there's an urgent mobilization of supplies like this, I should contact their special task force directly. They're on duty, 24 hours a day. Tang Kaching's breath caught in her throat. If traffic control could possibly be explained by some personal connection somewhere along the line, then a special customs task force proactively calling to rush through an expedited clearance was absolutely not something the Tang family's current power could accomplish. Behind this, a giant, unseen hand was clearing every obstacle for her. She suddenly remembered her grandfather's words. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Lin's actions have already received tacit approval from those above. Before, she had only understood the literal meaning of that sentence. It wasn't until this very moment that she truly felt the terrifying weight behind those two words, tacit approval. This wasn't just tacit approval. This was the highest level of support, a complete green light, an absolute escort. That night, at the logistics warehouse, Su Wan looked at Tang Kaching's pale face. Miss Kaching, is something wrong? She asked worriedly. Tang Kaching slowly shook her head. She walked to the sofa and sat down, her body feeling a little weak. She thought she was dancing on a knife's edge, taking immense risks to complete Su Chen's task. But it turned out she wasn't walking a tightrope at all. She was on a wide, paved superhighway that had been prepared for her. She thought she was the main character, but she wasn't even a side character. At best, she was just an errand girl. This massive cognitive dissonance made her feel more powerless than any business failure ever had. For the next hour, her phone rang off the hook. All the suppliers she had strong-armed into compliance were now reporting, in an almost worshipful tone, the miracles they encountered during transport. One convoy, moving during the evening rush hour, was given a full police motorcycle escort for the entire journey. An inner-city checkpoint they passed had already raised its barrier in advance. Even the municipal department called to ask if the abandoned warehouse area that Su Chen had designated needed industrial power and fiber-optic internet hooked up overnight. Tang Kaching was numb. She just answered mechanically. Understood. Proceed as planned. She finally understood Su Chen's words. I need to see the first shipment before dinner wasn't arrogance. Nor was he trying to make things difficult for her. He was simply stating a fact, because he knew that what he wanted would face no obstacles whatsoever. At 6 p.m., as dusk settled and the evening glow painted a corner of the sky red, Tang Kaching and Su Wan stood before the largest warehouse in the complex. In that abandoned area, one heavy-duty truck after another, coordinated by traffic police, drove into the lot in an orderly fashion. They parked in the empty yard in front of the warehouse. Workers jumped down and began using cranes and forklifts to carefully unload sophisticated equipment tightly wrapped in tarps. DMG 5-axis machine tools, high-power laser cutters, CNC lathes. All the equipment on the pre-dinner list had been assembled. Not a single item was missing. The entire process was as smooth as an impossible dream. The warehouse's roll-up door was open. A few lonely emergency lights were lit inside. Under the lights, a figure leaned against a familiar white box truck. It was Su Chen. He'd arrived at some point, just standing there quietly, watching the busy workers. Tang Kaching composed herself and walked over in her high heels. Mr. Lin, everything you needed has arrived. Her voice had lost some of the coldness it had at the tea house, replaced by a hint of reverence she didn't even notice herself. Su Chen's gaze shifted from a CNC lathe being unloaded and turned to her. You've worked hard. His voice was calm, as if all of this was exactly how it was supposed to be. Tang Kaching's lips parted. The strange events during transport, the reports of unusual actions from government departments. The words reached her lips, but she couldn't say a single one. Saying those things in front of Su Chen would only make her look more ridiculous. I'll transfer the payment to the Tang family's account soon, Su Chen said again. There's no rush. Tang Kaching quickly waved her hands. Grandfather said, there's no hurry when it comes to the money. Su Chen didn't reply. He walked over to a 5-axis machining center that had just been set down, his hand stroking its cold metal shell. He then checked the control panel and connection ports, his focused expression, like that of someone admiring a perfect work of art. Tang Kaching stood not far away, looking at Su Chen's back, with an incredibly complex mix of emotions. Who on earth was this man? What was he planning to do? Inside the warehouse, the shouts of the workers, the beeping of forklifts, and the heavy thud of equipment being set down all blended together. Tang Kaching stood outside the bustle, watching the lone figure inspecting the equipment. With every machine that touched the ground, Su Chen would walk up to examine it. Tang Kaching approached him. Mr. Lin, all this equipment requires professional engineers for installation and calibration, especially that 5-axis machining center. It has extremely high requirements for ground flatness and shock absorption. The slightest error will affect its machining accuracy. She tried to use her professional knowledge to find her footing in the conversation again. Our Tang family has the best technical team. Just say the word, and I'll have them come over immediately. They can work through the night and complete the preliminary installation. This was the last bit of value she could offer as a partner. Su Chen straightened up, dusting off his hands. No need, he replied decisively. Tell your workers to stop. Just unloading the equipment here is enough. Tang Keching froze. But, no buts. Su Chen's eyes swept over the workers who were still busy. Your job is done. Have your people leave this place, immediately. His voice was calm, without any commanding tone, yet it made it impossible for anyone to even think of resisting. Right now, Tang Keching instinctively looked at the sky, which was now completely dark. Yes, right now. Su Chen turned to look at her. Everyone is to leave this warehouse area at once. Su Wan also sensed that something was off. She hurried forward and asked in a low voice, Mr. Lin, was there anything we did that wasn't to your satisfaction? Su Chen waved his hand. I don't mean to blame you. You all did a great job. He looked at Tang Keching. Then he looked toward the entrance of the area. The second shipment is about to arrive. What comes next is not suitable for you to see. Staying here won't do you or the Tang family any good. That last sentence was spoken softly, but it made Tang Keching's heart clench. Won't do you any good. Those 4 words, coming from his mouth, weren't a warning. They were a verdict. She understood instantly. This afternoon's green light from customs, the municipal government, and traffic control wasn't just for this batch of machine tools. Su Chen's real purpose was what he intended to make with these machines. The raw materials in the back. What on earth could require this much effort? Keching felt her palms begin to sweat. A cold chill shot up from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Her suspicion had come true. This Mr. Lin, he was actually planning to manufacture weapons. But how is that possible? Even if he provided the perpetual battery, there's no way he should have been granted this much authority. Let's take a huge step back for a moment. If Mr. Su really needed weapons to protect his assets, he could have just asked the higher-ups to secretly station troops around the area. And why would he go through all the trouble of making them himself? Couldn't he just use what's already available? Tang Keching, who had just been feeling a bit smug about her own ability to mobilize resources, now found it utterly ridiculous. I get it now. Tang Keching took a deep breath. Suppressing the shock in her heart, she turned around, her voice returning to its usual cold, sharp tone. Su Wan, inform everyone. Stop what you're doing immediately. Everyone is to evacuate this area within 10 minutes. Not a single vehicle, not a single person is to be left behind. The order was given. Although the workers didn't understand, they carried out the order immediately. Equipment being installed was set down, cranes were retracted, and truck drivers started their engines. In less than 10 minutes, the once bustling warehouse became completely empty and silent. A convoy of dozens of trucks and construction vehicles quickly departed from the abandoned warehouse complex, disappearing into the night. Tang Keching was the last one to leave. Sitting in her car, she glanced back one last time. The massive warehouse looked like a colossal beast crouching in the darkness, illuminated only by a few faint emergency lights. Su Chen's silhouette stood right on the border between light and shadow. He looked exceptionally lonely, yet incredibly powerful. Only when the car was a good distance away did Su Wan dare to speak. Miss Keching, what on earth does Mr. Su want to do? Tang Keching leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes. Her mind was blank. We don't need to know. All we need to know is that from this day forward, Mr. Su's business is the Tang family's highest priority. Whatever he says, we do. And so, a dead silence returned to the front of the warehouse. Su Chen closed the rolling steel door, completely sealing himself and the cold steel machinery off from the outside world. Time ticked by, minute by minute. At exactly 10 o'clock that night, the low rumble of an engine grew closer. It stopped just outside the warehouse door. The sound was extremely quiet, as if it had been specially soundproofed. Su Chen put down the tool he was holding. He walked over to the door and pressed the switch for the rolling gate. With a piercing screech of metal on metal, the door slowly lifted. Parked outside were 4 heavy-duty, military green trucks and an SUV. The vehicles bore no emblems of any kind. They didn't even have license plates. A man in black tactical gear stepped out of the SUV, his face completely devoid of expression. He stood ramrod straight and gave a hand signal. The heavy trucks drove into the warehouse. After parking, 4 soldiers shut off the engines. They left the trucks where they were and immediately boarded the SUV. Throughout the entire process, they stared straight ahead, clearly following pre-received orders. The man in black walked to the back of one of the trucks. He opened the heavy padlock. Inside the cargo hold were rows of metal crates, all of them sealed extremely tight. They were plastered with chemical and explosive hazard labels, brass casings, lead, gunpowder, primers, all the raw materials needed to manufacture ammunition. Nothing was missing. The man in black then took a small black box from his pocket and handed it to Su Chen. This is a new communication device. Encrypted line, one-way contact. His voice, just like his expression, was completely flat. I'm your contact. Codename, Sean Gay. Any non-commercial requests can be relayed to me through this. Su Chen took the box and opened it for a look. Inside was an oddly shaped phone, much thicker than any model on the market. If there are no issues with the delivery, I need to be leaving. After speaking, Shange prepared to get back into the driver's seat of the SUV. Wait, Su Chen called him back. Shange turned, his stern face holding a questioning look. Su Chen said casually, "You can start preparing the next shipment. I'll make the request whenever I'm ready." Understood, Shange nodded. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but speak up. "I don't know why you want this stuff, and I don't know why the higher-ups approved it, but there's one thing I have to say. Under no circumstances are you to use these things to harm our own people. Pick up the trucks tomorrow morning," Su Chen said, ending the conversation. Shange didn't say anything else either. He turned, got into the SUV, and led the 4 soldiers away. The vehicles vanished into the darkness, as if they had never been there at all. In the enormous warehouse, only Su Chen, the machinery, and the cold metal crates remained. He walked over to the largest machine, a 5-axis machining center. He placed a hand on its cold metal casing, and in the next instant, the massive machine vanished without a trace. Only a clean patch of concrete floor was left behind. Then, he moved to a high-powered laser cutter. With a swipe of his palm, that machine also disappeared. CNC lathes, stamping presses, grinding equipment. Row after row of industrial beasts vanished before his eyes. Finally, Su Chen stepped into the cargo bay of a heavy truck. Brass casings, lead ingots, gunpowder, primers, tons of materials were effortlessly collected into his storage. In less than 10 minutes, the massive warehouse that had been packed with equipment was now completely empty. All that remained were the 4 empty heavy-duty trucks and the tire tracks on the ground, proving that what had just transpired was no illusion. Su Chen turned, walked out of the warehouse, and started his small truck to head back to the general store. This trip back took a while, he thought. I wonder how things are going in the apocalyptic world. Traverse. The world outside was no longer the bustling traffic of the modern world. Instead, there was the low hum of a generator. The clang of metal on metal and a booming shout echoed from the distance. That was the voice of the old site foreman. Su Chen glanced at his watch. About 18 hours had passed since he left. He pulled up the rolling door, and a wave of hot air mixed with dust, sweat, and the aroma of food washed over him. Ye Ying appeared at the doorway almost instantly, flanked by 2 fully armed members of the Blades. "Boss, you're back." Ye Ying's voice held a clear note of relief. Su Chen gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. His gaze went past her toward the brightly lit construction site, and even he was a little surprised by the scene before him. In 18 hours, the entire construction site had been completely transformed. Upon the massive, arc-shaped foundation, rows of steel frames, each 5 meters tall, rose up one after another. Under the floodlights, they looked like the ribs of silent giants, roughly sketching out the contours of the city wall. Thousands of survivors were busy at their posts. Cranes lifted pre-assembled rebar cages, and workers welded them into place high above the ground. The whole scene was bustling with activity, yet remarkably orderly. Farther out, soldiers and the awakened from the 4 major factions stood guard, taking out any zombies attracted by the noise. "The progress isn't bad," Su Chen said. "It's all thanks to the excellent equipment you provided, boss," Ye Ying reported. "Without this construction machinery, we could never have moved this quickly. The recruitment process also went very smoothly, just as you instructed. After cross-referencing their backgrounds, we've accepted over 300 more survivors, more than 50 of whom are skilled technicians. Regarding sanitation, new drainage ditches have been dug on the east side of the camp, and we've also set up temporary bathhouses and latrines." Ye Ying's report was concise and to the point. "And what about the 4 major factions?" "Very cooperative," she replied. "In addition to their regular guard shifts, they've also taken the initiative to send out scout teams to clear out stray zombies within a 5-kilometer radius of the construction site." Su Chen pulled his gaze away from the bustling construction site and looked toward Ye Ying. "You've worked hard while I was away." Those simple words eased the tension that had been building in Ye Ying. "It's all part of my duty." Su Chen said no more, and Ye Ying promptly presented him with a notebook. "Boss, this is the list of supplies that were used up while you were away. It was mainly food and fuel." Su Chen glanced over the figures. While the consumption was significant, compared to his massive stockpile of supplies, it was just a drop in the bucket. After all, he had an entire civilized world backing him up. "There's one more thing." Ye Ying's voice became more serious. "This afternoon, Yanzi came to see me. He said that their ammunition consumption rate has far exceeded expectations." Ye Ying flipped to another page in her notebook, which showed the ammunition consumption data she had estimated. "The commotion from the construction site is just too great. The roar of the machinery and the bright lights are attracting all the wandering zombies in the area. Even though they're mostly small groups that don't pose a serious threat, clearing them out is using up a ton of ammo. At this rate, the 4 major factions' ammunition reserves won't last much longer." After she finished, Su Chen gently tapped his fingers on the table. He knew this was the real reason Yanzi's group was worried. Food and a sense of security could buy their temporary compliance and hard work. But if the guns in their hands turned into useless pieces of wood, the trust they had just begun to build would quickly evaporate into thin air. The leaders of the four factions would never be willing to use up all their ammunition here, no matter how many supplies Su Chen offered in payment. But Su Chen was here this time for the very purpose of solving this problem. Tell them to come here, Su Chen instructed. Right away. Ye Ying turned and walked out. Soon after, Yanzi, Bai Lu, and the other two commanders hurried to the general store. Mr. Lin, you've returned. Yanzi greeted him respectfully. Su Chen glanced up at them. I hear you're running out of ammunition? His single question made all four of their hearts jump into their throats. Mr. Lin, we're not trying to ask for handouts, Yanzi quickly explained. It's just, the rate of consumption has really surpassed our expectations. We've even organized our people to collect spent casings and try to reload them. But the efficiency is extremely low, and we can't guarantee the quality. That's right. Mr. Lin, Bai Lu chimed in. The commotion at the site is just too great. We get a few waves of zombies every single night. Even though the numbers aren't massive, every gunshot means more ammunition draining away like water. The remaining two men nodded in agreement, afraid that Su Chen might misunderstand and think they were there to demand supplies or complain about the difficulty of their defensive duties. I'm not blaming you, Su Chen said calmly. How much longer can your current ammunition supply hold out? Yanzi did a quick calculation in his head before replying in a low voice. If we conserve it, 3 days at most. If a few more large hordes show up, we might not even last 2 days. After he finished, the four fell silent, waiting for Su Chen's decision. They knew full well that once their ammunition was depleted, they wouldn't be able to hold such a long defensive line with only melee weapons and the powers of their awakened. At that point, the entire project would collapse instantly. After hearing Yanzi's report, Su Chen showed no reaction. His calmness made Yanzi and the other three even more uneasy. The 3-day deadline felt like a sword hanging over all their heads. Once the ammo was gone, forget continuing the construction. Just dealing with the attracted zombie hordes would be enough to bring down the entire encampment. Mr. Lin, Yanzi began, trying to explain further. Su Chen held up a hand, cutting him off. I understand your predicament. He stood up, walked to the doorway of the general store, and gazed out at the furiously working crew. After tonight, you won't have to worry about ammunition anymore. His statement left all four commanders momentarily stunned. Yanzi was the first to snap out of it. His breathing became ragged. Mr. Lin, you managed to get ammunition? Bai Lu also reacted at once. This is great. With more ammunition, we won't have to be afraid of any zombies, no matter how many there are. Su Chen didn't elaborate, simply telling Ye Ying to go and get Foreman Zhao from the construction site. Though Ye Ying was confused, she immediately went to do as he asked. Yanzi and the others exchanged puzzled glances. What did solving the ammunition problem have to do with calling the construction foreman? A short while later, the gray-haired Foreman Zhao came jogging over. He was covered in dust and grime, but his face was lit up with an excited glow. Mr. Lin, you were looking for me? Mr. Zhao, good work. Su Chen pointed to an empty plot of land next to the general store. Clear this area out. The general store was a sanctuary in the hearts of all the survivors, so the area around it was always kept clear. Cleaning up really just meant sweeping the dirt off the ground. The old foreman immediately nodded. No problem. I'll call some people over right now. It'll be spotless in half an hour. And it wasn't just about cleaning. Su Chen traced a rectangle in the air with his finger. I want you to pour a concrete slab right here, 10 meters by 20 meters. Level it out to create a foundation, 1 meter thick. Inside, place a double-layer steel mesh. The old foreman was stunned. He thought Su Chen just wanted to clear a patch of land to store supplies. He never expected him to want a full-blown foundation poured. Mr. Lin, that's not a problem. We can draw up the plans right away. But according to standard procedure, after the concrete is poured, it needs to cure for at least a week to reach its design strength. Otherwise, it won't be able to bear any load. 3 hours. Su Chen gave a time frame that the old foreman found completely incomprehensible. Within 3 hours, I want this foundation to be ready for use. That's impossible. The old foreman waved his hands repeatedly. Mr. Lin, this isn't a matter of rushing the construction. This is a law of physics. The hydration reaction of cement takes time. Forget 3 hours. Even 3 days is. Su Chen's gaze went past the old man's head towards the team of awakened patrolling in the distance. Ye Ying, get all the fire elemental awakened over here. The fire elementals? Yi Ying's expression shifted slightly as she asked tentatively. Boss, do you want the fire elementals to handle this? To accelerate the curing of the concrete? Yes, Su Chen nodded. Ye Ying, if I asked you to heat the concrete without using an open flame, and ensure the heat penetrates evenly all the way down. Could you do it? With the quick-drying cement I have, I think 3 hours should be enough. Yi Ying thought for a moment, then answered with a firm tone. Although I've never done it before, I believe it's possible. With a little practice, it shouldn't be a problem. Very good. I'm leaving this to you. With Su Chen's order given, the entire camp once again mobilized with impressive efficiency. Although the old foreman was full of doubts, he immediately started drafting the plans, organizing workers to dig the foundation pit, and preparing the rebar. The Yanzi and Bailu groups looked at each other, completely baffled by Su Chen's intentions. How could building a foundation solve their ammunition problem? But they didn't dare to ask. They could only suppress their questions and quietly observe. Soon, a dozen or so fire elemental awakened were gathered by Ye Ying next to the cleared space. Most of them were young, their faces showing a mix of confusion and nervousness, not understanding why they had been singled out. Yi Ying's expression was serious. The boss's order is for you to use your abilities to heat this concrete slab that's about to be poured. Remember, you are not to use open flames. The requirement is to control the temperature carefully so the heat seeps evenly into the core without causing the surface to crack, or the inside to overheat. A young, awakened muttered under his breath, "How are we supposed to control that? My power just turns into a fireball whenever I use it." Yi Ying's sharp gaze swept over them. "If you can't control it, you practice. From now on, practice on this empty plot of land. You'll be considered qualified only when you can release heat, without creating a flame. This is an opportunity. If you do well and earn Mr. Lin's approval, what kind of benefits you'll get, I don't need to spell it out for you, do I?" That sentence was the best motivation. The dozen fire elementals immediately formed a line. They extended their palms and began to test their control over their powers on the ground. In an instant, the open area was a chaotic mess of fire. The temperature fluctuated wildly. One person had a meter-high flame erupt in front of him, while another could only squeeze out a tiny spark in his palm. Meanwhile, the construction team, led by the old foreman, was incredibly efficient. Excavators roared as the foundation pit was quickly dug out. Bundles of rebar were lifted into the pit by cranes. Workers jumped in and quickly began tying the steel. An hour later, the double-layer rebar mesh was laid out, and a cement mixer drove up to the edge of the pit. As the concrete flowed down, a standard foundation slab took shape before everyone's eyes. "Mr. Lin, the pour is complete." The old foreman wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression still incredibly serious as he looked at the steaming concrete surface. "Now, it's up to them." Su Chen nodded, looking over at the group of fire elementals who had been practicing for an hour. Under Ye Ying's supervision, and after a few demonstrations, they could now barely control their flames, making their palms emit waves of scorching heat. "Begin," Ye Ying commanded. The dozen fire elementals spread out, each picking a section of the concrete. They stretched out their palms, and a searing heat immediately enveloped the entire foundation. Steam billowed up under the floodlights. It created a thick white fog. Yanzi and Bailu's groups stood a short distance away, their eyes glued to this miraculous sight, using supernatural abilities to speed up a construction project. This was something they had never even dared to imagine. Awakened were so precious, the major factions would do anything to pamper them. How could they possibly be made to do this kind of menial work? The old foreman, however, had taken out a long steel rod. Every 10 minutes, he would step forward and poke the concrete surface to test its hardness. The first time, the rod slid in easily. The second time, it required a bit of force. The third time, he could only make a shallow dent. An hour later, when the old foreman once again stabbed the rod into the ground with all his might, there was just a sharp clang. The tip of the steel rod had actually chipped. The old foreman stood frozen in place, holding the rod, his hand still trembling. He stared at the concrete surface, which had now turned a solid grayish white. His lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a single word. His entire lifetime of engineering knowledge had been completely shattered in that single moment. "Mr. Lin, its strength is absolutely up to standard." The old foreman's voice was filled with excitement. A truck could drive on it right now without any problem. Yanzi and Bailu's groups were also staring in disbelief. To use Awakened in such a way, they feared there wasn't another person in the entire wasteland who would do this. The Yanzi and Bailu groups gathered around. They stomped their feet hard on the ground. The solid feeling transmitted through their shoe soles only deepened the confusion in their hearts. A sturdy foundation. What on earth did Mr. Lin plan to put on top of it? And what did any of this have to do with replenishing their ammunition? Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Su Chen performed several teleports. In an instant, a figure materialized on the concrete foundation, which still held a bit of warmth. He stood in the middle of it, surveying his surroundings. The next moment, without any warning, a massive, dark gray machine, the size of a small truck, suddenly appeared on the cement ground, landing without a single sound. It was as if it had always been there. The minds of Yanzi, Bailu, and the others went completely blank. They had seen Su Chen pull out food and supplies before, from thin air, but the largest of those were just a few crates. The thing before them now was a heavy industrial machine tool weighing over 10 tons. This completely shattered their entire understanding of spatial abilities. Just how powerful would a spatial storage have to be to hold something like this? However, they then remembered that Mr. Lin had already brought a bulldozer and a crane here. Now, there was just one more machine. An industrial machine tool didn't seem so unbelievable anymore. But before anyone could recover from the massive shock, Su Chen waved his hand again, and a slightly smaller CNC lathe appeared, followed by a high-power laser cutter, a stamping press, a grinding machine. One by one, machines representing the pinnacle of modern industry appeared. They materialized silently on the foundation, lining up neatly like a steel army awaiting inspection. Su Chen returned to the general store and instructed Ye Ying, "I told you to register the survivors' information. Find the ones who know about machining and bring them here." Understood. Yi Ying immediately turned. She hurried towards the survivor camp, leaving Yanzi, Bai Lu, and the old steward's group standing dumbfounded before the forest of steel that had just appeared from thin air. At this point, if they still didn't understand what Su Chen wanted to do, they'd have been living in vain. Manufacturing? He wanted to manufacture his own ammunition. The thought made Yanzi's throat go dry. Having struggled in the wastelands for so long, they had thought of countless ways to replenish their ammunition. But no one had ever dared to think of this. Directly building a production line. Or rather, people might have thought of it, but no one could do it. Power was a problem. Manpower was a problem. And raw materials were the biggest obstacle of all. Soon, Ye Ying returned, leading a dozen or so men. Most of them wore tattered old work clothes, their faces weary and confused from their labor, not knowing why they had been summoned to the core area of the camp. But as their gazes passed over the crowd and fell upon that brand new foundation, everyone's pace slowed. Leading them was a man in his 50s. With salt and pepper hair, his name was Wang Wenbing. He rubbed his eyes, staring at the 5-axis machining center as his lips began to tremble. A 5-axis? A young man behind him recognized another machine, his voice cracking. A fiber laser cutter, and a high-power one at that. That other machine is a CNC lathe. Before the apocalypse, these men were all veteran craftsmen and key technicians in factories. These machines were incredibly familiar to them. Wang Wenbing rushed to the edge of the foundation. If a member of the blade team hadn't stopped him, he would have practically thrown himself onto it. He stared covetously, gazing at the glossy paint and intricate structure of the machine tool, his eyes filled with fascination. Good stuff. This is absolutely top-quality stuff. Su Chen looked at the group of technicians. Which of you knows how to use these? Wang Wenbing immediately turned around, puffing out his chest. Mr. Lin, I do. I used to specialize in operating 5-axis machines. I've been doing it for 20 years. I do too. I know how to program. I know laser cutting. The dozen or so men shouted over each other, their previous fatigue and numbness completely gone, their faces filled with excitement and desire. Su Chen nodded. Very good. From now on, you all will be in charge of this equipment. He waved his hand again. Clang, clang. Dozens of huge metal crates piled up in the empty space in front of the general store. They formed a small mountain. Yi Ying stepped forward and opened a crate, revealing neatly stacked, gleaming brass ingots inside. They glittered metallically under the lights. She opened another, revealing silvery white lead blocks, as well as propellant and primers, all the raw materials needed to produce ammunition. Everything was there. Yanzi looked at the mountain of raw materials and swallowed hard. He finally understood what Su Chen meant before, when he said they wouldn't have to worry about ammunition tonight. This wasn't just a simple resupply. He wanted them to achieve true ammunition independence. You, the one who knows how to use the 5-axis machine, what's your name? Su Chen asked. Wang Wenbing jumped, straightening up. Wang Wenbing. My name is Wang Wenbing, Mr. Lin. You will be in charge of this production line. Personnel coordination and the production process are all up to you, Su Chen instructed. If you have any problems, go directly to Ye Ying. Old steward, build walls and a roof for this workshop. Get it done as fast as possible. We guarantee we'll complete the mission, the old steward and Wang Wenbing shouted almost in unison, their voices robust and full of energy. For them, this wasn't just a job, but a chance to prove their worth to Mr. Lin. Start calibrating the equipment now, Su Chen ordered. I want to see the first batch of finished products. Before dawn. With the order given, the entire foundation immediately buzzed with activity. Wang Wenbing led a group of technicians. They carefully stepped onto the foundation, checking the wiring and control panels of each machine. Meanwhile, the old steward, pen and paper in hand, began planning the construction steps with a few key engineers. They had to erect the surrounding walls and roof while the equipment was being started up, which was no easy task. A piercing alarm bell rang out. It was the sound of the equipment running its self-check after being powered on. followed immediately by the distinctive high-frequency whir of the machine tool's main spindle starting up. These sounds, which would have been considered noise in the past, were now more beautiful than any music to the ears of everyone in the camp. Wang Wenbing personally stood before the control console of the 5-axis machining center. He took a deep breath, and his finger flew across the screen. Line after line of code was entered. A precise robotic arm picked up a brass ingot and placed it in the machining bay. The bay door closed, and the hiss of the high-pressure coolant spray filled the air, accompanied by the sharp sound of metal being cut. Yazi, Bailu, and all the survivors present held their breath, staring intently at that tiny observation window. In less than a minute, the machinery stopped. A brilliant golden object fell into the collection chute below, with a crisp clink. Wang Wenbing reached out with a trembling hand and picked it up from the chute. Held up hot? It was a perfect bullet casing, shimmering with a captivating light under the lamp. Yanzi stared at that tiny casing, and it was as if he could see an endless stream of bullets and an unbreakable line of defense. The freshly made bullet was brought over. Su Chen took the casing, which was still warm, and casually tossed it in his hand. He turned to look at Yanzi and told him to have his men get the ammo crates ready. After tonight, they would have all the ammo they could ever need. Those words, all the ammo you could ever need, echoed in Yanzi's mind. He looked at Su Chen, but the man's expression hadn't changed at all, as if he hadn't just made a promise capable of changing the entire wasteland's fate, but had just mentioned some trivial, insignificant matter. The production line ran non-stop, and Wang Wenbing and his dozen technicians were practically running on pure adrenaline. Each of them manned a machine, their eyes gleaming with excitement. A heavy stamping press rose and fell, pressing brass plates into the shape of casing blanks. A high-speed lathe trimmed them down to precise dimensions. Mechanical arms then performed the assembly in perfect sequence, packing the powder and setting the primers. The entire process was seamless, filled with the brutal, violent beauty of the industrial age. Row after row of gleaming golden bullets slid out from the end of the production line, falling into the iron crates below with a crisp, satisfying clatter. This sound drowned out the roar of the construction site, drowned out the growls of the distant zombies, and hammered a beat into the heart of every survivor. "What are you all spacing out for?" Su Chen's voice broke in. "Bring all of your crates over here and get them filled." Yanzi snapped out of his daze, whipping his head around to shout at his trusted subordinate, "Get all the empty crates over here now. All of them." Bai Lu and the other two commanders snapped to attention as well, immediately ordering their own men to transport the crates. Soon, hundreds of green military-issue ammo crates were piled up outside the production workshop. Wang Wenbing directed 2 young workers to use iron shovels to scoop the bullets out of the collection bin and pour them into those ammo crates. That's right. They were using shovels. Under the lights, the golden bullets looked like a cascading waterfall of metal pouring into the crates. The first crate was full in an instant. A soldier stepped forward and struggled to latch it shut. He tried to lift it, and the sheer weight made his face flush red. This single crate, filled to the brim, contained at least 1,500 rounds, and more crates just like it were being filled one after another. It brought an unprecedented feeling of overwhelming security. Yanzi walked up to Su Chen. He wanted to express his gratitude but didn't know where to start. In the end, all he could do was give a deep, formal bow. Su Chen accepted the gesture and said calmly, "I'm giving you the ammunition. You hold the line at the construction site for me. Don't let anything interrupt the progress of my work." "Mr. Lin, you can rest assured." Yanzi stood up straight, his chest puffed out with resolve. "From this day forward, unless we are all wiped out, not even a fly will make it through." Su Chen showed no reaction. His gaze shifted to the skeletal frame of the city wall being erected in the distance, and then, back to the production line working at full steam. Ammunition alone isn't enough. Su Chen turned to Ye Ying and said, "We're too short on our own people." Ye Ying's heart skipped a beat. She understood Su Chen's meaning. The 4 major factions were collaborators, not his own forces. Mr. Lin wanted to build an armed force that was truly his own. "Boss, what's your plan?" Ye Ying asked, suppressing her excitement. "Recruit from the survivors." Su Chen's gaze swept across the figures moving about in the distant camp. "You can set the standards. The training will also be your responsibility. I want a personal guard unit. Let's set the initial number at 300 people, but every single one of them must be completely trustworthy." Ye Ying's breath quickened. 300 people, placed entirely under her command. The weight of that trust was immense. "Understood," she replied, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. Su Chen then turned to Wang Wenbing. "Wang Wenbing, can the ammunition production molds be modified?" Wang Wenbing, who was inspecting the dimensions of a finished batch of products, hurried over as soon as he heard the question. "Mr. Lin, of course, they can be. What caliber are you looking to produce? As long as you provide the blueprints and specs, whether it's 7.62 mm, 5.56 mm, or 9 mm, I can make it for you." Excellent, Su Chen nodded. Besides ammunition, can we also manufacture firearm components? Wang Wenbing froze for a second, but then an even more intense light flared in his eyes. Yes, absolutely. He pointed excitedly at the 5-axis machining center. With this baby here, forget about just firearm parts. I could even forge you a small caliber cannon barrel with no problem. Su Chen was very satisfied. This was exactly the effect he had been hoping for. A self-sustaining, ever-expanding military-industrial system was beginning to take shape. Yanzi, who was in the middle of counting the ammo crates, abruptly stopped. He looked up at Bailu, who was standing beside him, and they both recognized the same emotion in each other's expressions. A 300-person guard unit, recruited from the survivors. Put together, those words carried a deep and heavy meaning. The air around them suddenly felt colder. Ye Ying respectfully accepted her orders and left to begin recruiting. Meanwhile, Su Chen turned back to discuss the details of parts manufacturing with Wang Wenbing. But this development had already stirred a massive storm in the hearts of Yanzi and the other three. With a silent understanding, the four of them moved to one side, away from the noisy production line, gathering in a dark corner. Mr. Lin intends to build his own armed forces. The commander from the lighthouse, a bearded man named He Xiong, said with a frown. 300 men. That's no small number. Bai Lu's expression was also grave. She instinctively looked toward the front line, where her soldiers were cheering about the new supply of ammunition. And what about us? She asked softly, as if speaking to the others, but also to herself. What does that make us? The question hung in the air, making the atmosphere even more oppressive. Indeed, what were they? Previously, they had a collaborative relationship with Mr. Lin. They provided the men to guard the site and clear out the zombies. Mr. Lin provided food, medicine, and now, ammunition. It was an exceptionally fair trade, in fact. It was heavily in their favor. But once Mr. Lin has his own personal guard, this fragile balance will be shattered instantly. The greatest asset the four major factions possessed was their force of combat-ready soldiers, under his command. But compared to Mr. Lin's relentless, non-stop production line, this army seemed utterly insignificant. With endless food, guns, and ammunition, why would we ever worry about finding people willing to sell their lives? Yit Tu spoke slowly, his voice very low. Once Mr. Lin's guard unit is fully trained, this place won't need us anymore. Damn it, isn't he just using us up and tossing us aside? He Xiong slammed his fist into the nearby wall, making a dull thud. We've put in the blood and sweat for this place, even if we don't have any medals to show for it. Shut up, Yazi snapped in a low voice. If you want to get yourself killed, don't drag us down with you. He Xiong puffed out his chest, ready to argue, but facing Yezi's cold gaze, he ultimately swallowed his words. This isn't about being used and thrown away. It's the inevitable outcome, Bailu spoke up, her tone perfectly calm. What Mr. Lin wants to build is a fortress city. And how can a fortress city not have its own army? From the very beginning, we were just temporary security. Now that the official army is on its way, temporary hires like us naturally have to step aside. Yezi ran a hand through his hair and sighed. That's how it is. Deep down, we all knew this was coming. It's just that Mr. Lin moved so quickly. It's still a little hard to accept. Bailu concluded. We're not going to figure anything out by standing around here talking. Let's just send word back for now and see what the leaders have to say. Bailu's suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. This matter was beyond the authority of frontline commanders like them. The four of them exchanged a complicated look before dispersing, their figures quickly vanishing into the darkness of the construction site, as if their secret meeting had never taken place. Meanwhile, Ye Ying had already taken action. She didn't set up a big, flashy recruitment station in the camp, but instead returned to her temporary office next to the general store. She took out a thick notebook from a securely locked iron box, which contained her detailed observations on every survivor in the camp. For the past 2 days, she had noted who actively maintained order during food distribution, and who never slacked off while working. She noted who didn't immediately flee in the face of danger, and who formed cliques to spread negative sentiment. Every last detail was densely recorded inside. She flipped to a page on which a name was written, Taishan, a burly man in his 30s, who was a dockworker's foreman before the apocalypse. He had a generous personality and held considerable prestige among the survivors. Yi Ying closed the notebook, stood up, and stepped out of the tent. She walked straight towards the laborers' rest area. Taishan was sitting with a few of his fellow workers, sharing a single compressed biscuit. Seeing Ye Ying approach, the men stood up, a bit awkwardly. Captain Ye. Ye Ying's gaze fell on Taishan. Taishan, the boss has a job for you. Taishan was taken aback. He nervously rubbed his hands together, overwhelmed by the sudden favor, and said, Captain Ye, just tell me what to do. If I can do it, I'll give it my all. The boss wants to build a guard unit. To protect the camp. To protect all of us. Yi Ying's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for the men around him to hear every word. I want you to be among the first batch of members. To be the core of this guard unit. Taishan and his friends were stunned. In the apocalypse, the words guard unit were worth more than gold. It meant a stable supply of food, a safe place to live, and a status that commanded respect. Captain Ye. Taishan's throat felt dry, and his voice came out raspy. Me? Us? Are we? Good enough? I'm not asking if you're good enough. Ye Ying's voice was completely steady. I'm giving you your first mission. Choose your men. Find 20 brothers who are willing to risk their lives, who follow commands, and who are quick-witted. Assemble in half an hour. Whether or not you seize this opportunity is up to you. With that, Ye Ying turned and walked away without another word. Taishan stood frozen to the spot, his chest heaving with emotion. A young man named Haozi grabbed his arm, his face flushed with excitement. Brother Shan, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He's right, Brother Shan. Mr. Lin wants to give us a real chance. Taishan suddenly snapped back to his senses, looking at the eager faces of the brothers around him. He gritted his teeth. What are you all standing around for? Haozi, go get Wu and Ali from the east sector. Da Zhuang, you, go get the guys from the south side who've served in the army. Remember, only bring people we can trust. No loudmouths, no lazy good-for-nothings. Not a single one. Move it. At his command, the men shot off like arrows, their eyes burning with the desire to prove themselves. Ye Ying paid no mind to the commotion behind her. She returned to the general store and received some freshly printed papers and a bucket of paste from a member of the Blades. She walked to the most prominent wooden wall in the camp and neatly pasted the papers on it. Very quickly, survivors started gathering, curiously looking at what was written. Guard unit recruitment. Someone read aloud softly. The voice wasn't loud, but it was like a pebble dropped into a calm pond, causing ripples as more and more people crowded around. A series of sharp gasps could be heard rippling through the crowd. On the wooden wall, written clearly in black ink on white paper, was the guard unit recruitment notice. Number of recruits, 280. Requirements. Ages 18 to 40, in good health, with no bad record. Must obey orders. Member benefits. 1. Rations, 3 full meals a day, guaranteed to be filling, with meat included. 2 cigarettes distributed every week. 2. Family. Immediate family members of the guard unit will be allocated housing and receive an equivalent food supply. 3. Armament. Successful recruits will be issued standard weapons and equipment, and will receive standardized training. 4. Promotion. Those with outstanding performance can be promoted to squad leader. This recruitment notice immediately sent the entire camp into an uproar. The crowd was in a complete frenzy, full meals, and there's even damn meat. A thin, frail man gripped the shoulder of the person in front of him, the veins on his neck bulging. 2 cigarettes a week. Damn it, I've almost forgotten what a cigarette even tastes like. Look at the family benefits. Our families get food and housing too. That single line had a bigger impact than all the others combined. This was especially true for the survivors who had struggled to support their families up to this point. The desire in their hearts burned more fiercely than anyone else's. The entire camp was in an uproar. All the men who could still move swarmed towards the wooden plank wall. That frenzied surge of power was almost too much for the members of the Blades who were trying to maintain order. Also felt the pressure. Just then, Taishan led a dozen or so men and forcefully cleared a path through the crowd. They were different from the surrounding survivors, whose faces were contorted with agitation. While they also showed desire, it was overshadowed by the solemnity of being the chosen few. They walked up to Ye Ying, puffing out their chests. Captain Yi, the men are all here, Taishan boomed, his voice hearty. Ye Ying swept her gaze over them. These men came from different backgrounds, but they all carried a fierce aura. You are the first members of the guard. Ye Ying's voice cut through the surrounding clamor. From now on, you are no longer refugees. You are no longer laborers. You are Mr. Lin's soldiers. She waved her hand, and a member of the Blade team behind her carried over a wooden chest. He opened it, revealing not guns, but brand new, dark gray combat uniforms, and rubber batons as thick as a man's wrist. Change your clothes. Take your weapons. Your first mission is to maintain order here. Taishan was the first to step forward, grabbing a uniform and a rubber baton. He quickly stripped off his tattered undershirt, revealing a dark, scar-covered back, and put on the brand new combat uniform. The feel of the fabric against his skin sent a slight shiver through his body. The other men followed his lead. Soon, a team of new recruits, armed with rubber batons, stood before everyone. They stood behind Ye Ying, facing hundreds of agitated survivors. Among the crowd were the men they had worked alongside just yesterday, their neighbors, and even their own relatives. But now, they were separated by a uniform and a baton. Ye Ying walked to the front of the squad, facing the dense crowd. The natural, imposing silence of an awakened being calmed the commotion slightly. Anyone who wants to join the guard, registration begins now. Go to Taishan to register your name, then line up in that open space over there. Let me make one thing clear. Anyone who cheats or breaks the rules will not only be disqualified but will also lose their current job and be thrown out of the camp. The threat of expulsion from the camp quieted the crowd considerably. Here, as long as you worked, you could eat. You were protected by soldiers from the 4 major factions, and the defensive walls were slowly taking shape. It was practically a paradise. Being kicked out would be a fate worse than death. Yi Ying turned her head, and Tishan tightened his grip on the rubber baton in his hand, striding forward to begin registration. Understood. The sign-up began, with survivors forming long, snaking lines that started at the wooden plank wall and stretched all the way to the edge of the camp. Hundreds of men stared eagerly at the white sheet of paper, announcing the guard's recruitment order. Every man's face showed a mixture of desperation and eagerness. Taishan and the 20 men under him, dressed in their brand-new, dark gray combat uniforms, stood guard in front of the line with rubber batons in hand. A man with a goatee, counting on his old connection of having hauled cement bags with Taishan, grinned and tried to cut in line. "Brother Shan, help me out here." Before he could finish, Tishan's baton jabbed forward, neither too hard nor too soft, striking the man square in the stomach. Goatee let out a grunt and doubled over, clutching his gut, the smile on his face replaced by a grimace of pain. Captain Ye already said it. Get in line. That one jab crushed any thoughts of using personal connections. No one dared to cause trouble again. Inside, Tishan felt a little guilty, his palms slick with sweat. But he knew that pulling strings at a time like this was just asking for trouble. If he screwed this up, he'd have to take off this uniform. He didn't want to go back to being a common laborer who only had his own strength to sell. Even though with Mr. Lin, you could fill your belly as long as you were willing to work. That wasn't the life he wanted. Joining the guard, climbing up the ladder, that was what he wanted. Yi Ying stood not far away, watching the whole scene unfold. She walked over to Su Chen and reported quietly, "Boss, the situation is stable now. Good work." Su Chen nodded in praise, but his attention was completely focused on the manufacturing workshop. Wang Wenbing was holding a newly forged gun barrel, meticulously measuring its data with a caliper. His face lit up with excitement. "Mr. Lin, take a look at this. The precision. It's absolutely perfect." Wang Wenbing's voice was trembling with excitement. "Just give me the blueprints, and I could build you artillery, let alone rifles." Su Chen took the part, which still smelled faintly of machine oil, and gave it a look. "Get the other components into production immediately. I want to see the first finished gun as soon as possible," Su Chen instructed. "Also, the production line needs to run 24/7. Put the workers on 3 shifts. On top of their regular supply rations, give each worker an extra pack of cigarettes every day." "Not a problem." Wang Wenbing beat his chest in assurance. "Mr. Lin, just you wait." Su Chen glanced over at the long registration line, which seemed to have no end, and then looked toward the distant defensive wall where steel beams were being hoisted into place. Everything was going according to his plan. Meanwhile, at the command center of the rock stronghold, Yanzi's voice came over the radio, filled with an unsuppressible mix of emotions, as he relayed the contents of the guard's recruitment order, word for word. Yanzi slammed his fist on the table, causing a teacup to jump. It wasn't a gesture of anger, but of helpless frustration. Yanzi had long foreseen this day, but he never expected it to come so soon. It had only been a week since Su Chen's arrival, yet he had already thrown the entire wasteland into turmoil. "Yanzi, what's our move?" Yanzi asked from the other end, his voice strained. "You will do nothing. Hold the line and await my orders." Yanzi cut him off and switched off the radio. He remained silent for a few seconds, then moved to another console and initiated an encrypted call. The screen quickly split into 3 windows. The captain of the Ark appeared as composed as always. Bloody Hand of the Hive was a woman with heavy makeup and fiery red fingernails, a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The director of the lighthouse was a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, his hair meticulously styled. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses catching the screen's glow. "I assume you've all seen it?" Yanzi said, getting straight to the point, his voice low and gravelly. "A very sincere recruitment order." Bloody Hand tapped her bright red nails on her desk, making a soft clicking sound. "He's providing food, shelter, and even looking after their families. He's about to take care of our retirement plans too. If I weren't the leader of the hive, I'd want to sign up myself." Queen Feng, now is not the time for sarcasm. Yanzi frowned. "He's digging up our very roots." Yanzi, from the moment he brought out that mountain of supplies, our roots were already in his hands. The captain's voice was perfectly calm, as if stating an established fact. "What we should be discussing now is our next move." The director of the lighthouse nodded in agreement. "The captain is right. Mr. Lin's actions are completely logical. Any leader who wants to build a stable order must possess an armed force that is completely loyal to them. By that definition, we're mercenaries, outsiders." "Outsiders?" Yanzi scoffed. "Our people are out there, risking their lives to hold back the zombie hordes, and now they've become outsiders? What else would they be? Queen Feng shot back at Yanzi. Do your men listen to you now, or do they listen to Mr. Lin's canned meat and ammunition? Stop kidding yourself. If Mr. Lin wanted to, he could make your fortress bedrock change hands in an instant. Yanzi's face turned grim, but he didn't argue, because Queen Feng was telling the truth. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Yanzi broke the silence. We have to do something. Do what? Queen Feng covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Lead your men to confront him and ask why he's using us up and throwing us away, just so he can riddle you all with holes in a metal storm? If you want to go, go ahead. I don't want to go get myself killed. Then, what do you suggest we do? Yanzi was getting irritated. At that moment, the captain, who had been silent, finally spoke, his gaze sweeping over the other three. It's not like we don't have any cards to play. Everyone's attention was now focused. Mr. Lin has supplies, he has technology, he even has a production line capable of manufacturing weapons, but he lacks one thing. The captain paused, emphasizing every word. He lacks time, and he also lacks people. The 300 guards selected from the refugees are just a motley crew, even with guns in their hands. They need to be trained. They need someone to teach them how to shoot, how to coordinate, how to survive on the battlefield. And those are things we have. We have seasoned soldiers. We have experienced commanders. This is our greatest value right now. The director's eyes lit up as he added, I understand what the captain means. We can't wait for him to replace us. We must proactively integrate ourselves into his system. But Yanzi's heavy panting was clearly audible over the communication channel. He was no fool. He immediately understood the implications. You mean we send our people to help him train his new recruits? No. The captain shook his head. That's not enough. Even without us, Mr. Lin's guard unit could be built up quickly. A few fierce battles, a few deaths, and the rest will become veterans. With his supplies and weapons, he can replenish his manpower at any time. Then, what are you suggesting? Queen Feng frowned. Merge! The captain uttered a shocking word. We take our soldiers and our civilians and join Mr. Lin's faction. When our officers become the backbone of his guard unit, when our soldiers become a part of his guard unit, we will transform from outsiders into insiders. The encrypted communication channel fell into a dead silence after the captain said the word merge. Yanzi's breathing grew even heavier. Queen Feng stopped tapping her bright red nails, the smile vanishing from her face, replaced by pure contemplation. The director's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. I disagree. Yanzi was the first to speak. Fortress bedrock is the kingdom. My brothers and I fought and bled for, piece by piece. You want me to lead them to be someone else's dogs? I can't do it. Yanzi, this isn't about being a dog. It's about adapting to the times. The captain's voice remained calm. If we continue on our separate paths, we will soon be rendered obsolete by the new order that Mr. Lin is building. Obsolete? Yanzi sneered. He has bullets, but I have guns too. You think his 300 greenhorns can compare to my 1,000+ elite troops at Fortress Bedrock? No, no. This time, it was the director who spoke. He pushed up his glasses, his tone matter-of-fact. Yanzi, your elite troops need to eat. They need medicine. They need to restock their ammunition. And all of that is in Mr. Lin's hands. He doesn't even have to lift a finger. He just has to cut off your supply for no more than 3 days, and your army's morale will collapse. Besides, have you forgotten that metal storm? Numbers are meaningless against him. The director's words directly extinguished the fire Yanzi had just ignited. He wanted to retort, but found he had nothing left to say. Queen Feng then let out a soft laugh, breaking the deadlock. Yanzi, don't be so emotional. The captain is right. They say a wise bird chooses which tree to nest in. Instead of passively waiting for him to pick us apart and swallow us whole, why not be a little proactive? We can bring our own dowry and marry into his family. We might even secure a good position for ourselves and the sisters under my command. Her words were crude, but the logic was crystal clear. You people! Yanzi looked at the faces of the other three on the screen, a sense of isolation washing over him. I've made my proposal. The captain gave him no further chance to argue. How you choose is your business. I will hold an internal meeting with the ARC, and then submit our application for a merger to Mr. Lin. With that, the captain's video feed blinked out. Heh, now that's decisive. Queen Feng chuckled lightly. Well, I can't be left behind. Farewell, everyone. Her video feed also disappeared, leaving only the director. He looked at the grim-faced Yanzi and calmly delivered the final blow. Yanzi, history teaches us that when a new force of production emerges, the old relations of production will inevitably be destroyed. We are the old guard. The connection was cut. In the command center of Fortress Bedrock, Yanzi violently swept the radio transmitter off the table in front of him, components and fragments scattered everywhere. His presence was terrifying, like a caged lion pacing back and forth, its chest heaving violently. Agreeing to this merger is no different from wagging my tail and begging for pity. He, DM Vung, has clawed his way through this wasteland for far too many years for that. I've never been humiliated like this. Just then, the command center door was pushed open and an awakened walked in. He glanced at the mess on the floor, then at the furious Yanzi, and without a word, placed a tablet on Yanzi's desk. Yanzi sent back the data on ammo consumption, sir. It also includes the new supplies our people received. Yanzi glanced at the screen, which clearly listed the details of tonight's battle. They had used over 1,000 rounds of ammunition, while another column showed the supplies they'd received from Lin Mo, 2,000 rounds of ammo, plus 100 crates of canned meat, 50 crates of medicine, along with cigarettes and white liquor. In addition, the Awaken's voice was a bit hoarse. Yanzi also said, "The morale of the men on the front lines is incredibly high. They're saying that by following Mr. Lin, they get to eat meat with every meal and use as much ammo as they want. A life like this is something they never even dared to dream of before." Yanzi froze. He slowly sat back down in his chair, unable to utter a single word. In the face of such overwhelming material superiority, loyalty had become worthless. The times had truly changed. In the meeting room of the Ark stronghold, the captain sat at the head of the table, facing all of the Ark's high-ranking officers. "I disagree." A middle-aged man abruptly slammed the table and stood up. He was the first mate of the Ark, and also the captain's uncle, Hai Sande. "We built the Ark with our own blood and sweat, rising from a pile of corpses. On what grounds should we merge with someone else's faction? Especially some snot-nosed kid with an unknown background." Hai Sande's voice echoed throughout the meeting room, full of agitation. "Captain, has that kid put some kind of spell on you? We have our own soldiers, our own territory. Why should we have to bow down to someone else?" "That's right, Captain. Isn't this merger a bit too hasty?" "The Ark. We've never bowed our heads to anyone," the others chimed in agreement. They were all veterans who had fought alongside the captain to build everything they had, and they held an incredibly deep attachment to the Ark. Handing their faction over to someone else was, to them, a fate worse than death. The captain said nothing. He just waited in silence until all the voices gradually died down. "Are you all finished?" the captain asked, his voice very soft. "You all say we have soldiers. So, how many more days of ammunition do our soldiers have left?" Haisandi's face flushed bright red, and he was choked up for a long moment, unable to say a single word. The captain continued, "You say we have territory. But without food, without medicine, how long can we hold this territory?" Everyone lowered their heads. These were the deadly problems they agonized over daily, yet were powerless to solve. As time went on, the supplies found in the ruins grew scarcer and scarcer. "I am not selling out the Ark." The captain's voice betrayed little emotion. "I am finding a path to survival for the Ark, for all of you, and for every single person under our command." "A path to survival?" Hai Sande sneered. "Entrusting our fate to someone else? You call that a path to survival?" Just then, the meeting room door was pushed open, and a soldier hurried inside. "Captain, Commander Bai Lu has arrived. Let her in." Bai Lu entered. She was still covered in dust from a construction site, a hint of exhaustion on her face. She greeted the captain, then noticed the tense, confrontational atmosphere in the room. "Bai Lu, you've come at the perfect time." Hai Sande looked at her as if he'd found a lifeline. "Tell the captain, aren't our Ark soldiers the best of the best? Can we still fight? Do we really need to bow down to some snot-nosed kid who just came out of nowhere?" Bai Lu didn't answer immediately. She looked at the captain, who simply met her gaze calmly, signaling for her to speak the truth. Bai Lu took a deep breath and faced everyone. "Sirs, I have just returned from Mr. Lin's new city.